We're in Barcelona. Yeah, Barcelona's pretty cool. Oh, this is loud.
Hay que dejar los teléfonos.
Sí, ver todo, sí, sí.
Y si tenéis smartwatch también.
Sí, smartwatch también, sí, sí, todo.
Vamos que ha empezado, tío.
Está en esa mesa.
¿Puedes bajarte un poco el sonido a ti, que me escucho doble?
¿Más teléfonos, no?
No, es que no sé por qué me escucho doble. Escucharte escucho bien, pero cuando hablo... Vale, pues ya está.
Eso digo que en Madrid me puso en televisión solo una vez.
Vale,
Es que
perfecto.
yo tengo ese miedo,
Yo en el de Madrid,
Sé que vean mis...
yo digo en Madrid,
Vale, el nivel ya ha empezado.
ya os dije, ¿no? Yo creo que
Esperamos a ver el
la
4
televisada y hasta la...
Has dicho antes, ¿no? 6 horas estuviste ahí. ¿Pero esto confusión? ¿Te van cambiando o no?
Por sorteo. Si va más o
Yo
menos
estoy
la
listo.
cosa bien,
Yo estoy listo, pero faltaría el 4.
esto que seríamos la mesa más animada de todas.
Ya, tiene
Punto 4 falta. Sí. Pero si no te doy inicio ya.
grande, los litros en otro.
La primera que dicen, pues también.
Vale, me han dicho que sí.
Y si me batiteas, cortan el trozo para que no le se emita eso. Para que quede bien.
Izquierda no pongas cara.
Sí, tranquilo, no tengo que barajar.
Intentaremos.
Lo dejo barajado y cuando tú me digas,
No, aquí no.
Kino,
7.
Kino, ¿cuántos niveles no hay?
Vale, hacia grande, por favor. Vale, reparto ya.
Ya una agüita estaría bien.
Tengo un poco de aire.
Si me muero te pido.
Vale, perfecto. Ahora me han dicho que ya puedo tirar. Voy a ello. Sí.
I don't feel thrilled yet. I'm excited for when the thrills come though.
Claro.
Yeah. No, I'm thrilled to be here, obviously.
He puesto uno full. He puesto dos
Cool
full.
set.
Yo la ponía primero y ya te lo digo.
Así lo
Race. He puesto 3000. Puesto 6, 2600, race. Sí. 6 race 2600, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. Esto para el puesto 3. Puesto 3 call 2600.
¿Alguien quiere algo?
Dos jugadores.
Una agüita, Carlos.
Puesto 3 check. Puesto 6, 3100.
That's your only gambit analysis-wise on this street.
That's pretty much all I'm going to contribute all
Okay.
Carta, carta. Dos jugadores.
Welcome back, Lime Ricky,
Check. Puesto 3.
our god of moderation in the chat. Lime's back, David.
I'm really excited about that.
8.000.
When you said
Race.
3:30, that's the
8000.
most
Puesto
thing
6.
so
Una
far.
sala de una vinoteca de...
Line, have you enjoyed your month off?
Es la sala que... La
Sí, sí, o sea, sé cuál es, pero no he entrado mucho.
We have the chat right in front of us on our screen. It's actually pretty sweet.
They don't care, David.
I care. This is like,
You don't have to. You don't have to tell them everything that happens to you.
no, this is just such an amazing setup. Nick Wellfeld, David Zuckman here. We're going to be stuck in a village for hours on end. Decent chance he murders me. It's all good.
Has dado 12 y tendrías que dar 17, 5 más.
Yep, that's true. Dos jugadores, quinta carta. Check. Puesto
Club's got there.
Puesto 6. Cartas.
Check, check.
Puesto 6 muestra rey. Parejas.
Both these players obviously very deep.
Very quick check on the river with the ace king though.
Club got there.
So
Your opponent always has a flush. What do you mean?
Oh, sorry, I missed a memo on that one.
I mean, to be honest, when my opponent calls a turn bet,
Well, also, go back. It was a 3-bet pot. So they've got to call the 3-bet with 2 clubs. There aren't that many 2-club hands. But anyway, yeah, then they call the turn bet.
like I said, I mean, I think people dismiss the fact that in the 3-bet pot, it's going to be ace king, ace queen, ace king, ace jack sometimes, and the times it is, if you can squeeze a little bit of, a little bit more value out of that, it's just incredibly valuable. So apparently, this is day 1B. We've got day 1C tomorrow.
Logical.
Right, that would make sense.
Good
On
idea.
Saturday, we've got day...
What we should do after that is day 2, I think.
Okay, right. Well, some places will have day 1D, but we don't need it.
No.
We're going to go at day 2.
Silly, yeah.
And then day 3, and we'll probably crown a champion there.
On Sunday.
No, day 3, then day 4.
Do you not even know what days you're working? Sunday. It finishes on Sunday.
Dude,
We're building through the weekend to the final on Sunday.
So I was right. That's exactly. Well, you sounded so questionable when you said on Sunday. You went with a higher voice.
No, I'm just looking at your face. It's like you don't know. This has started really badly. Should we start again?
Hello and welcome to Madrid.
We get on so well. This is another 3-bet pot, by the way. So we've seen 2 hands on stream that we've actually paid attention to, and they've both been 3-bet pots. So maybe we'll have a lively feature table.
Yeah, you never know. Obviously, on day 1, especially it's a little bit early on, the blinds obviously still pretty low.
Lime says it's hard to hear us. Chat, is it hard to hear us?
You think Lime is trolling us?
No, I'm just checking if it's a universal problem or if
Specifically
Lime needs to turn up. Or maybe she's got like, I was going to say jungle noise in the background, but she's not. I don't even know if she's in the jungle anymore.
Lord Grimm and Gedemonis has confirmed it is hard to hear us.
It is hard to hear us. We're working on that. When I say we, I mean not me and David.
No, if I worked on it, the whole screen would be gone.
Yeah. Quite an exciting opening to the tournament as David Tuckman was stopped by security.
Almost didn't get in.
Almost didn't get in.
Yeah.
Why were you stopped by security, David?
You're
continuing legal problems.
Yeah, I was just trying to bring in a juice from someplace else. Oh, he fixed it. I can tell.
That's better.
That's better for me. I'm assuming it's better for everybody else. I can actually.
Chat, is that better? Chat, can you give us real-time updates, please? You've got to do some work.
Okay, we'll do this.
Just
You ready?
there.
You ready?
You can't
Okay.
just sit there.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do what we normally do. I'll pull back the curtain. When you're testing sound, you ask somebody to give you letters and numbers. But I usually say, "Hey, Nick, what'd you have for breakfast today?"
It's a collection of things from a hotel buffet.
Yeah, the hotel buffet is actually quite good. I had an omelet with asparagus, mushrooms.
Where'd you get an omelette from?
You could order an omelet.
All right. How's that from the buffet?
Yeah. You just tell them you want an omelet, and they make you an omelet. Fresh.
Okay.
It's always delicious. Apparently, they can hear us now. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Okay. The audio god has confirmed. So if the audio god is confirmed, then I feel better.
Welcome to Barcelona.
Let's start. Let's just start again, okay? We'll go over. Hello and welcome to Barcelona. It is 888 Live. We will be here for the next 4 amazing days. This is day 1B. Tomorrow's day 1C. We've got giveaways. We've got free rolls. More importantly, we've got Nick Wealthall.
Hello. When
Yes.
does it finish, David?
It finishes on Sunday, everybody.
Yes,
That'll be
right.
day 3, which strangely comes after day 2. Day 1C comes after day 1B. Day 1A already occurred.
Okay, how did that go?
Players played poker. Some got knocked out. Some bagged. They'll come back for day 2.
Don't you feel like bagging is like it's not the right, we need a more triumphant phrase than bagging. Like you get through the day, you feel good, I bagged. It sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like it's either bad or mucky.
No, that's a good point. Well, you know what? We've got 4 days to think about this. We'll throw it out at the chat. What should, at the end of the day...
So immediately I'm thinking, I unlocked day 2. It's like a video game thing, like you unlocked.
Right. That's good
That's
thinking.
one idea. I'm just brainstorming.
Yeah, listen, we've got 4 days. Don't give it all now.
Yeah,
now.
okay, yeah.
But we'll throw it out the chat. Everybody out there, you guys can We'll put a little contest out there. Let's come up with something better than bagging. You have triumphantly gotten through day 2.
Exactly.
You've gotten through whatever level it would be really hard to get through in a video game. You've finally unlocked it. And what does it mean? What's the thing?
Also, bagged is very uncreative. Like, you put your chips in a bag. Like, that's not very creative, is it?
No, it's not at all. Hello, Pedro. Hello, Leo Gaiyak. Audio God. Thank everybody. And, of course, Lime Ricky back from a 1-month holiday. It is always good to have her. We do have a free roll, by the way. That begins at 19 GMT time. 19 GMT time. Well, no, in fairness, I was actually changing it. I was going 19. I was going to immediately change it to 7 p.m.
Yeah. But you didn't. You changed it to 17.
I went I combined them. I said 19 and 7 p.m. and I went 17.
So the free roll's at 17, everyone. See you at 17.
19 GMT time.
That's not for ages.
Not for no, it's just a little while. We're 2 hours ahead of GMT.
3.25 hours. I'll probably be asleep by then if I'm honest.
No, you'll be here. We've got lots of giveaways. We are giving away today.
Yeah.
Hold on to your hat, everybody. You're about to fall off your chair, so I would brace yourself.
So when you fall off your chair, you want your hat still to be there.
Exactly.
That's good advice.
We are giving away 5 $109 tickets. Okay, those of you who obviously are fans of Magic Monday are thinking, Tuck, you do that every Monday, who cares? No, we're also giving away 10 $33 tickets. So we're giving away 15 tickets in all. If you don't win a ticket today, it's your fault. Okay,
I agree.
I'm just going to put it out there. If you don't win one today, it's on you. Pair of queens here for Mr. Russ. Skin off. Player in the big blind's got 9s. Can you say his name?
Yes, I can. Can you?
Yuri Shizganov.
Shish.
Shizganov?
Yeah.
Shizganov.
I reckon.
Shizganov. Okay.
I've got no idea.
Players started with 50,000 chips. Levels are 40 minutes on day 1. This much we know. We know we're in Barcelona. It's, as advertised, gorgeous outside. I took a little modest walk on the beach, like 75 degrees, with a slight breeze.
Yeah. You like that shit?
Oh, perfect.
It's very nice. Come to Barcelona if you're watching this in the UK.
It's not too late. I mean,
it's not too late. It's 2 hours.
Day 1C, we've established this. Day 1C is tomorrow.
Yeah. 2 hours. And you could be in Poker Hat Paradise.
Yeah. I'll even buy a piece of you.
He won't.
I might.
What, just a random person?
Yeah, I mean, a piece.
Okay.
Somebody comes over here, I might buy 5% of the action.
Okay.
It's a really good tournament.
There you go.
Have you watched these players play?
Come over to Barcelona and get paid €40 by David just for coming over.
You have to play the tournament.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to just give you money. Scooby pointing out Barcelona is always nice, and we'll be there again in August. It does get a little hot. I think May in Barcelona is just perfect. We've got a long day of streaming today. I want to welcome all of you who are watching us on Twitch, those of you watching on YouTube as well. Welcome, welcome. We'll talk poker. We'll have some analysis, of course. And we're going to have celebrity guests coming in. Plus, obviously, our ambassadors will make their way in. We've got a sit and go tomorrow. You know what else is coming up, by the way?
What's that?
It is the XL Spring Series.
Seems like a good time to have it.
Yep, that'll start May 18th and runs for 9 days through the 27th.
Without looking, when is May 18th, David?
Hold on a second. I'm just trying to think. Because I flew. I'm trying to think when May 18th would be on Sunday.
Yes! Well done.
Everything's Sunday.
It starts on Sunday.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at that, 1.5 million in guarantees.
That's a hefty amount. I mean,
1.5 million is a hefty amount.
Right. So blinds are 200, 500 with a $500 big blind ante. That's in the top right corner of your screen. You also see the hand number that these players are playing. And again, I believe this is level 4. Players will take a break after level 6. So they play 3 40-minute levels and they get a break. We've got to raise another 3-bet. So it has been a lively table.
Do you want to know something really cool?
Right, sure.
This is cultural information.
I love that.
Barcelona club football could win the league tonight. We're in Barcelona.
So it's going to be like a party town if they win.
Yeah, it's going to be a party in the casino, outside the casino. We won't be able to get back to the hotel.
Wow. Who's
We'll
in there?
probably end up having sex
in?
with 7, 8 women.
So that's okay. That's normal for me. So.
Yeah. I'm just saying it'll probably happen quicker than normal.
Yes. Wow. So this is it a? I mean, I'm obviously not a huge. The worst thing, by the way, they have us in this room where there's clearly like showgirls do things because there's mirrors everywhere, and Nick is just sitting here, like looking at himself in the mirror and dancing. The next 4 days are going to be an absolute horror show.
Much harder to get bored. There's mirrors everywhere.
It's already yeah. Oh gosh.
How many hours are we doing?
Anyway,
100.
so is winning the league? Obviously, winning the league's a big deal. I know, but
Huge deal.
right. Okay. Well, I was wondering how many teams are in the. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with Spanish
Well,
football
there's
league.
2 teams in the Spanish
That's
league.
what I was saying. I mean, it's them and Real Madrid,
Actually,
right?
there's 2.5 because there's Atletico Madrid.
I mean, do they win it like every third year?
Yeah.
Okay. So I
Something
mean,
like that.
okay. So it's not as big a deal as it's not as big a deal if as winning the Premiership or winning the Champions League.
I think the thing you have
Like
to,
this would be a distant third.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you have to understand Barcelona. It's like it's not just another football club because
No, I understand. I've actually
because of the Catalonian dimension.
no, and I certainly understand Queen High Flop here, Villota, out of the small blind has hit it. I certainly understand obviously the importance of football here. I mean, having been here so many times, whether it be Madrid and Barcelona and living in the UK, I was just wondering on the scale of
No, it's not-
how difficult it is to
No, not as hard as
Right.
the Premier League or the
well, the Premier League where there might be 8 to 10 teams really competing each year.
Yeah, maybe. Hi, Cindy Bear. What's up?
Yes, Nightbot is correct. We're giving away that many tickets, 15 tickets. We've got a free roll for you as well. Tons of ways for you to win. And you never know when we might just give away a ticket, when we decide to just go, let's do it. Lime, are you back in Costa Rica? Or are you still up in Calgary? True story, by the way. I will take video of the room we are in. We are in like a dressing room. So in a casino where I imagine if they had a big show here and showgirls and stuff, this is where they would get dressed. But there's like makeup lights.
It is definitely where they would get dressed.
Right, clearly.
So
There's
fingers crossed for later.
there's makeup lights in here and stuff like that, and there's like one full wall is just all mirror, and then there's other mirrors in the room. Nick is far too excited to just look at himself all day.
It's just nice to have some eye candy
For yourself?
Yeah.
Look at Scooby. Scooby, flattery will get you everywhere.
What a nice thing to say.
So Lime apparently drove from Calgary to the British Columbia coast and then flew home from Vancouver. Lovely. Jackie Chan from Ohio is only just finding out that Lime lives in Costa Rica. Jackie Chan, where have you been? Lime moved to Costa Rica a while ago. She lives amongst the monkeys and the floods.
For real. Scooby says, is that Josh I'm hearing? You need to get professional help if you're hearing Josh Manley. Is Josh Manley in the room with you now?
I mean, that could be the case.
It should be apparent. We've had ace-king almost every deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because for day one action, it's been a pretty aggressive table. But we've also had ace-king like 5 times out of like 11 hands.
Yeah.
So. Ooh. Angulo, by the way, sporting the 888 patch and a Miami Dolphins jersey.
Cool.
From Spain, but he's definitely got an American vibe to him.
if you keep calling with Queen 10, you will eventually get something, and that something is Queen High.
Yeah, this is the one thing, and you and I have touched on this before, and I'll just make a little note of it. If you're going to bluff with Queen 10 on the turn, and I think it's a definitely a valid bluff. I mean, when your opponent checks back the flop, they're showing a little bit of weakness. Ooh, look at this as we head out to the floor.
Mateus?
Yes. Mateus is almost definitely watching our stream right now.
Well,
He loves us.
what's he doing on his phone? Why isn't he studying his opponents?
Because he's enraptured with our...
If he busts later, I'll go and tell him that's why.
I will
He'll
definitely.
appreciate that.
I'm going to tell you, that's not advised. Don't be on your phone.
Don't do it in fact.
Anyway, I was going to say, if you're going to bluff Queen 10 on the turn there, and I don't mind it at all. I think when your opponent checks back the flop, they're going to have some ace highs. They're occasionally going to have the nuts and stuff like that. But, they're just going to have a lot of ace high hands. But I think bluffing, but usually when a player checks back the flop, they have showdown value, or at least they think they do. Oh my, he has ace king again. This guy's a card rack. But I think bluffing at it once is just almost never going to work. It's just too easy for their opponent to call one time. So if you're going to go in with the thought of, hey, I'm bluffing once, don't do it at all. I think you need to have at least the idea of, I'm bluffing at this twice. Now, unless the board changes drastically. Obviously, if an ace were to come on the river, or a king came on the river, you maybe, well, the king would give them the nuts. But if an ace comes off, maybe you don't bluff that card. Board pairs, maybe you're not bluffing that card. But otherwise, I think you've got to follow through with the story and just, try to tell the story that you've got a 9 there, or maybe a jack.
Critical pot here on day one. Well analysed there by Tuckman. The ripple effects from that pot.
I'm just... I mean, the funny thing is, we cover so many final tables, and I hear from a lot of people like, great, how do I get there, though?
Yeah.
Well, part of getting there is doing better on day 1B.
Well, sure. Okay, fine. Here's how you do better early on. You have to understand, people are just going to call a lot because they've got so many chips. That is the first thing to understand. So that should inform your strategy, but also your bet sizing. Like, you should be bombing the crap out of these pots if you have a nutted hand. That's analysis.
I like it.
That's a t-shirt. Bomb the crap out of the pot.
Well, yeah, I think betting big on the turn and then following that up with a large bet on the river gets those ace kings to fold, or even like a hand like pocket sixes or something weird.
So I'm a big fan, early on, I'm a big fan of really big flop bets when you have a hand and really small bets when you don't have a hand. Screw
But
you,
then you'd
balance.
be, I was going to say, but then you're not balanced,
You don't
though.
need
And
to
if
be
somebody
balanced.
picks up on that,
You don't
you're
need-
going to be exploited.
You don't need to be balanced, ever.
Fair enough. Balance,
Once you get to the point where you're worrying about balance, you'll know you should be worrying about balance because you'll be playing like, £2,000 buy-in tournaments and 50,
I feel like
100 no limit cash and things like that. But up until then, you don't need to worry about balance. It's Vivi Saliba.
That is the one and only Vivian Saliba, World Series Poker bracelet winner.
Stacking chips like always.
Oh,
look
wait.
look how lovely she is.
Did they just give her $200,000 to start with every time?
No, she's a chip magnet.
She's such a boss. It's amazing. I feel like I was talking to Jason Kuhn about this, actually, and he said the same thing. I'll paraphrase it, but basically the same thing, which was, I get asked all the time if I have to worry about balance. And he said, if you're asking, then you don't.
Yeah, it's true. You should be playing exploitatively, and you should be exploitable.
Right. It's like by the time, right, he's basically said the same thing he said, which was, by the time you need to balance, you know it.
Yeah. And then that's the next step in your poker, but...
Right. I actually talked to Lucky Chewy about this, Andrew Lichtenberger, during our 888 ride most recently, and that should be released fairly shortly. If you're not familiar with the 888 ride series, it is on YouTube, on our 888 Poker YouTube channel. I've had almost everybody in that car, and we are always trying to find more people. Let us know who you want to see in the 888 ride. Who would get you excited? But Lucky Chewy was talking about that. And he was talking about playing a style of poker that gives off the appearance of balance,
Okay.
which is something you and I have talked about as well. You know, like I might bluff Nick Wealthall in level 2 of a tournament because Nick Wealthall would think that, A, this guy's not bluffing and it's early on and I'll fold. But I'm not going to be bluffing, you know, the wealthy Italian guy on the other side in seat 8.
Right.
It's just a different, but everybody sees me bluff Nick. And once everybody sees me bluff Nick, they're like, oh, there's a bluffer. And it looks like I'm balanced. That gives the appearance that I'm balanced, and I don't even have to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struck by this a lot, but when I listen to commentaries and watch videos and things nowadays, where because we've gone through the solver revolution, and because the top level of poker contains a lot of GTO players, there is a slight not among the good players because they understand poker, but I think that among the dialogue, there's a slight sort of diminishment of context, and poker's entirely situational. Like, it's a totally situational game.
Well, hasn't that always been the answer to almost every question in poker? When somebody asks you, hey, well, I'm doing this, and I pick up this hand, and what do I do? And I go, well, it depends. Where are you? Who are you playing against? What's your image? How are you perceived? So forth and so on. The answer almost to every question in poker is it depends. Unless you're saying something like the pot has 12,000 chips and the bet's 4,000.
Yeah.
What are my odds?
Or like you've got less than 15 big blinds or something, and then you can get more mathematical. And even then, nowadays, it's more debatable. But yeah, in general, that's why it's such an interesting game. But that's also why it's such a hard game to analyze. And we often say many times, like, you'll see somebody make a play at a final table, and it may be just bad, or it may be fantastic because
it's
they know
probably
because
bad.
they know. It could be fantastic because they know the player.
Right, yeah, and we jump in there and we've seen 6 hands, and
Yeah,
we're like,
and
why would they
like-
do this? We're like, because I played with them for the last 16 hours.
Every time this guy bets small, he's weak or something.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it can be stuff like that. So
Look at all this poker analysis. It's amazing.
poker chat.
This is... But I do think the professional players, the better players, the ones that really put the hours in, will come up with the reasons for doing certain things, whether it way back in the day when we used to always open 3x, the big blind, and then that changed to 2x, the big blind. And then I feel like the recreational players will follow that.
Yeah.
Not because they have any idea why. It's just been monkey see, monkey do. They see the good player do it, so they do it. And a lot of times that just gets them in a lot of trouble.
Don't call recreational poker players monkeys. Thank God nobody's listening.
No, but I mean, it just gets, I think it gets players in a lot of trouble because they see, well, you know, Jason Kuhn is balanced, so I have to be. And if I fold this, I'm exploitable. Yeah, but he has it. And they go, yeah, but if I fold this, it's just too far up my range. And I've heard people have this conversation. This hand is just too good. It's too far up my range. I can't fold. If I fold here, I'm exploited. And then you just look and go, that man is 89 years old. He just check raised you on the river.
When I'm 89 years old, I'm going to check raise bluff on the river.
And it will work.
Yeah, it will work. By the way, Nick Eastwood had an amazing hand today. He doesn't see it as amazing because he lost it, of course. But did you hear?
No.
He had top boat and lost to quads.
That's so Eastwood. It's so on brand.
And he thought about folding it for 5 minutes. So at some point we're going to have to hit it because it's a cool hand.
But he thought about folding.
I mean,
it's too high up in his range.
And he was right though. Literally right.
Yeah, but okay. Day 1 of a tournament that you can re-enter.
Yeah. I can see though, there are those situations though. If someone's piling like 200 big blinds or something, do you know what I mean?
And you have top boats, so they don't have that.
They don't have that. So like they're either going crazy, but they're never bluffing ever. Not on the.
What was the board?
I don't know exactly. So I know it was 779 was the. So he's got quads. The 7s have quads, and
he had 9s. And what were the other 2 cards?
I don't know actually. I don't know the full story. I just know the headlines. But
I'm
when
intrigued to know
when
what the other
someone
two
piles
cards.
like a huge amount of chips
What?
on the river, like they're never bluffing. So now they either think A7 is the nuts or whatever, or an or that like if there's an undercard, they could have that set.
Well, that's the issue. If they run at a 7-7-9 queen, then you can now. What am I? Suddenly you go. Would they do this with 7 queen? Would they do? You start thinking about other spots. I remember there was a really famous hand early on in the World Series Poker main event. And we'll talk a lot of World Series, obviously, coming up.
1 second. Happy Ray, is my sound quiet or distorted?
I don't know what a potato means.
No, I don't know what he means either. Anyway, go on. There's a World Series of Poker.
Yeah, obviously we'll talk
This
a
is
lot
the
of
Phil Galfond fold.
We'll talk a lot of World Series of Poker. No, it's the the hand
Vanessa
between
Phelps.
Vanessa Phelps, where aces,
Yeah.
A7. No, aces and 7-7.
And she thinks about folding.
She thought, well, she was like, I know you're not bluffing. Okay, you either have quads here, and then eventually Vanessa came to the realization that her opponent could have A7, exactly A7. There was one combination of that also, and they were like, well, I can't fold then.
Tuck seems to be twice as loud as me. Yeah, that's because we've got it on real world settings, and we usually have to adjust because he's a shouty American and I'm a polite, demure English man.
Yeah, story checks out. I can talk softer.
You can't.
I don't think I can. True story.
Is this better now? Okay, it's better.
Well, there you go. Look at that.
Well done.
Shout out to our amazing production team.
Go on then. Name them all.
Don't want to do that. It's boring. Nobody knows. Nobody can see them. We'll show you what we'll do.
Mark.
We'll show pictures of them, and then we can go through. That's the best way to do it.
We'll give them a shout out by the end of the day. Each and every one of them.
Yes.
Line, you know Line.
I know Lime. I know Mark. Edgar.
Well done.
Nick is so surprised.
Well, I am surprised. Very well done. I bet you know the person who got you in with the smoothie.
Sarah.
So there you
She's
go.
awesome.
You see.
Sarah's my favorite, but she's not a producer. She actually she runs the casino.
Oh, she does.
They needed the big person to let me in.
So we hadn't quite got the sound perfect at the start, so you probably missed the fact that David Tuckman couldn't get into the casino today because he had a smoothie with him, an illegal smoothie.
It's delicious.
And you weren't allowed to bring it in.
Top set.
And the rumor is you said, I'm David Tuckman, they need me in there.
No,
is that true? Is that true? Is that what you said?
That's not true. I mean, I thought that. But I didn't say that.
All right, fine. I will give a shout out to the production crew. Huge thanks to Johnny, Santi, Jorge, and Javi.
So top set here, that's pretty good. Villalta is calling here, and if they run really bad, they'll catch a king or a queen. Luckily for them, another card out there that they probably do not like, the 6 of spades on this 3-spade board. They've got king, queen of clubs. Imagine the hand is over.
Leo's heard the same room as I have. You said, I'm an American celebrity. I'm allowed my smoothie. And then you said, I'm David Tuckman. They need me in there. Is that true? That's what Helly said happened.
I thought that, but I didn't say that. And I was trying to. No, I mean, like many places that serve food and drinks, they don't let you bring in food and drinks from other places. But they don't make what I have here, and we're going to be in this booth for hours. And I thought, hey, and usually you can bring in food and drink, but I guess they've changed the policy. And the nice lady in the beginning she was doing her job, and so they went higher up, and that person was just doing their job, and they went higher up, and they finally got the person who runs the entire casino, and she said, "Go ahead."
This is
so shout out to Sarah, who's amazing.
A huge incident.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being the person that runs this casino, getting called out of her office, probably like literally trying to run a business.
Right. What is
some penis is trying to get a smoothie into the casino. Can you come down, please, Sarah?
She was actually lovely. She was lovely.
Very impressive. Impressive tolerance.
So, if you do try to bring in food in this place, sneak it in. You've got to, like, hide it in your pants or something.
Okay, I'll put a smoothie in my pants tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I didn't bring Percy pigs, but they're in my case in the hotel, so we'll save them for day 2, which is
what?
I'll bring them. I forgot.
We're here for 7.5 hours.
I can go and get them.
Your wife bought them for me.
I know. I'm not very organised.
You had one job.
I'm not very organised. They'll be here tomorrow, but think about tomorrow. You'll be like, oh my god, this was so worth waiting for.
And true story, yes. Value bets do turn me on. We'll count them. Pedro's wondering how many Percy pigs exactly. We will count them. All.
Nothing's happening. Should we do an early bird giveaway? Keyword giveaway.
We can.
Lime, we're going to do an early bird keyword giveaway. Am I supposed to tell you that in chat? Or just tell you it live on the stream?
Let's make it a $33 one.
Pardon?
Let's make it a $33
Yeah, keyword giveaway.
Yeah.
Wait, I think I'm supposed to organise this off the air. I think I've done this really badly.
Mr. Wealthall will organise this off the air with Lime, and in that time I can tell you about all the other amazing things going on in 888. Obviously, I've already mentioned the XL Spring Series, which starts on Sunday, runs for 9 days, 1.5 million guaranteed. That's crazy. If you have any questions, by the way, especially support related, you can check out 888poker on Reddit. Really good there. And we also have a Discord channel and kind of a community over there. I know a lot of our pros sometimes go in there and you can ask them questions, strategy related and stuff like that. Obviously, for those of you who are here on Twitch and YouTube, you know that Nick and I have our world-renowned Magic Monday show, which is surprisingly not always on Monday, but usually on Mondays. Occasionally it's on a Tuesday. And in fact, our next show will be on a Tuesday as we do the XL Series main event final table. We cover that. We also have the home games, which are hosted by our ambassadors and our stream team members. We've got blast-offs. They go against each other. We've got takeovers. Either way, make sure you hit that heart button, turn your notifications on so you can be part of the action. You get Twitch points, all sorts of fun stuff. I did not bring my siren, by the way.
I think that's for the best.
Yeah.
I mean, if they wouldn't let you have a smoothie in here, they're definitely going to lose their shit if you start letting off a siren.
They might.
Welcome to our live stream early in 4 days of action. And your reward for being here early is an early bird giveaway. We're going to do a keyword. Lime, is the keyword ready?
Is it early bird?
No.
Oh. Get your early birds in the chat.
No, don't be a dick. Why? That's not funny.
I think it's funny.
It's literally being a dick to Lime.
Oh.
Who's been away for a month.
Welcome back, Lime.
Welcome back. David hates you. Lime, is it ready? Is it ready? Magic Manda are the best. Completely agree. Yes, the keyword is ready, but disclaimer, Nightbot has a new version, so I'm going to do my best, but no promises. I feel like there's an unnecessary degree of jeopardy in this giveaway.
Huh?
Welcome to the early bird it might not work giveaway. The keyword is smoothie. Type smoothie and you may or may not win depending on the software / Lime's ability to work it apparently, which has never been a problem before. Type smoothie. You ticket sluts. Type smoothie. SMO smoothie. That's it. Type that.
Yep. I know many people are curious what kind of smoothie I'm having.
Nobody's asked.
It's a mocha-licious.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's got coffee and chocolate in it.
Oh, very nice.
It's quite good. I'll put it this way. It was worth getting Sarah
Was it?
up out of her
I just
out
wanted
of
to
her
see.
chair.
I'm going to go and ask for the security footage of you having a hissy fit over your smoothie.
I was no hissy fit. I was very calm. I don't do that.
You massive baby.
Pair of fours and a cut shot. I am a massive baby. Oh, yes, by the way, yes, this contest is only available to viewers on Twitch. Join us there. You can watch it on YouTube. Just have this chat open. Get your smoothies in. Typing it more than once does help you. So get it in there as many times as possible. You are watching 888 Live of Barcelona. This is just day one of 4 epic days of streaming.
1 ticket out of how many? How many tickets are there today?
15.
15 tickets. Good Lord.
It's a lot of tickets. Take a look at an early chip count here on day 1B. Again, this is just level 5. Blinds are 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. Player started with 50,000 chips. Right before, obviously we're on a slight delay because we do show hole cards. And before we entered the commentary booth, I went over and took a gander at who was at the feature table, assuming one of our ambassadors would be there.
Yeah. Why have we got no friends of the show?
I'm assuming because they just realized that this table was going to be super aggressive and a lot of fun.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that kicking in.
Yes, some contests will be on Twitch only. Some will be on both YouTube and Twitch. Some will work, some won't. All will be unfair.
Unless you win. And
Right.
then it's the fairest thing in the world.
When is the Barcelona football game?
Well, it's this evening.
Is it a tough game for them? Like, do they have
They are away from home at Espanyol, who are 16th in the table. So it doesn't look tough.
So it's not a gimme.
It's at 9. Nothing's a gimme, David. Not in sports. 9:30.
Okay.
Wait, do they need to win?
Win or draw.
They only need a draw tonight to win the league. We're going to be partying like it's
Right, which is good news. I mean, I do not want Barcelona to be depressed.
Espanyol's also their rival, so they'll really want to win it.
But in fairness, I mean, Espanyol.
Because they're also
Espanyol really want to spoil it for them.
They're
right?
also a Catalonian club, as everyone knows.
Right. I was talking about this actually. The huge rivalry, the Catalonian rivalry. I was talking about Literally never did. What is going on here?
3 tens is a good hand.
Yes, 3 tens is a very, very good hand.
But of course, always hard to get paid.
Yeah, and blind on blind, I prefer betting. I know it sounds kind of like, well, don't you want to slow play and let your opponent get something? In theory, but you realize that blind on blind, your opponent can call you with king high, ace highs, especially on a paired board. They might just not think you have anything, and they might just check raise you for no reason whatsoever.
So if you're one line you can take is if you're first to act, you can lead when you have trips, just because it's so counterintuitive that you would ever lead if you have trips. Are we gonna roll this, Lime? Are we gonna award a ticket? Are we gonna make someone happy?
We should.
We should do that. We should have an early bird winner.
Yeah, and look at this. Dyer and Gasea has taken the road of, I don't believe you have anything, and I'm going to check raise you. And if you're Murciano, is the play to 3-bet or just call? Just going to call.
Let's have a winner.
8,200
David,
in the pot.
focus. We're going to have a winner.
And a
Focus what
jack on the
matters.
river. Oh, my. This is...
Why is David talking about the wrong thing? Zep GG is your winner. Well played.
Gasaya has hit the jack. Obviously, they were looking for a 9, hoping to win the pot, but they've hit the jack, and this is just...
Why are you talking about the poker? What's wrong with
This is
you?
a fascinating hand.
Zep just won. Say congratulations, Zep.
Yeah, congratulations, Zep.
Jesus.
Gasaya now going to put themselves in a tough spot. Now the question is, if you're Murciano, do you just call this, or do you raise? Now, Murciano only has 12-8 behind. Probably just get it in at this point, because you're going to get called. And, well, if you lose, it's not the end of the world anyway. 8-9 got there, but we can't be playing poker afraid of the monsters under our bed. I'm sorry. It's a captivating hand. I apologize, Zep.
Don't worry.
Congratulations.
Don't worry, guys. At the break, I'll take him through the point of the show and what really matters here. I'll re-educate him. Luciano is all in.
kind of a gross spot for Gassier, who's getting a really good price. But I've got to kind of look at it and go like, well, is this ever a bluff? And if it's not, can I beat anything? So who won the giveaway?
How dare you? It was GG's to Zep GG, our first winner of 15 today. Marciano is a winner of the second most important contest that happened in the last 3 minutes.
Nice hand from Marciano, blind on blind. Have we established a rule, by the way? I like that. Follow us on Instagram for instant fun.
That's quite the promise, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, at some later point when we're a bit bored, I'm going to follow them on Instagram and I'm going to see if there's a payoff.
Yeah. I'm loving this set, by the way.
Yes, that looks cool.
Really well done. Have we established a rule? We haven't, so I'm asking you. And again, this is probably something we should do off the air, but why not?
Right.
Let everybody see it. Can somebody win more than one ticket in a day?
Not in a day, no.
Okay.
No, then that's never been allowed.
Never. Okay.
One ticket per day. The only way is if we have like a big boy ticket, those occasions, which I think we've got later on in the weekend.
We have $509 tickets available.
Oh, yeah. So you can only win one ticket, yeah.
So Zep can't win the 109?
No.
Okay.
No.
What happens if Zep were to win the 109? Can he turn his 33 in and then get the 109?
I've no idea. It doesn't sound like it, from what I'm saying.
I just don't want to lose Zep.
What do you mean lose Zep?
I don't want Zep to be like, well, I've won my ticket.
Zep's a fan of the show.
Why watch the rest of the show?
Because it's great.
Okay.
And because I've promised that we won't bang on about the poker when there's important giveaways going on. Okay. Look at this action. Action hand.
Lots of callers. Oh, another 3-bet.
This is one of those 3-bets that obviously absolutely fine. You've got ace queen, you're out of position. You want to charge a healthy price. But if you did that 3-bet with like 4-2 offsuit, you're probably it's probably the same dynamic. Cause
Oh, look at this. And Aaron Baroni.
Next to Vivian Saliba.
Yeah, almost also definitely watching our live stream.
No, he's doing one of those vlogs that the young people watch.
Oh.
That's what he'll be doing. Making content, David.
Aaron's good at poker. Quite good. I don't think people realize just how good he is.
Yeah, superb player. Mind you, so's Vivi.
He had a very funny tweet or Instagram post. I don't know what it was. Either way, so in American sports, for those of you who don't follow, the bad teams get entered into a draft lottery to select, the next great players. And to make sure that teams don't tank, deliberately lose at the end of the season, to make sure they get the number one player, sometimes those number one players can be so good. No FenFop, we haven't, but that'll be next hour. Anyway.
What happens, David?
Anyway, so they do a lottery. And it's like basically like, ping pong balls and the worse you are, the better odds you have of getting the number one pick.
Yeah.
The best player coming up, basically. The best 17, 18-year-old might come up, so forth. And then, anyway, the basketball league, NBA, recently had their lottery. So all the teams that didn't make the playoffs, all the crappy teams get entered in this lottery.
That's right.
The really, really bad team might have 20%, 25% chance, right? The teams that just barely didn't make the playoffs might have 3%, 2%. Anyway, long way of me telling you, the Dallas Mavericks had a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery and getting the number one pick in the draft. They got it. Everybody went crazy.
Okay.
Which prompted Aaron Baroni to tweet something or put on Instagram. He said, nearly every single person outside of poker believes that 1.8% is actually 0%.
That is true.
And it's so true. And I remember, like, every single time a politician wins and they only had, like, 36% chance, you get a bunch of people going, what is that? And everybody in poker's like, that's ace-king just lost to ace-queen. I mean, what? What do you mean?
It's true.
It's really not that big a deal.
There was a campaign in Vegas years ago when I was there from one of the local casinos who said, we have 97.5% payout slot machines. If there was a 97.5% chance of it raining tomorrow, it would rain, ... think about it. Which I thought was brilliant.
That is actually really good.
That also proves there's no such thing as karma, doesn't it? Because the Dallas Mavericks made the single dumbest trade in the history of the NBA and then got rewarded. So there you go. Just do what you want because you'll probably be fine. Look at this. Top pair for everyone.
Yeah, and aces.
And over pair.
Yuri Shkizganov, the only one who doesn't really like the flop with 2 6s. Fenfop, by the way, says, have our esteemed commentators gotten around to discussing Catalonian ice hockey yet? Nope, not yet, but it's coming up.
That's coming up in hour 32 of the weekend streams.
Believe it or not, it's actually a turn card if your Saez. If you knew what everybody had, you don't want that card. Like, much easier for you to get a ton of value if, the deuce of hearts were to come.
Yeah.
The ace actually a very scary card for both Queen Jack and the King Jack. I imagine if you're the first person who calls with the Jack, the second one can probably get out of it now. If you're Angulo, can't beat 2 players. And they do fold, nice folds with the Queen Jack. Realizing, yeah, maybe I can beat one of them, but not both.
All the draws missed. You're welcome.
Yeah, just the issue with it is if you're in Russ's spot, you've got to think that Saez bluffed the draws on that turn into all those opponents. Certainly not impossible, but also might not be the most likely scenario. Oh, and Saez checks, hoping that their opponent has the draw. I would think that this is a pretty standard check back with King Jack.
I'm such a bad player. I just I just really like betting when I have a full house. When I have the top full house, I'm just one of those people that tends to bet in those situations.
Oh my!
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's how bad I am. I'd have got paid nothing.
Yeah? You would have bet and the guy would have just folded.
Do you want to pick the bones out of that shove for me? Do you want to explain what the deuce that shove was?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Specifically
that hand.
Wait. When people bet, right, they either want their opponent to call or fold. Correct? Just wait. Correct? Say yes, Nick.
Yes, Nick.
They either want their opponent to call or fold. What did he want to have happen there?
Right. Yeah. No.
No, I'm serious.
No.
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Was he turning it into a bluff? Well, he's bet 14,000.
Well, he was really upset when his opponent called quickly. So I'm assuming it looked like maybe he wanted his opponent to call, but slowly.
To agonize and then call with the worst jack.
Yeah, but the kicker didn't play though.
I don't know what he wanted.
Keep in mind, King Jack, the king didn't play.
So he's trying to get him to
fold a chop.
Fold a chop.
It doesn't. There's
fold a. There's no.
Yeah, no. I'll expand your thought. I mean, because it was honestly it was an epiphany for me many years ago.
Yeah.
I was talking to a poker player about this, and he said, poker comes down to pretty simple, especially on the river. On the river, you're either betting to get value from worse, or you're betting to get a better hand to fold. That's it. There's no other thing on the river.
Yeah.
Because once the river, there's no other cards.
Correct.
I'm not protecting my equity. I'm not building a pot.
That is my question to you is
right.
Which was he trying to do there?
I'm assuming it was a bluff.
Chat. What was he trying to do? I'm going to democratize this. What did he want to have happen when he shoved the river there? Because I'm not even going to venture a guess because I don't know. I don't know.
Right. I mean, I don't. Does he think that a jack? Does he think that maybe like if their opponent had the ace high flush draw, they would fold it? Like they had the ace high flush draw, they hit the ace in the turn, so they had just a pair of aces. They think
So he's
that
trying to get aces. He's
an,
trying to get
a weak ace to fold. Keep in mind though, all the weak aces, the kicker didn't play anyway. It would be aces and nines with a jack kicker.
I honestly don't. I honestly don't have a theory. I don't even have a theory.
Well, I mean, and I think it's a really good learning tool for anybody watching. If you're playing poker, whether you're right or wrong with the play, you need to know why you're betting. And Phil Galfond actually said that.
Yeah, it's very.
Phil Galfond's a very simple thing. He goes, have a clear understanding of why you're betting. Are
Yeah.
you betting is this a bluff?
Yep.
Is it? And then you can start to at least talk to your friends and do some studying and work on it. Be like, well, is this a good spot to bluff? Is this a good spot to value bet? But have an idea of what you're doing. Like, okay, am I value betting here? Am I bluffing here? And the funny thing is that I think he thinks he was bluffing. But I think if then he could look back at it and go, okay, well, was this a good bluff? What hands am I trying to get to fold? And once he realizes that his hand is too good, to get a better hand than that to fold, I think he can understand that that's a pretty easy check back.
Well, it's a good place to start, isn't it? It's a good place to start. So most people can get to, am I bluffing or am I value betting? But then a good next place to try and start thinking about it more is, what hands, if I'm value betting, what hands can my opponent have that I'm trying to get to call? If I'm bluffing, what better hands am I trying to get to fold? Because then if you can start to answer that question, you're thinking more about their range and you can start to get more intentional with your bets.
Stop talking. Pot limit 5 and 6 is now available at 888poker. No, I think going into this, and these are things that we don't really have the time to go through on Magic Monday because our show is so quick. And it's obviously a different type of show. But I think that's the most important thing. You realize, okay, I'm value betting here. Okay, cool. Well, what hands am I getting value from? Okay, well, based on that, what sizing do I need to do? Right? If I'm trying to get value from second pair, and there's a flush out there, well, then I've got to size it in a certain way to get value from that hand. So forth and so on. We got an all-in here. Roos with all-in with the ace-9.
Very few chips.
Yeah, it's not a bounty tournament, but the 6-7, after raising, decides to stick with it. A lot of spades out there. Another player has a spade in their hand. Roos has a pair of 9s, looking pretty good for the double up here. Percentages in the bottom left corner of your screen. And then vice versa, the same thing in bluffs. If you're trying to bluff, you think, okay, what hand's better than mine am I trying to get the bluff, and what sizing do I need to do to get that hand to bluff?
Get that hand to fold, you mean?
Right, to fold. Sorry, pardon me. Thank you. And I think the King-Jack hand in that particular spot, I think if you examine that hand and you watch this,
Well, my problem with analysing it is I don't know.
Well, I'm saying if that player were to analyze their own hand, I think, and they go, well, I was bluffing. Okay, cool. Well, you have King-Jack here.
Yeah.
What are you trying to get the fold? What are you? I mean, the 9 hit on the river.
Yeah.
The ace was there.
You have to be trying to get an ace to fold.
Right. And is that very likely? Now, if you think, hey, I was trying to get an ace to fold, okay, then we can go through that and go, well, how often is an ace folding in this spot? Really? Does it make sense? I'd argue no, but hey.
Well, yeah. I mean, it could be. It's quite a tough call for a. I mean, I suppose. It was an. Was it an over? Was it a significant overbet?
No, not that significant.
Was it not? Okay. Well, it was strange.
I mean, like as you
We
pointed out,
should probably move on.
right? No, it was. But as you pointed out, every draw missed.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem. Is if it was a bluff, I don't think it was a particularly hard call for an ace. I think it was one of those like, oh well, if you got it, you got it. As played.
Yeah.
Raise here from Belmont. With the king queen, we do move on. I get asked a lot, though, to ask whoever's alongside me when I do commentary with some of the greats, and Nick Wethall.
Hello.
No, but I get asked all the time, how do you improve? How do you get better? And a lot of times it is, sitting around with your friends and kind of going over a hand like that and going, okay, well, let's talk about it. Let's analyze it. Let's talk about what you thought was going on there. Top pair here for Gasire. Pocket seven's betting. It's pretty standard. I think that's a fine bet on this particular board. I don't think you can fold top pair though. And they are going to raise.
The first time it came out, it said raise to 30,009,
Yeah.
which would be very creative.
Be a big raise. The raise is to 3,900. And this is clearly, and going back to what you're saying, this is a raise for value. They're not trying to get a better hand to fold. They're raising to get called by worse. And they did. Pretty scary turn card for that man.
High tower, good to see you.
There is a free roll today, but it's not for a little bit. It'll be at 7 p.m. or 19 GMT. We are, I think, 2 hours ahead of GMT, so still 2.5 hours away.
Vidalta gets the better hand to fold.
Yeah, that's clearly a bluff.
Seems fair.
You are watching 888 Live. We are in Barcelona. Nick Wethall, David Tuckman in the booth today. Join us in the Discord. You can join the community here at 888 Poker. We'll be here for 4 straight days. Lots of giveaways, free rolls each and every day. Most of our streams start around the same time.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I mean, they might differ by 30 minutes or so. The best
But,
thing you can do is turn your notifications on so you get, and follow us on our socials to get the exact schedule. But they all start around the same time.
Just checking for my alarm clock.
To battle my jet lag, it's easy. I'll just wake up super early, have breakfast, go do something, and then just take a midday nap.
And then go to bed.
Then go to bed again.
Because midday's like 3 a.m. or something.
Right. It's just easier. It's easier than like trying to stay in bed till 10 in the morning for me, which is not gonna this morning I woke up at like 5 and I was like, I'm up. I went to the gym. I had breakfast.
Did you?
Yeah.
What gym? The hotel gym?
The hotel gym.
How was it?
That's the hotel gym.
I think there's a gym that you can pay and go to. Because Aaron, who obviously is attracted to
I
gyms,
just saw that.
he's like he can just smell gyms. Aaron Burney.
Yeah, clearly you can look at him and he went to a gym called Anytime Gym. He got there at 9:30 and nobody was there. The employees hadn't showed up yet.
Is that true?
Yeah. It's like anytime my ass.
That's excellent.
I thought that was quite funny.
Very funny.
There is a yoga studio 2 blocks from our hotel. I noticed that. Are you up for some yoga tomorrow morning?
No.
Come on.
I hate yoga. and Pilates.
I'm gonna.
Anything that involves flexibility,
What happens
so
if
far out on is untrue.
what if I get the wonderful team at Snapcall who are out here filming content to wake up in the morning and film us doing yoga?
I think it's a good idea for you.
No.
Later,
We're a team.
I'll do it later in the day. I'm not doing it in the like. It's one thing to do yoga for comedy. I'm not doing it first thing in the morning.
Okay, we can do it later in the day. It's fine.
I can't do anything. Can you? Like flexibility? Have you got any flexibility?
More since I've done yoga.
Do you actually do yoga? You
Yeah.
don't actually do
No,
yoga.
I do hot yoga actually.
You do yoga and you drink smoothies.
I'm healthy. Look at me.
What have you become? Well, I am, but I don't get it.
What do you mean? This has always been me.
Why isn't it working?
Well, I mean it is working. I'm 92 years old.
Okay, that's very impressive.
No, I did when I was living in the UK.
That is the California thing, by the way. You say you're 10 years older than you are. Like most people, like
Right.
Yeah,
It's the opposite.
They go, "Oh my God, you look amazing."
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
I really take care of myself. 4-bet here from Murciano. Wow. I mean, this is great. This is good stuff. Murciano committing themselves.
Yeah. So usually when you make this play, this is based on the 3-better.
Right. Clearly.
So you hope and pray the opener doesn't have a big hand. But what you're doing is you're saying, I know the 3-better will, for example, 3-bet with ace-8 suited. I know this player, they have it in their range.
It goes back to what you said earlier. When you know somebody, it's like, okay, is this exploitable? Of course it is.
Nice timing.
Yeah, it's great timing.
We've seen Murciano at a final table, haven't we?
Yes.
I recognise him.
Yeah.
I don't have a very good memory for which final table, but
It was either in Barcelona or Madrid.
that's very fair.
I
think it was Barcelona.
You think so?
Personally. Yeah, I think so.
It's one of the two. You know what? I get
I
it
think it was
mixed up.
last year in Barcelona. Yeah, I think it was last year in this tournament.
Wasn't it? It wasn't 2 years ago.
No, it was last year.
I didn't
I'm trying
know
to remember
that.
where he
Wow.
finished.
See,
No, I don't know
I'm
that.
flexible. I'm flexible, but you just have a steel trap.
Oh, I just remember
amazing.
so many things.
Anyway, when I lived in the UK, I was pretty relatively healthy, and yes, Lord Grimm, he was against Ian in the final table. No, Ian did make that final table.
What?
It's the wrong final table.
No, I
We're
don't
talking about
think so.
Barcelona last year. Anyway, I dated a South African girl,
Lovely.
and she was lovely. And she,
Not the brightest though.
no idea. Anyway, but she was
just
quite.
based on the information I
Right.
have, which is that she dated you.
She dated me, right?
Yeah.
Clearly. But she was very active. Like she loved to get up in the morning and like go for a bike ride and
Nothing
swim.
against Molly, who is very motivated by community work.
But
Yes. Very
anyway,
active.
she got
yes.
me into hot yoga
Okay.
in London,
Okay.
and I really quite enjoyed it.
Okay.
And I now recommend it to any man. I think hot yoga is like a cheat code
For
everything.
everything.
Okay, first of all, men as we get older, flexibility is an issue.
Yes.
I mean, raise your hand, and everybody should if you're a man and you cannot you're not flexible at all. Once you get into mid-30s, like flexibility is just gone for men. Anyway, yoga really helps that. It also prevents injuries because you get more flexible. On top of all that, okay, it's hot yoga. It's like 104 degrees in there. It's usually like 2 men and like 19 women, and the women are wearing nothing.
So now
The women are wearing no clothes,
Now
my
you-
friend, because
now-
it's so hot in there.
Now you've solved
brilliant.
the mystery. I still can't explain the smoothies, but I can explain the hot yoga.
So I benefit physically,
Yes.
and
Spiritually.
yeah,
as
I did
well.
take my wife. My wife was like, "Hey, I'll go to." I'm like, "Hey, do you want to come?" She's fine. She's like, "I'll go," and I take her to hot yoga, and she's like, "You son of a bitch! I
Yeah.
know now. I know why you're here."
Bad.
I was like, "Yes."
I'm bad in heat though. Like I get fainty.
Well, then that's not. You get used to it. In all fairness, you can do the intro ones. Will be like it'll only be like 99 degrees,
Okay.
and it goes up as you get more experienced.
Is there
regular
one-
yoga is good for you too.
Is there one where it's like
You don't do hot yoga.
74 degrees
Yeah.
and there isn't any yoga?
That's the beach.
Yeah. That's okay. That's the class I want to go to.
Yeah, you don't need. I mean, there's yoga without like the yoga studio 2 blocks from our hotel is
Just regular yoga.
no hot.
Room temperature yoga. they call it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just like the hot yoga because it makes it a little easier to stretch. For me, I will swear by it. That and smoothies.
Dan smoothies.
Yes. I'm enjoying this though, by the way. Okay, so in the background you can see that we're promoting some of our stuff. Right now it's the Instagram. But in Spanish, the XL Spring Series is the 17th to the 26th. Right? And then when it's in English, it's the 18th to the 27th.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
My assumption would be that here, the time difference, I don't know. Wait and watch. It's kind of fun.
The time difference. I think you mean the typo. Surely.
Lime says the guy in the Dolphins shirt is the Spanish Jordan Banfield. Yeah, he's got a Banfield look about him, doesn't he? No doubt about it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to 888 Live. Nick and I are together. You can imagine when we saw each other.
Together in electric dreams.
Yeah, it was like a little boy running in the field seeing their dog coming back from months away. So we ran into each other's arms and embraced.
Oh, this guy, I'm being told by Mark, this guy is a big social media person. He's got 500,000 followers. Do we know why he's got 500,000 followers?
Because he plays for the Dolphins.
From football? Ah, okay. But soccer? Yeah, soccer, not
Oh, who is he?
Well, I don't know. I think he's just got a big social media following. He might be the dude that he's been on a feature table before, in which case.
No, but I want to, like, obviously that's the one thing when we do these live events, we just pop up and we don't get a ton of information about the players, but it'd be nice.
But in Madrid, when we play this area, in the main event, more people, yeah? In Barcelona, low.
Hi, Sub-Zero. Hi, Tinto Brasco. Hello to everyone in chat. Thank you for finding us on an irregular time, early on a Thursday.
Is he a broadcaster from Madrid?
Well, he's got his own channel, I think. His own football channel. That's not your phone. Three bet from Belmont, which seems reasonable. Quite a lot of three betting at this table. Not always the case on day one. And sometimes on day one, people don't actually want to three bet hands like Ace Queen offsuit. They want to see flop to try and win a bigger pot because everyone's so deep. But that has not been the way of it.
I was on the final table on the main event.
Hi, Andy Exxon. Hi, the Crazy Scotsman.
He was on the second place.
Wow, okay. So a little more information about this particular player. Four's still good from Morciano. Yeah, so apparently he has a YouTube channel with 600,000 subscribers. And they talk football. How do you not know this guy?
He's just a social media guy.
Well, he's got a very successful...
In Spanish. I don't follow a lot of Spanish social media channels.
That's a good point.
What?
Fair enough. Sorry.
I mean, well done to him, but...
Right. Yeah, no, okay. So he's got a very successful YouTube channel where, in Spanish, they talk football. 600,000 subscribers. He's had nearly almost 370 million views total over his 6,000 videos. I wonder what he thinks about the game tonight.
He'll be sad, which is funny because, you know, we all hate Madrid.
Right, he'll be rooting against Barcelona, obviously.
He will.
Yeah. Is Madrid in second? If Barcelona lose, so if Barcelona loses,
Yeah,
Madrid wins.
No, they're
Madrid's in seventh. Oh, they're far behind. Okay, they have no chance.
Yeah, I told you when this first came up. If you listen, Barcelona beat Madrid last week.
Oh,
Basically clinching the league. Not actually, but pretty much.
right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Good stuff. What's up, Andy Exxon? Hello. Entertaining day 1B action here. Again, players started with just 50,000 chips. We are still pretty early on in day 1B. This is level 5. Players will take a break at the end of level 6. Play 3 40-minute levels. Take a look at a chip count, as I believe the blinds will pop up now. Belmont, our chip leader at the feature table right now, with a little bit over double the starting stack. Inaki, who we've been talking about, Inaki Angulo, the YouTube star, has 96,000. Our short stack, Alberto Russ, with just 7,600. And we'll see if Murciano can spin that stack and get himself back into contention. But again, still very early on in this tournament. Lime Ricky putting in the chat a link to Poker News 888 Live, some of the updates. And they usually are pretty good about syncing their reports with the live stream. Just be aware, though, there's a possibility they could be a few minutes ahead of us.
Not yet. No, not more because Max got banned from Brazil.
He told that his sister is an ambassador from 888.
Don't ruin the brand.
Oh, okay.
Speaking about other brands, man.
New player. Everyone's very excited on the feature table.
I'm excited. Yeah, as Lime pointing out, that Poker News normally takes the delay into consideration. There have been like slight little tweaks to how we've done live streaming with live reporting to make it really great for a better experience for everybody. It used to be pretty annoying when it was like you'd go to Poker News or Poker.org or whatever it would be, and you'd find something out like 45 minutes before it happened. You'd be like, "That's annoying." You'd be like, "Well, this is an easy fix. Just don't report it yet."
Hashtag spoilers. What's the worst thing you've ever had spoiled for you? Chat, what's your worst spoiler you've ever had?
Yeah, well, I was watching, my wife and I were watching Titanic. Somebody told me it sank.
That's such a dad joke. It's like the most dad joke you've ever told.
Usually my spoilers are revolved around sports, specifically hockey. Living in California, it's kind of the equivalent of, it's obviously not as bad, but usually people just, and since I follow a different team that's even local from there, I can often just watch the game 2 hours later or 3 hours later.
Here's my promise to you, David. I will never spoil the hockey result.
I know, that's great.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
You're
But
welcome.
usually people don't spoil it. It's
Right.
just like, okay, don't tell me, and I try not to. And then one time it was a game I really wanted to see. It was like a playoff game, and I knew I was going to see started an hour late. I turned my phone off so nobody would, like my mom, my dad, nobody would text me. I did all these things. I was like, okay, we got an all in, by the way. I'm likely going to get called. And I was like walking out of I was walking out of like a Whole Foods, and somebody saw me here, and they were just like, oh, what a great comeback for the Islanders tonight. And I was like, and it was like an epic game too. So I was like really upset. So Murciano's going to try to, this is interesting. So Murciano trying to isolate here. Again, this is not a bounty tournament.
Yeah, but even if Villalta thinks he's a bit weak and he's doing exactly what he's doing, there's still not very much he can do about it.
Well, he's getting called.
Yeah, but okay.
He calls.
Wow.
Yeah, he makes the call here.
I don't know how you can make that call.
Well, like you said, I mean, if you think your opponent's just a little bit weak and he's doing what he thinks what you think he's doing, hey,
What if he's doing it with sixes?
Well, then you're not getting. Well, if you're doing it sixes, I mean, you're getting a decent price.
No, he bet like 20. It's like
He bet a lot.
I mean, it's a great play now.
The interesting thing is this. So they're not all in, by the way. So the players have not shown their cards.
I thought he shoved. He just put his stack in.
I thought he did too, but he might have said call. I think he put his stack in and said call.
Okay, fine.
So now they're making it just be a call. So Murciano's still 6,400 behind. The pot is so big, though, literally no matter what the flop is, you can't fold.
Yeah. So definitely Villalta knows Murciano, knows he's capable of isolating with a weak hand. It's still a sketchy.
Yeah, it's a gamble.
Sketchy call.
Now there's a big side pot. Keep in mind, there's a jack, a 9, and a 5. So sevens are still good here. There's the all-in. There's the call. And look at this. So Roos could win the main pot, and then Villalta could win a huge side pot. And it is two players at risk. Villalta has the ace of hearts. As we see a 2-heart flop. So the main pot we'll call it about 20,000 chips.
Queen King would be a sick run out. root for chaos.
And the little triangles, that indicates the players that are at risk. Turn to 6 of hearts. Wow, it's getting sweaty here. Villalta looking for an ace, a queen, or a heart. It can't be the 8 of hearts, though, as that would give Roos the straight flush. Murciano can only win with a 10. It is looking murky at best for him. The river's a 5. And look at this. So Roos is going to triple up to 20,000. Villalta is actually going to add 16-8 to their stack. And Murciano is going to either re-enter or will not make a return trip to the final table.
He looked like a man heading to re-enter.
There's 0 chance.
There's a determined look in his eyes.
Yeah. We'll go back to that whole draft lottery thing there. Maybe a 1.2% chance of him not re-entering.
Not re-entering. I agree.
Yeah, we were lucky to have Hayden while Lime was gone. But Hayden has no vowels in his. He's missing a vowel. Lime's got lots of vowels. And we need more vowels. More vowels are better. Well, fellow Tuckman in the box. Lime in the chat moderating things. I want to thank all of you for finding us here on a Thursday. We're going to be here the next 4 days. We're giving away a ton of tickets over the next 4 days, and it's perfect timing for the XL Spring Series, which starts on Sunday.
Disagree on more vowels. That's very funny. Leo Decora in the house, David Tupman.
Yeah, there was rumors that he was going to be joining us.
There he is, about to bet money. Stream team member Leo the Gun Show Decora. Did we establish why he's the Gun Show? Someone in chat tell me why he's the Gun Show. I know nothing. Hi, Chip Taker. What was the first thing you did when you saw each other? Handshake, hug, fist bump. The first thing that happened was I told Tupman he was a baby for complaining he couldn't bring his smoothie into the casino.
True story.
That's the first thing that happened. And then we French kissed. As is traditional. Why is a French kiss called a French kiss? I don't believe that the French were the first people to think, hang on, what if I
Right.
apply the tongue?
What happens instead of just our lips touching? I slip my tongue in there as well.
Exactly. There's no way that that's
French for the first
traceable to a
person?
French person.
Maybe. Somebody's got to let us know.
But somebody must have done it before France existed, surely.
Maybe never.
Are they the first naughty nation?
I do remember, like, one of my first girlfriends, and I remember talking to a friend about kissing. And her friend, my girlfriend's friend, because, back then you didn't really talk to each other. My girlfriend's friend would be like, I think she wants you to French kiss her. And I was like, ew, that's gross. It's like, that just sounds terrible.
You were 23, weren't
you? It was last week.
Last week. Exactly, Leo. It's probably going to be the Greeks or the Romans or the East Africans or...
I'm intrigued.
Although the French did invent the amuse-bouche, which is some evidence that they...
Oh. I am intrigued. Follow us on Instagram for instant fun. We're going to live stream Nick looking on Instagram for the first time and see if it is instant fun.
Yeah, we're going to do an actual field test.
Yeah.
Because I don't follow you on Instagram, 888, because, I don't follow anyone.
Ah, there you go.
So I'm going to follow, and then we're going to time how long it takes between the follow and me having fun. Field test.
I like it. Pedro has given us a good explanation.
What's that? It's a cultural association that developed in the English-speaking world. In the early 20th century, the French gained a reputation for being more open and passionate, and this association with a more adventurous form of kissing stuck. There you go.
More adventurous form.
So it's literally reputation. It's by reputation due to their open and passionate nature.
By the way, I'm still a child. When I watch a movie or a show and I see two people kiss, like the actors kiss, I always want to see, I'm looking to see if they're exchanging tongue.
Well, they don't do that.
Well, sometimes they do, and I'm like, oh yeah, I see it. I look to see. Is it just open mouth? Is it just polite? How committed to the role are they really?
Yeah. And there isn't any kissing or anything in movies anymore.
What do you mean?
Almost none. And there are no sex
scenes. I watched the movie.
Do you not remember say you watched a movie like Top Gun in the 80s. There's a scene with Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis lying down naked on top of each other. You don't see anything, but and then it cuts away to the window.
It's a really nice shot, actually. I remember the shot.
But they don't put that in movies anymore. That scene does not happen in movies.
I flew 11 hours here. I watched 3 movies.
Okay.
There's plenty of kissing and plenty of making love. In fact, I had
Are these things you downloaded on your computer?
No, it was on. Even worse than this. It was on. No. Even worse. There was a woman next to me. It was probably 75, 80 years old, right?
Okay. Oh God.
I was in the middle seat. No.
Okay.
She was watching a movie, and I was kind of aghast because I looked over and she's watching a movie that anybody could see on her screen. There was 2 naked people on the screen.
It was probably a nature documentary.
No, it was not. It was 2 people, 2 actors having sex.
Okay, well, that was porn.
I was watching it. I'm going.
Here's my contention.
Sometimes I do wonder about that because I go in a plane. I mean, there's kids walking up and down the aisle.
Mainstream blockbuster movies, there aren't sex scenes anymore, and they used to be.
Do you think now it's just implied sex?
It's just kissing. There isn't. Yeah, or there's just nothing.
They'll kiss passionately, and then they'll push each other against the wall, and then they'll cut to the next morning.
They don't even do that. They just don't put it in. That's just not part of the plot. The male and female interest will just kiss each other or embrace each other at the end of. But it's only action and violence now. There's no sex scenes in mainstream movies.
I will admit, I don't think that's true.
It is true. If it's a romance, then yeah, fair enough. But not in But in blockbuster movies, they used to be. The heroine and would have the Tom Cruise, Kelly McGillis scene. That doesn't exist anymore in mainstream movies.
In fairness, do blockbuster movies even exist anymore?
Well, that is also the problem. It's all grown men in latex. That's your sex. There's limited sexiness.
I mean, it's either like a Marvel movie.
That's what I mean.
Or it's on
what do you think I meant?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Or
I was hoping that was clear.
It's just on Hulu or Netflix or whatever. Prime. Although, in fairness, I recently went to the movies. I saw Minecraft movie with my boys,
Okay, yeah.
and I'm watching it, and I enjoyed it through their eyes. But there's people laughing and people talking, and all I could think of, I go, terrible experience. The movie, like people want to know like why nobody goes to the movies anymore. But like this is a terrible experience. I can just do this at home. I've got a big screen at home. I can make my own popcorn.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, chat. We'll ask you. How many of you still go to the movies? How many of you go to the movies? And for those of you who still go to the movies, how often do you go to the movies now compared to, say, pre-COVID? So say 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, definitely less.
I mean, I think the change was already happening, but I think COVID accelerated it. And then just made people I think COVID just put people on the spot where like, I don't need to go. What's the point? Well, we've got a raise here and a lot of action and got a bit of an action flop. Velazzo with the overs.
Really action flop.
Yeah, overs and the gut shot. Jakura with top pair. Saya's open-ended, but 9/8s. When you got the ass end of the 9/8 draw, it's a little bit scary because you've got to realize the queen is not a great card for you, especially when there's a big raise in pre. Lime hasn't been to a movie since COVID. Well, you live in Costa Rica. Is there even a movie theater there? Leo Geiger, been 8 years since I went to the movies. Wow.
Leo moves in here. I just was about to say, you were talking about the movies. I wonder what he'll do.
Yeah, I mean, on that stack depth, I think it's just the right play. It's a wet board. If you're beat, you're beat. And you can get called by worse. Or just deny the equity. And look at this. It's a huge win for them.
Yeah, it is.
All smiles for the Brazilian.
David, we need to give away a ticket.
Another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another one? I mean, we've been sitting here for hours. We're giving away one ticket. We've got about 80 to get through.
You got it. Quantum Criminal says the last day. That's the one thing is, I was at the movies the other day and I was the only person on the screen. Yeah. Ingrid's very excited. I'm assuming about the ticket. Maybe something else. I don't know. Ingrid. Yeah, literally the only time I go to the movies now is I'll take my kids there because it's experience for them. They do enjoy the huge screen and the popcorn and that kind of thing. But nobody else. Let's give away a ticket. Are we going to do it with a game or are we doing do a keyword?
Keyword.
No games for you, huh? Gameless.
Gameless. No, we'll do games later, but we'll do games for the big tickets, the 109s.
Okay, fair enough.
We're just going to do keywords for the $33 tickets. Lime. Fresh from a 1-month sabbatical. Direct to your Twitch feed. Is the keyword ready?
I'm not getting. I am not even being talked to about these. I don't get to. Nobody asks me. Nobody cares what I think about these keywords.
No, well, you just fill the space. No, I mean the dead air. While we do the logistics. I suggested the keyword sex scene. We didn't go for that.
This is a $33.
It's $33. Keywords are 33. Lawden thinks a 109 Lime. Keywords are 33. One winner. Somebody is going to win a ticket, and that somebody could be you.
If you think, by the way, you might win a 109 one later, don't enter this contest.
Don't listen to David Tupman ever. Is the keyword ready, Lime? Everyone is on the edge of their seat / sofa.
Ah.
What's that noise? Don't just make noises. We're trying to...
Sorry, I was...
Sound like you've just relieved yourself. Oh, sorry, Lime. I didn't know that you said it was, because then you were asking about tickets amounts, and I'm worried. And the keyword is movie.
Movie.
Movie is the keyword. Type in movie. Ingrid says, Leo is my master Miyagi. Probably need some more info on that. Winning Kathy says, sad I didn't get to meet the two of you last night, Dave and Nick. Evergreen statement, I would imagine. Type movie.
Yep.
Win a ticket.
You got in today, right?
Last night.
Oh.
Late.
We're here now, though, Winning Kathy.
Had a hotel room service pizza. Is one of the worst things I've eaten in the last 5 years. Not exaggerating. I still ate it. I was hungry.
Right. I sent you a message and I said, "Hey, do you?"
It was like 11 o'clock. I was like tired and
Yeah, fair enough.
And I'm going to spend enough time with you. I can't have dinner with you the night before we start.
No,
That's like.
no. I understand.
Type movie. Win a ticket.
Yep.
Have a great time.
Yeah, and these tickets are going to go to good use. We have the XL Spring Series coming up in just 4 days. That's right. It all starts on Sunday. 1.5 million guaranteed over the series. Celebrate spring the only way you can on poker on 888. Get your movies in there. Zoot. In there. Watch it, brother. In there as well. You should be too.
This is a 4-bet?
Yes.
It is to what?
You're charging your opponent, who has a worse hand than yours.
No, I know. Belmont has options here.
They do.
All 3 courses of action are possible.
Yeah, it's it's 8,500. The pot's 22.5. They are in position, and they decide to call.
Indeed.
So we got 31,000 in the pot already. Gaiasar with just 46,000 behind. So they say that the SPR, the stack to pot ratio, about 1.5.
He can blind bet small. See what happens.
I prefer to see the but hey, yeah, sure. Yeah, once you decide to play queens this aggressively pre-flop, I would imagine you're just going to keep betting. There's no real reason not to.
Well, why didn't you like my blind bet idea?
Your blind bet.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's ace, king, deuce.
Yeah, but if you bet blind,
you don't know.
You give nothing away.
You give. I got you. Fair enough.
And it's just projecting strength.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, this hand's over.
Yeah, likely over. I might have bet a little bit smaller.
Wait a minute. Wait. It's not over. Why is it not over? I don't understand.
Belmont thinks, hey, I'm getting 3-1. I'm going to call. I'm not particularly worried about a 7.
So if you're Belmont, what range are you putting guys on where calling is the best route here?
Well, I'm going to go on the other side of that.
You're hoping they give up when they have exactly ace king.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine that you're trying to rep, like you have 10s or jacks or something like that.
Yeah.
And you're trying to sell that. The problem is that
it feels like a good line to give up chips. You're hoping they have you have an ace. This only works if A, they also have one, and B, they give up.
Yeah, although it doesn't work if you give up because
and C they call.
Right. Well, the funny thing is,
fold. Sorry.
I mean, if Gaiasar knew exactly what his opponent had there, the play is actually to check the turn, let your opponent try to rep the 7, which makes no sense in a 4-bet pot.
Yeah.
And then you can snap them off.
Ingrid says Leo Jacor is a great teacher. Yeah, fair shout.
No, yeah.
Good luck to Leo.
I mean, that's the one thing that's great about the 888 team as the blinds move up to 400, 800, 800. The stream team members and the ambassadors that we currently have, this is no slight on our older ones, but the ones we have right now are all really good at poker. You know, whether it's Leo Jacura, whether it's Mateus, Aaron Baroni, who I mentioned, Ian Simpson, fantastic, Viv, obviously, even Easty. You know, I love to rip him, but Easty knows his stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got some great players on our team.
We used to make fun of them all back in the day because none of them would ever make the final table.
But I think we motivated them to be their best selves. We got a all in for how much? 24/7.
So is all in. This is a fantastic first day table.
Lively.
I mean, listen, you and I have covered a many day 1B, day 1C action, and sometimes it's like limp, 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 limp.
Yeah.
Let's check it down.
This one has definitely not been that.
Ace 10. This is a pretty. I was about to say this is a pretty easy fold, but they're all playing like everybody's got a $10,000 bounty on their head.
Somebody is about to win a $33 ticket. We just need to see this run out. Sorry to delay it with whatever this is.
Look at this,
some
though.
Poker run out or other.
The second time we've seen somebody make a huge call and be right.
Yeah. I mean, Ace 10 is the nuts at this table. That's what we've learned.
And there's a 10. Sai has these running hearts or running threes.
I'm very sorry to hold up the ticket giveaway. I'm being told we have to see what happens in this hand.
No, this is interesting. That's
it.
That is it. Saez gives away his last 25,000 chips.
Let's find a winner, Lime.
Let's do. I want to talk about this hand afterwards.
You do what you like, but only after.
Only after. Let's do. Who won? Who won?
I don't know yet.
Oh my! I'm so excited. Like a little puppy dog. Who won it all? Here we go.
It's you. Jamogi. Well done, Jamogi.
That's awesome.
You're a $33 ticket winner. Very well done. If you're not Jamogi, don't despair. We've got 800 tickets left to give away. No, we haven't got that. We've got 13 tickets left to give away. And we've got $109 tickets. No small tickets, $33 tickets. Pretty cool. But lots to give away here on our first day of streaming from Barcelona. The XL Spring Series is not on the 18th to the 26th. That's not our information.
No, but yeah, just wait like 3 minutes. It'll come up the other in English. It'll be the 19th to 27th.
Okay. Thank you for my Wheel of Justice win on Monday, guys. You're very welcome, NetJam. Good luck when you do use your ticket. Tell us how you get on, of course.
Congrats to Jamagi. And, of course, Zep, you have each won a $33 ticket. As always, make sure your whispers are not set to private so Lime Ricky can get you your ticket. Good luck to you. We hope you turn that $33 ticket into thousands. I've seen this before, by the way. Players have a rough start to their tournament, right? And they go from 50,000 chips to, say, 25,000. And they look around the table, and everybody else is 80,000 and 100,000, and maybe somebody's got 130. And they panic.
Quite right.
And they're like,
you're massively outgunned. I
only have 25,000 chips. I have to get something. I've got to do something. I can't just sit here. And then they decide, I'm going to put them all in. I am going to wager all of my betting biscuits with ace 3.
But what if you've got like 4 bullets and you just want to get a big stack?
Okay, fine. But it's still, yeah, I mean, in theory, you can poke a hole through my theory if you want to. In theory, whether you have 4 bullets or 40 bullets or 1 bullet, you should be playing the same. I know that's not the case, but in theory, that's you should.
You absolutely should be. You should be making plus EV decisions. That doesn't change if you've got 4 bullets or 1 bullet.
Right. We've seen players do that where they just panic because they feel like they have to do something because they're short stacked, and it's like you're not short stacked. You just have less chips than your neighbor. If you have questions, you can join our subreddit. You can ask the frog. Or him, Ian Simpson. Ian Simpson is having a year.
Ian Simpson has busted. Ian
What?
Simpson has busted. Yeah. He's out.
Did somebody not get the memo? 2025 was the year of Ian Simpson.
Yeah, but I mean, he'll buy in like again.
Oh yeah. He's not going anywhere. And another huge shove here. A raise to 1600, 2 calls, and then an all-in. Ace-3 of diamonds moving all in. Now this is actually a shove I actually kind of like because you had a raise to 1600 and then 2 calls. So you got some dead money in the pot. And Russ has got a pretty good shoving stack on that. And looks like this one will get through. Velanta is thinking about it. I don't think you can call here with ace-4 though. Oh, good news. Winning Kathy got to meet Lucia and Vivi, Aaron and Ian on Tuesday, and Easty last night. Wow.
Who's your favourite? Who's your favourite and who's the most disappointing?
Velata tosses the ace-4 in the muck. Nice little pickup for Russ, who adds about 30% to his stack without even seeing a flop.
Aaron, Vivi, and Ian, he says, Winning Cathy.
That's too many.
So your favourite was everyone except except Lucia and Easty.
Wow.
That's cold.
I feel like it's like the, who's your favorite child? And every parent will always say, I don't have a favorite. I love them all equally. Okay, first of all, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Every parent has a favorite, okay? Yeah. And by the way, for all of you wondering if you're the favorite, if you're wondering, you're not.
Yeah, that's
If your parent has never told you that you're the favorite, then you're not. Your sibling is.
You don't say that.
Yeah, it's okay. They need to know.
You tell your kids one of them's the favourite.
I told the one that's my favorite. He knows.
Okay. Well, how did the other one take it?
Well, he doesn't know. I didn't tell him he's not my favorite. I just didn't tell him he was my favorite. I just always say I love all my children. I do.
Mm-hmm. You just don't want to be around one of them.
Listen, my sister is very aware of the fact she's now in her 50s. She's older than me, and she's very aware of the fact that her baby brother is the favorite, the golden child.
You were?
Oh, of course. I was the baby. I was the baby, and I was the boy.
People change, though, don't they? So probably
I
probably didn't see you at your peak. Fanfop, I didn't read it out, but what you wrote was very funny. More action with no hands here on this feature table. Hope you're enjoying it. There's a lot of loosey-goosey action.
And a call here from the small blind with Jack 10.
I mean, it gets there eventually.
That camera shot almost made me sick.
And then Kathy says, I like Nick Eastwood now that I've met him. His public persona is, not doing him any favours, that seems to suggest.
Wow, Happy Ray says, wait, Tuck, your sister's in her 50s and you're the younger sibling? You've had a tough life, obviously.
Holy cow. Like, what? Our chat are usually really nice.
I know. Happy Ray. Smile.
It's not very happy. It's brutalising. Poor David. David has had a very difficult day, in fairness. Earlier, he couldn't get his smoothie into the booth.
Well, I got it in. I just had to fight for it.
Yeah. Sorry, that's the end of the sentence. I don't know if you're expecting more elements of his difficult day, but it's one thing to deal with the situation, it's another to deal with the post-event trauma.
It's kind of a weird hand that never should have taken place. I mean, this should have just been bet, fold, hand over. And instead, it's bet, call, and somehow we got to the river. There's 4 clubs out there. Gron is actually bet for value. This is a value bet with a straight on a 4-club board.
I presume Russ is thinking about raising. I don't think there's any other reason to be thinking here.
Right? I think he's thinking of calling. I really do. I think he's thinking, well, this guy's got nothing at all.
Yeah,
but keep in mind, Grunny called the flop. Like, what did he call the flop with? Now we can see he called with nothing, but like,
I think he must be thinking about raising. He's cutting out. He's cut out raising chips. He folds, which is correct. Look, but a raise would have worked.
Yeah.
But we don't. We know that he doesn't.
I mean, high level poker, you will see players value bet a straight in that spot sometimes, not all the time, but you'll see them value bet almost any club, any flush, and sometimes his hands is, weak as a straight. Jamagi. Jamagi's so cool. Thank you for the ticket. Didn't even realize I'd won. What's up, Crazy Scotsman? How are you?
Pero son 1.600, coño, son 1.600 y hay 11.000, hay 10.000 en el bote, para los 3.600. Han de 1.100, mira, 600, 1.600, pues ya veo.
Chatty table, too. As far as day one tables, I think we feel like we hit the jackpot. Can we keep this one for the next 7 hours? Make that happen.
I mean, there'll be lots of good tables, David. Don't worry. Fenfop's on fire in the chat. Congrats, Jedamonis and Dordoni, on winning the giveaways. I'm typing this now to save time later. That's very funny.
Fenfop should do stand-up.
Absolutely.
Might have to work on it. I mean, I don't know if...
It's a niche crowd.
Yeah.
It would be your worry, wouldn't it?
You'd have like 1 or 2 people in the chat who are like, yeah, I watch streams too. This is awesome.
Yeah.
So you know Liv.
Who?
Liv Bury.
Yes.
So Liv, who obviously a poker personality, but also has done podcasts and all sorts of different things. Her husband, Igor, also poker player. Huh?
They're not married.
They're not married. They've just been together for 1,000,000 years?
Yeah.
Okay. They're common law marriage wedding, we'll just say. Common law husband-wife. Anyway, he asked her, she was like, hey, what do you want for your birthday?
Okay.
And Igor...
Is this a joke or is this
no,
a real
it's
thing?
real.
Okay.
And apparently Igor asked Liv, said, for my birthday, I want you to do stand-up comedy.
Okay.
For a night.
Okay.
And she said yes.
Oh, really?
So she was like, okay, I guess this is what you want for your birthday, fine. So she did it. And she said it was terrible. She was awful.
Uh-huh.
And she's good at everything she does.
Stand-up comedy is a very strange thing.
I do feel like, and she said this, and I think it's almost like I've always said, everybody should wait tables at some point in their life, right? Work in the service industry at some point in your life. It puts perspective on it all. And I do think, if you can, I think everybody should try stand-up comedy once and just realize how hard it is.
Have you done it?
I have. I was terrible.
Were you?
Yeah. I mean, I think I wasn't terrible.
Did you do your Titanic spoiler joke? Is that why? That would have gone down badly.
I feel like I had a tight...
That was funny, what I just said.
I feel like I had a tight, 18 seconds.
Good walk-on joke.
I had an okay walk-on joke. But I quite enjoyed it. I wasn't like I was like, but it was, I was more frightened than I thought I would be. And I'm not normally frightened in front of crowds.
Yeah, it's definitely frightening.
I was more frightened because I was like, I walked out then, it just felt like I had all these eyes looking at me like, okay, funny boy, make me laugh.
Well, it's the one form of entertainment where there isn't subjectivity. They're either laughing or they're not. Every other form of entertainment, people can enjoy it at different levels, and it's ambiguous. But stand up or comedy generally is much harder because people are either laughing or you're shit. Those are the two possibilities.
I do remember getting off, and I had a couple of chuckles here and there. Like there were people that were like they would smile, and I got off, and my friend was like, "Man, you did really well," and I'd be like, "No, like to your point." I was like, "No, they weren't laughing.
Yeah,
I'm not an idiot.
yeah.
I can tell." Yeah, the way Leo Jakura is smiling, I had people like that, and then more of a polite smile.
Just like mild.
Yeah, like mildly, like you're.
Oh, I can see what he was going
Yeah,
for
that's
there.
not bad. Okay, yeah, I remember that. I can relate to it, but no belly laughs. I assume you've obviously done it.
I've done it, yeah.
Yeah, you were probably good at it, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think it was okay, but I mean, I prefer hosting, so I'm good at hosting events.
At the MC thing.
Yeah, MCing, but that's not quite the same as stand-up. I did some stand-up in college, but not tons.
Yeah, MCing things like whether it's a charity poker event or I've done that a bunch, and that's the weird thing is it doesn't feel like it's all that different. The only
It's totally different because you got things to play off.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's why it's easier for me.
Stand-up, you have nothing. Stand-up, you just have a blank slate, and you've just got to make people laugh. Whereas MCing, you've got context, so you can do jokes about.
Well, yeah, you
the
just
event, where
and you're
you
playing.
are.
Well, you're playing off people too.
You play off people. You're linking things together, so you can make jokes about the things. It felt much easier.
Well, it felt like I was much more when you MC an event. You seem far more intimate with your crowd. Like I was doing a charity poker event, and I was able to make fun of people that I knew, and everybody was like laughing because they all knew. Everybody was familiar
Ace
with
King
each other.
versus Jacks.
Yep, it's all in. I mean, we've had all ins with ace threes, and so this feels like a no-brainer. 44-8 in the pot. Who do you like?
Jacks. I've never seen Jacks lose, in fairness.
I'll take the ace king for a quid.
Okay. For a quid, for €1. It's not dead. It's exciting.
Saw the ace, I got excited.
You should do. That's a very good card for you.
Mm.
You're going to owe me €1.
Come on, queen.
There's no queens left.
Come on, queen ball.
Degenerate gambler about to lose €1.
Oh, gosh. It's not a queen. Ace king eliminated. More importantly, I just lost €1.
I win again. Another victory. A dear diary moment for Wealthall.
I'm going to keep track of the...
You can play double or quits if you like. By the end of 4 days, you might owe me €356,000.
We'll go there. There's one. I've done this in World Series of Poker streams, and I've been able to do double nothing, but
double or nothing is scary.
No, yeah, well, I was with somebody, and they would constantly take the worst of it all the time now because they just didn't understand, and they'd be like, "When do you think this final table will end?" And I've covered thousands of them, right? So I gave them a time. They were like, "No, that's way off." And I'm like, "Okay," and not surprisingly, I was not off. Yes, we are giving away $500 in cash prizes in today's free roll. That'll start at 19 GMT, which is an hour and a half from now, hour and 28 minutes. Registration for that free roll will begin in 28 minutes. We'll give you the password then.
Leo is calling or 3-betting. He calls on the button. Quite like flatting with that hand in position. You keep worse aces in. Keep worse jacks in.
He hits his ace. I think a lot of people kind of discount that. You realize that when you 3-bet with a hand like that, suddenly you're up against hands that are beating yours, and you very rarely will dominate your opponent.
I mean, either is fine.
Yeah, no.
But deep stacked in a when players are deep stacked and this is not a table of people folding, you probably can make more money calling.
Velata calling for the gut shot, looking for the 3 or maybe a diamond to give them a little bit more equity.
I mean, you have people calling the flop with 5-2 on an ace queen 4. I mean,
They've got a gut shot.
I mean, you're clearly making money by keeping them in the pot.
Yeah. Jagura gonna check this one back? No. I'm gonna bet 8,000.
No, because he's really good at poker.
Right. I have the best hand here. They're gonna call me with worse.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, wins a modest one. We're coming up on a break, and I think, in fact, that is break, David Tuckman.
Yeah. Breaks are about 15 minutes. We'll be back in 15 with more 888 poker action from Barcelona.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the independent chip model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are gonna get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. is a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind. But that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30K package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace-queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're 1 away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought, just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30K package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace-queen. Sometimes mistakes, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how the person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. it was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs. Because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm gonna share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our fold equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money, despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000.
Hello and welcome back. We are at 888 Live, Barcelona. David Tuchman alongside Nick Wilthall.
Hello.
Yes, that's him. And we got a new table for you. You might have said, you mentioned earlier that Aaron Baroni was right next to Vivian Saliba. Well, we took that table. We'll be here for the next 3 levels. Then the players go on a dinner break. Levels are 40 minutes long. Viv Saliba,
Look,
our chip leader.
Vivi's winning.
Yes. She is
I
currently winning.
approve of this content.
Yes. It's like we're in a marathon, which is 26.2 miles, and we are in mile 2. And she is leading the marathon right now, which is better than have fallen on her face and be out like Ian Simpson has already. So good job for Viv. Aaron Baroni on her left. Tough day 1B player to have on your left.
Well, unless, of course, you crush people's dreams like Vivi does. $888 on 888 violence. That's what I'm looking for.
If you were watching channel during the break, you heard
David
a lot
Katai. No, it's not.
You heard a lot of strategy talk from Aaron, and now we get to see him.
Oh yeah, he was on the.
He talks a good game. Can he play though? Let's see.
Let's see. Vivian Saliba is the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe PL champion. She is a bracelet holder. Pick the bones out of that, Baroni. Where's your bracelet?
Yeah, she's had a lot of really big success. I mean, it was the 888 poker, the 888 World Series of Poker event a few years ago. I want to say she finished in 4th or 3rd place for a huge score as well. So she finished high in the $10,000 PLO event one year. She would make a great ambassador for a poker site.
Vivian Saliba.
Yeah, I mean, she's just really good at poker. And she's so damn nice. We have a lot of giveaways for you, folks. Yes, all in. We have 15 giveaways today. We've only given away 2.
Oh, you're saying we should pick up the pace?
No, I'm saying how exciting. I'm just pointing out how exciting it is for our viewers. We have 10 $33 tickets and 5 $109 tickets to give away.
We do need to pick up the pace, though.
And we also have a free roll that starts in 1 hour and 8 minutes. Registration for that will be open in 8 minutes.
How many people watching get my David Katai lookalike reference? Like 3?
Yeah. Davide, he was.
Davide Katai.
Yeah, is he Belgium? I want to say he's Belgium. Anyway, he's probably the best poker player you've never heard of.
Yeah,
he's phenomenal.
He's got one of the best live read hands on YouTube.
Oh, and it's not. He has the one on YouTube, but I've had the privilege and pleasure of commentating on him many times.
Oh yeah.
And he
just a sick individual.
Oh, the things he like, Queen High. Like I've seen him value bet with King High.
Right.
I've seen him call down with Jack High, and be right in both spots. Like he's just crazy. Good.
Very, very talented person.
Night shopper. A fan of Belgium.
He is from Belgium.
Look at that. Look at me.
Let's do Loddon Thinks. Let's give away some $109 tickets, David.
What?
What do you think?
Some or just one? Let's do one.
One? We've got so many to get through.
We're going to be here for a while.
How are we going to get through them one at a time?
I don't think that's going to be that hard. We're here for 6 hours of commentary.
I want to take 5 Loddon Thinks questions. Can you think of 3?
One ticket.
One?
Yes. You know what? Listen.
God. There's going to be a massive ticket rush at the end.
There's not.
There is. I do the sums.
They just give away one ticket.
Okay, we're going to play for one $109 ticket. David Tuckman just cut your winning chances in half because he is bad Santa.
We're giving them away. They're going to get them. We're just
bad Santa. That's what you are. Okay. Round numbers only. Oh, wait, I should do the rules because it's the first time.
You do the rules.
So we're going to play What Does David Think? I'm going to ask David a question. You in chat are going to guess what David will answer. Google does not help you. David is going to do his best to get the answer right. This is a Googleable answer, but it's not going to help you. Because it's what does David think? Do you understand? Comprende? You can only guess once. If you guess more than once, Lime, who's back, and rules with an iron fist. None of this Hayden niceness anymore. Lime will block your ass so fast you'll wish you'd never been signed up to Twitch. Anyway, we are going to ask one question. We're going to give away a $109 ticket. Lots of luck. One guess per player. David, round numbers only. Round numbers only. What are Davide Katai's Hendon Mob Live tournament winnings?
Davide Katai.
What does David Tuckman think? Davide Katai, who we've just been discussing, super uber talented poker player. Round numbers only. Don't mess about. Round numbers only. What are Davide? What Brazilian Donk? You've guessed 84. What the heck is that? He's won more than $84. He's one of the most talented.
I mean, you think we'd be talking about him? If
his prize money, you bananas. His prize money, lifetime on Hendon Mob. What are you doing? Also, some of these aren't round. If you don't guess a round number, you guess doesn't count. Just to be clear, Lime. If it's not a round number, just don't include it.
God, Nick is spicy today.
Well, we've only got so much time in our lives. Aaron Brony's got kings, by the way.
Yes, and that Vista.
Lord Grim, that's not a round number. You're out.
I was raised.
I'm sorry. It's got to end in a 0.
I'm giving him no. You said 888,000. I'm giving him an $888. He gets a pass.
Well, it's up to Lime anyway. I'm just trying to make Lime's life easier because she's the one I really care about. You don't get the question. Davide Katai is a poker player. What are his all-time tournament winnings, commonly referred to as his Hendon Mob number? What are his Hendon Mob winnings?
Okay. Got my answer in. I typed it into the chat.
Well done for guessing in a round number, which some of our chats are really struggling to comprehend what a round number is. Aaron with a...
We're still on this hand.
Nice big 3-bet, which has been called in position by an optimistic 8-7.
I love live poker because online we do Magic Monday, and I'll ask you a question. I'll ask me a question. I'll be like, okay, we'll cover the poker where the other person thinks. And while we're thinking, 3 hands will play.
Right.
And here, it's like...
one street.
We didn't even get a street.
We didn't give it a street. The Crazy Scotsman, the question is, there is a very talented, uber-talented poker player called Davide Katai.
One of my favorite... By the way, he is actually... I would say...
fantastic to watch.
He's probably like top 5 of all the players I've ever commentated on.
The question I asked David Tuckman is, what are his Hendon Mob all-time live tournament winnings? You're supposed to be guessing in round numbers. Some people in chat have found that too difficult.
And by the way, what are these tickets for, if everybody's wondering? You're to use on 888 Poker during the XL Spring Series. The $33 tickets that we're giving away, by the way, later on and throughout the show, those are for the main event satellites.
Oh,
which is pretty awesome. Yeah. Raul, patience. Registration not even open yet. The tournament's starting in an hour and 2 minutes. I'll get that out to you soon, though, I promise. So kings and 7,
I don't
8.
understand what's happening in this hand. Why is there no action?
Don't know. Everything's taking a long time.
It's really weird.
This hand has taken like 11 minutes. It feels like it's taken an hour.
So Aaron has bet, and Davisha has called, and any minute now we'll see a turn.
Dex is pointing out that 1 is a round number. We're not going to decimals here. 10's a scary card here. On a wet board, obviously. I mean, Aaron's not going to just be like, oh, well, my opponent always has a 10. But, you know, when your opponent raises and calls a 3-bet, hands like Jack 10, 10, 9, those are hands that are certainly in your opponent's range. When they call the flop bet, and you've got to give them some 10s. Yes, sorry.
Yeah. 1 isn't a round number when we're discussing somebody's lifetime tournament winnings. He hasn't won $1, has he?
Right, but I mean, I guess you could make the argument, like, where are you stopping it?
I was trying to credit our chat with some degree of A, common sense, and B, empathy for Lime.
Like BC says 557,900. There are 2 zeros at the end of that. Is that a round number?
Dex, you can't tell me what to specify. You're not the boss of me. No one can tell me what to specify. Specify a number that is kind to Lime Ricky, who has to siphon through.
Cindy Bear says 88,000. Okay. These are better guesses than 84, by the way.
Somebody guessed 27. Somebody literally guessed 27.
$27.
Yeah. Aaron has shoved here and set the visceral in, which is it looks more dramatic than it actually is.
Well, he's trying to. I mean, he's trying to. And some people go, well, how can he get called by worse? I mean, when he gets called, his opponent's going to have a 10. The problem is that your opponent's actually going to have a big hand occasionally. They're going to have an overpair sometimes. And it might look to them like you're trying to buy the pot. Like you've got 2 big hearts. And the fact of the matter is Aaron does have a big heart in his hands. So it makes it less likely his opponent's got that draw. I imagine that's part of the reason why he's doing this play. We can ask him now. It's a great thing about having him here.
Aaron, oh no, it's only like he's only bet 24,000 into.
Right, exactly. It's not as big as it looks.
No.
And it does get the 8-7 to fold.
The contest is closed.
Contest is closed. Somebody's going to win. Okay, so this ticket, by the way, is for the opening event of the XL Spring Series. So I want to make sure people understand. The $109 tickets we're giving away 5 total. Those are for the opening event of the XL Spring Series, which starts on Sunday, everybody. Super excited about that. 1.5 million guaranteed. This is crazy.
And in the series, not that event.
Right. Then the $33 ticket giveaways are for the main event satellite tickets. We, by the way, Nick and I, are going to be commentating on that final table of the main event.
Big one.
Huge
Huge one.
That'll be Tuesday, the 27th.
It's a whopper.
So cool. Contest is closed. I'm actually intrigued now. I'm going to go look on Hendon Mob and find out if I was close.
I can tell you weren't.
It's not close. Well, I feel like I wasn't way off, actually. I feel like that was. I mean, I'm in the right realm.
Frickin' miles off.
Yeah, but I'm in the realm at least.
Are you?
Yeah. The crazy thing about him, so his best live cash is under $1 million. He does not have a 7-figure score, and this makes him even more impressive. His biggest score is under $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you say that and you go, okay, well, if the guy's never had a 7-figure score, he's never had a big one, you would actually think, okay, his number's pretty low or lowish.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he has $11 million in lifetime earnings. Ooh, you wanted the 888. 888 violence on 888 violence, and here it is. Cut off button. This reminds me, by the way, of the time that I 4-bet with 7s against Vivienne, and she folded jacks. Abused her.
This is extremely tedious. You do not want. No, it is. You do not want to have your cut-off opens 3-bet. Just the one thing that is very annoying in a tournament.
Well, and Vivienne not calling here for a few reasons. I think to your point, I think part of it also is to protect your ability to open. Because if you open and every time you get 3-bet, it can be very frustrating.
Yeah, her hand's also just too strong to fold.
Yeah.
If you're folding King Jack against a button 3-bet, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, King Jack suited.
Suited, I mean. Vivi wants to check raise.
You'd like to see a diamond out there, obviously. Still, action is still on Viv. I don't think she's doing anything but checking here. But she's a pretty creative player. Everybody slow their roll to free roll. It's coming.
David's wrong again. I
am.
David's
Look at
wrong.
this. She leads out. So
that is a sexy lead.
Yeah, the donk lead here, they call it. It's clearly she's not a donk, so we'll have to rename it. But it's kind of an interesting play. I mean, the lead out into a 3-better.
Can you stop predicting action?
Yeah, I'll do
Yeah.
that. I just didn't think
you have an unbelievable ability to be wrong.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm wrong far more often than I am right. I'm really curious about this one.
So, Aaron has enough equity here to call, unfortunately, for Vivi. If he had, like, you know, ace queen off and no spade, something like this. Oh, yeah, money card for Viv. Let's go. I'm not biased. I'm just rooting against Aaron, unfortunately.
I know. Sounds like you are quite biased.
Yeah, I am.
But that is an action card, no doubt about it. 2 clubs out there. And I imagine I'd love to get inside their heads. I mean, they should create a video out of this hand where both of them kind of talk about what they're thinking.
Well, Aaron's call is pretty straightforward, isn't it? He's got a gut shot. He's got 2 overs. He's got backdoor spades. He's got the possibility of her giving up. He's got the uncapped range in the hand. So his call's pretty straightforward. Vivian's decision is less straightforward, but now she's going to value bet because, you know, he can have 9s, 10s, jacks, queens.
Oh.
He can have, like, he's 3-bet.
So many hands.
So many hands, and she is definitely ahead.
I mean, there are times where he has ace-king.
Sorry, he's not definitely. I didn't mean to say that.
Right.
She's definitely ahead of his range, is what I meant.
Right. And unfortunately for Aaron, I mean, he can't go anywhere. He's getting 4-1. You see the lead out in heads up spots very often. And I guess just with the texture of the flop, she just figured, hey, this gets checked back a lot, and I don't want to give him the power to check back. So, you know, when I have a pair, when I have an 8, I want to bet, so I'm going to put some bluffs in there as well. And she leads out, but it's an incredibly interesting hand. Oh, look at this.
For God's sake. I hate this game. It's so stupid.
That is a really bad card for Viv. I mean, we can see the cards, so we know it is. But even if you don't know what the cards are, it's a terrible card because the spades got there. If your opponent had a 9, they got there. Also, and suddenly, what can we beat now?
Yeah.
You know, we lose to king-queen. We lose to ace-king. We don't beat any other kings. We still beat jacks, but we block that, right? It's a particularly awful card. 55,000 in the pot, by the way. This is a big one. Between these two, this is really interesting stuff. She checks. Action on Aaron. And Aaron going to see if he can squeeze a little bit more juice out of this orange. Spades got there. The 9 is a straight, but he does have top 2. Still top 2, and he checks. And he checks it back. Does not go for the value. I was curious, didn't want to predict and be wrong again. I was curious if he would go for value there or not. He's decided that he could not get value from worse.
Yeah, I don't. Unless she's got. I mean, what does she pay off with?
Maybe King Jack. I mean, maybe the funny thing is, like, he might have been able to get value from some of the kings, or maybe like 2 pair. Like if she had 2 pair, like 7-8. Depending on the sizing of the bet.
Yeah. I don't think. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm actually genuinely going to make a suggestion, though. to the powers that be at 888. Well, I'd like to see the two of them talk about. I would like to see a video of that hand.
Yeah, I'm sure Vivian would really enjoy that. Yeah.
And then talk through their decision making. It's just a hand on day 1B. I don't think she's gonna worry about it too much.
You'd enjoy that if I made you talk through a hand that you lost.
Yeah, I honestly would. I genuinely would have no issue with it. I mean, we're not talking about a hand that Yeah, I mean, even if it was a hand that you got knocked out on at the final table, I'm not saying do it right now.
She doesn't have plenty of worse two pairs, Shepherd's Bush. What two pairs does she have?
Well, 8-7 suited.
That's one.
7-6 suited. I mean, is she
I
folding?
I don't know if she defends 8-7 and 7-6 in pre-flop. I'd have to ask her, but I don't know if she defends 8-7 and 7-6. I'm not sure that she does. I don't think she. But if you think she defends 8-7 and 7-6 in a 3-bet pot, then fine. But I'm not sure that she does.
Yeah, I mean, if she does not defend those hands, then what is she leading out with?
I presume she leads out with a lot of range in that spot, right?
Well, what value?
If she leads out with that. What value?
Yeah, what value hands is she leading out with? Remember, she raised and then called a 3-bet. She didn't 4-bet.
Yeah.
And the flop is 6, 7, 8.
So I presume tens, jacks. That she hasn't 4-bet. I don't know what else. Obviously, sets. She definitely leads with sets there, I think. Although there are only 3 combinations of sets, but she definitely leads with sets because she doesn't want it to check through.
Right, but if there's 3 combinations of sets, that means actually 9 combinations of hands. I think, obviously a hand between two, really, really accomplished poker players, just a random hand on day 1B, but it's an incredibly interesting one when you get a raise in a 3-bet, and she decides to lead out rather than the conventional just check to the raiser in a heads-up spot and maybe play that hand as a check raise or something.
That's the only interesting street, though, isn't it? Like, why does Vivian?
I think the river is interesting as well.
Why?
I think the check back is quite interesting. I think checking back with 2 pairs is.
I think I disagree.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know what does he get called by?
Well, that's what we go back to. I mean, maybe 2 pair.
Yeah. So
another king.
Another king.
Yeah.
King, queen that she.
No, he had the king of spades, so it's unlikely she has a king. He has to think that she's leading out with some random king jack.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think I'm probably more intelligent than you, so I'm finding more.
You think you're more intelligent than me?
Likely, and I think that's part of the reason.
We had this dog when I was little, and it used to fight all the other dogs, and it had absolutely no idea that it was smaller than all the other dogs.
Yeah, maybe that's me. No, I'm probably finding this hand far more interesting because I'm at a different level than you.
Yeah, lower, so it's more interesting to you. Everything's more of a mystery. That's the point.
Ace high versus ace high.
22 horse. You're excited for the result. I don't know why you're excited for the result, because you haven't won. So, David Tuchman, I asked you, what are the lifetime earnings of Davide Kitai? There's a $109 ticket up for grabs. What are his lifetime earnings? How did you come to your answer?
Well, I don't think I was correct in the sense that I don't think Davide plays a lot of high rollers. He doesn't play a lot of high rollers, so I don't think he has that crazy. I knew he didn't have that crazy big score, like $6 million, $3 million, and I actually was correct in the assumption that I thought he had, his biggest scores were 6 figures, and because of that, when you only have 6-figure scores, it's hard to get up to that $10, $15 million range, which is actually where he's at. So because of that, but I knew he's a great poker player, so I figured he'd have a lot of results that were 6 figures. And I came up with $4.1 million.
$4.1 million is the exact right answer to the question. What does David Tuchman think Davide Kitai's lifetime earnings are? You've nailed it to the dollar, my friend. Well played.
I thought so.
If you guessed near $4.1 million, then you might have won. So 22 horse, you were nearly 2 million out, so you probably haven't won. So I don't know what you were excited about.
Yeah.
I can tell you, David Tuckman, that everyone's guesses were terrible.
I mean,
I know it's the first one of the tournament, but you've got to up your game.
I mean, the 27 guess was silly, but even the guesses that were like 88,000. Some of the guesses that were like, 67,000. I'm like, we're talking about. I mentioned that it was one of my favorite poker players. We're talking about how brilliant he is.
Do you know what?
Do you really think that his Hendon mob would be 88,000?
Some people definitely have this stream on without the sound up, and then they just guess when the thing comes up.
Okay,
Definitely was. That's the only explanation.
Right. Okay.
Anyway, the winner of the $109 ticket this is very funny, by the way. The only person that was cross, we hadn't announced the winners yet, was 22 horse. Their guess is pretty bad. It's 2 million out. And they're the winner.
What?
22 horse guessed 6 million, and they were closest.
Well, I guess it pays to be impatient.
It pays to be impatient. 22
congratulations.
Horse, you won.
Yep. Please check your whispers. Review the terms and conditions. Well done, 22 horse. You, my friends, are playing in the opening event of the XL Spring Series. Good luck to you. Viv with a gut shot. Pelenshi has the pair of sevens.
His actual live tournament winnings are actually 11.4 million. 11.4 million. So if you got an answer close to that, sort of well done, but that's not actually what we're trying to achieve here.
Leo Gajek actually was correct. Said Tuckman did the profit only.
Well, that's pretty good.
But it does. It really kind of puts an exclamation point on how good Davide Katai is. To not have a 7-figure score, and to still have 8 figures in Hendon Mob earnings is insane. I mean, that just
very impressive.
That's crazy.
Meanwhile, Vivi's in another pot that she does not have the best hand in, but this is a good bluffing card.
It's a really good bluffing
card. I don't
card.
know the action because we've been talking about contests.
Well, she's under the gun +2, so she clearly opened. And my guess would be that Pelenshi defended based on the pot size.
And then she bet the
flop because she had a gut shot. She had backdoor spades, and the turn's just a really good card for her. She's going to put a ton of pressure on a 5 or 3 or really any pair, and she's going to have ace-x of hearts here.
Sevens, draws.
Yeah, I really, I expect her to double barrel this almost always, and she does. And this is the exact kind of hand that you're targeting. You're attacking 7s, 6s, anything like that. And Pelenshi staring at the dealer thinking, why did you have to put the ace out there? Why? I would go as far as this, and I could be wrong.
How far will you go, David?
I'm go really far. No,
will you?
I will go as far as this.
Full frontal nudity on this one.
I am going to say, and I have no knowledge of this at all, that no other player, it's probably going to be a good little trivia question later on, no other player has 8 figures in Hendon mobs without at least one 7-figure score.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you can filter. Oh, look, Vivi gets the classic double barrel through. That'll make her feel a little bit better.
Great play
about
from her.
Aaron luck boxing his way out of that jam she put him in.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see a spade on the river and see if he turned his hand into a bluff, but once the king comes off, he's unlikely to.
Yeah, if it's a non-heart, she can absolutely bomb the river because he can't have a strong ace.
Oh, yeah, she's got all the aces in her range.
Yep.
He has,
He's capped.
He has that. Like something like that. Just so often.
Razvan, welcome along. This is live on a delay because we can see the whole cards, but you are live in Barcelona. Say hi to everyone.
Yeah, this is as live as we get. Aaron Baroni, by the way, our chip leader at the feature table with 107,000 chips. Viv.
Luck box.
Yeah, Viv's still healthy. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I can filter it, and maybe somebody else can give me the information. But I'm going to go on a limb and say that nobody has 8 figures on Hendon Mob without at least one 7-figure score except Davide Gatai.
Chat, something for you to do in an idle moment.
Well, listen, we're streaming like 30 hours over the next 4 days.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm giving you homework.
Something for them to do.
Yeah.
Hey, does Phil Helmuth have a 7-figure score?
Yeah.
From?
I don't know. The main event, no. I mean, like, yeah, for sure. I think like second. He did like second place in the 50K.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got some of those. You know.
Fair enough.
I mean, you can filter by like the highest earners. There aren't that many people with 10 million plus on Hendon Mob.
Why are you doing this when our chat will do it for us? Shouldn't you be commentating?
Okay, fine.
Look at this 3-bet. This has been a feisty pre-flop day one table. Now, what does Divisha do here? Almost certainly shoves. Just seen his stack. I thought it was going to be interesting as to whether he...
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ganoch has put himself into a spot where it's very difficult to fold anything if your opponent does 4-bet shove. And Divisha does move all in, and now Ganoch kind of in this terrible spot. But he's wearing an awesome 888poker hoodie.
Nice. Shepherd's Bush is saying the sound levels are low. Does everyone think the sound is low? Or is it just a one-off? He does call. 2-1 on his money. He's not going to like this. 6% of the time, this works out great for him.
I think once you 3-bet with the ace-jack, you put yourself in a spot you just can't fold. You're just going to be getting too good a price. And when your opponent does this with 10s or 9s, you're not in bad shape at all. And even if they have ace-king, you're not in bad shape. This is just one of those spots where you're hating it. 2 spades out there. Not going to help Ganoch's case. 45,000 chips in the pot. Divisha, is that flag, is that Belgium or is that, that is Belgium.
Hey, any 10.
Any 10 will do. That is not a 10, 3-eyed diamonds on the river, and our Belgium friend, that is not the Vita Gatai, does double up to 44,900. Ganoch down to 14.5. As we are now, and I want to say, at level 7 of day 1B.
Maybe all Belgian poker players look a bit like that. They've got like a factory. No limit hold'em players.
Just turn them out.
Yeah.
I assume you've been to Belgium, right?
I don't think I have.
No. I had to spend a couple of nights in Brussels. I was working on some visa things, and when I arrived in London, I had to leave the country and then come back in for them to actually properly do my work visa when I moved to the UK. So
sounds dodgy.
No, you had to.
Were you in the back of a van? Were you under some floorboards?
No, the way it worked, I arrived in London and I went to Sky and I got my work visa and I was like, oh, cool. And they were like, well, to get this actually properly put on your passport, you have to leave the country now and then you have to come back in with it. I was like, okay, I guess. And so I decided I took a train to Brussels and I spent since I was there, I was like, okay, well, I'll spend a couple of nights there. It was I had a great time. Had some lovely mussels.
That seems appropriate. That's their thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Came back in, got stamped. I was good to go. Did not see Davide, though. He was busy crushing souls.
Yeah, another 3-bet. We've had a lot of 3-bets. This one is of a short stack, and Garnack, who's just in the last hand, folds.
Poker has definitely changed. I can see even these 8-8 live events, which I thought were incredibly soft, even just a few years ago. Like day one, we'd see like limp, you know? Now you're seeing like, raise, 3-bet. Even the recreational players, it's just their game is much better. You know where players are still woefully awful? Free rolls.
Free rolls?
Yeah, free rolls players are still really, really bad. You can take advantage of that because we have a free roll starting for you in 37 minutes. Registration is open now. Password for it, 888-BCN1B.
What?
888 BCN, standing for Barcelona, 1B because we're in day 1B.
Okay.
888 BCN 1B gets you in to the free roll where $500 in cold hard cash being given away. 22 horse. Lime Ricky is still waiting on your reply with your details. She needs your deets. So the 88 Live Barcelona special free roll starting in 36 minutes. Get in there. A set. Oh, an interesting flop here. Font with the overs, the gut shot, and the flush draw. Saliba with a set of sixes. How does she navigate this? She's out of position.
How does she navigate it?
Yes.
She puts money in the middle. That's not navigated.
That's amazing analysis. You just can't get it anywhere else.
Vivi bantering.
Yeah, and you can, obviously it just seems like banter, but, she's such a pro and a great live pro now, trying to get a read on how strong her opponent is. And Viv has raised.
Big raise.
Yeah, Font has a really nice hand. I mean, got the king of hearts, any jack, any heart. And he's all in, and Viv going to gamble. And this is a huge pot, 113,000.
Happy days for Viv. This is a fist bump.
Yeah, but I mean, it's fist bump, and she's 64%.
2-1 on your money and hold him on the flop.
No, it's
pretty good.
Right. But listen, if the Dallas Mavericks could win the lottery.
That's true. Good luck, Vivi.
Come on, Jay Font. Rooting for the jack. There it is. Yes.
Why are you such a prick?
Listen, I'm objective. You took Viv's side. I took the other gentleman's side.
I'm telling you.
Board pair. Come on. Board pair.
Yeah, that's better. Pair the board. Oh, Christ alive. I hate poker. Why have we been made to watch this?
I'm here to enjoy them all.
I'm telling her.
He's wearing an 888 poker sweatshirt. That's why.
Next break, I'm telling her.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. Listen, if he was not wearing an 888 poker sweatshirt, I would not have been cheering for him. But you took Viv's side, and I figured, okay, I'll go for the guy who's.
You can do it, but this is just words. I know what happened. I was there.
Yeah, Jay Font just realizing he had too much hand.
To not put it in.
To not put it in, he gambled.
Sure. There's no other course of action there.
None.
You've just got to put your money.
He's got a gut shot. He's got the overs, and he's got the flush draw.
That's right. You just got to stack
36% equity.
Yeah. Anytime you get a chance.
No gamble, no future. Viv, on life support, down to 8,700 chips.
Vivian Saliba doing the old trick of playing perfectly, outplaying all her opponents, and getting completely wrecked.
Poker is a fiscal mistress. You saw in the background there, 888 Live. Our next stop is September in London. And as much as I would love to be there, 888 brings in the B team for that one. Blinds 500,000, 1,000. With a 1,000 big blind ante. This is hand 59. .888 Poker TV says Tuck's in trouble. Could be the case.
You are.
I was just trying to stay objective. I mean, we're broadcasters.
What? This is a paid show.
We're
paid
professional.
for by 888.
Exactly. I cheered for the guy who's wearing the 888 sweatshirt.
Much more importantly, you're supposed to be friends with Vivi.
I love Viv.
Not anymore, clearly. Who doesn't root for their friend when they're all in with a set?
I figured she didn't need it.
You're wrong. And now Baroni's trying to, like...
Right. Does this mean Baroni doesn't like her?
I've no idea. I don't know about his motivation. He's been trying to take her chips. That seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah. 18,000 chip pot. I think Viv looks okay with it all. I mean, she looks like she's pretty happy.
Yeah, of course she is, David. This is why you perform so badly with everyone. She's absolutely thrilled. A minute ago, she had 67 big blinds, and now she could be out.
She's got a king here. Look at this.
Let's see how he manages to.
No, everybody's
put another bad beat on her.
This is a lock. Viv's got it.
All that happens is she gets bad beated. It's ridiculous.
So Viv doubles up here to 18,400. She's right back in the thick of it.
No, she actually does.
I thought for sure like the Jack of Diamonds was coming off.
Yeah.
So Viv shoving in the small blind with king 5. Aaron making the mathematical correct call with the queen 10. And Viv doubles up, but still short stacked on 18,400. But she's got 18 big blinds. And to Nick's point, she's done absolutely everything perfect. The king-jack hand, the sixes hand.
It's a vicious game, the no limit hold them.
I mean, if the best player always won, and the best hand always won,
yeah,
the game would die. It'd be a pretty boring game.
There would be no games.
Exactly. Font, courtesy of that Jack of Hearts, up to 113,000. Baroni still healthy on 97,000. Players started with 50K. We saw Ganache lose a big hand with ace-jack to aces. And obviously, Viv Saliba, the Brazilian superstar, on 15 bigs right now as the blinds have moved up to 600, 1,200 with a 1,200 big blind ante. Augusto, the free roll starts in just 30 minutes. Don't worry, though. Registration will be open for 40 minutes after that. But you can register now. Get in there. Password 888BCN1B. $500 in cold hard cash being given away. We've only given away 3 of our 15 tickets.
Oh, my God. We better do something. Should we do something?
Nick's going to panic. We'll do a keyword giveaway now. I'll even do it I'll set it up.
You're not qualified. We're going to do a keyword giveaway for 2 tickets.
Why this 2-ticket thing?
Because we need to get through the tickets. Like, I'm not doing a keyword for like 9 tickets when we panic at like midnight.
Fair enough. So 2 tickets for this giveaway. The mayor has spoken.
That's not a keyword, what you put in.
Come on, line. What do you think? Okay, that one's good too. Either one. Pelinci, 10-9 suited, bumping it up. Baroni, though, with ace-king. We've seen Baroni pick up some big hands, and he's certainly not shy about putting them to use. 3-bet here. This time he's got it. And Cajonos. All in for 39.9. We're going to get a flip. It's going to be Jacks versus ace-king. Feenstra gets out of the way. Aaron, obviously never folding this. Going to make the call, and we've got the ace-king versus Jacks flip. I'll take ace-king again.
I'll give you first. Yeah, you can have first. Cool.
Okay, cool.
You're taking the 40%.
I'm taking the worst of it each time.
Okay.
Taking ace-king.
For €1, I'll have the Jacks.
I'm giving you the best of it. It's the kind of person I am.
Appreciate it.
So casinos were built.
It is.
Nick just keeps taking. I'll take 6%, 6%, 6%.
Sure.
Thank you.
Whatever I can get.
Come on, baby.
Let's go, Jacks. Yeah, boom.
Are you gonna flop a set every single time on these?
That's right, baby.
It's uncanny. I've never seen Jacks win so often.
They win every time for me.
Like, right.
You owe me €2, Tuckman. You better be good for it.
Oh, gosh. I'm drawing dead on this one. This is terrible. Jack's full. I keep hitting my hand, too. I've hit the ace and the king, and yet I still lose. Watch, next time I'm going to take the Jacks, and it's going to be ace-king winning. I was on the wrong side of these things. Are you guys ready to do a keyword? We're going to give away 2 tickets here. I'm pretty excited about this. 2 tickets. 2 $33 tickets. Now, these are tickets to the main event satellite. This is a satellite to get into the XL Spring Series main event. Again, a $1.5 million guarantee across the entire series. You're going to want to play in this main event. We are live streaming the final table of that on Tuesday, the 27th. Again, the XL Spring Series starting on Sunday. The main event, though, later in the week. And this is a satellite to get into the main event. So, good luck.
Let's check.
Is it ready?
Is it ready? Is the keyword ready?
For the record, I pushed for Tuck hates Vivi, but I got vetoed. Let's do it. Run it. Let's do. Run it. Get your...
What do you mean run it? You haven't said what the keyword is.
Oh, I think she just started it. It's Go Vivi. And by the way...
I let you do it one time. And
Go Vivi, because I wanted...
Go Vivi is the keyword.
Yeah, Nick Wealthall wanted to keep it positive. Go Vivi.
Yeah, we already know you're toxic. We don't need to put it on the screen a million times.
There you go. Get your Go Vivis in there. Just 6 letters. 6 letters to win $33.
2 of you will win tickets.
Right. So we're technically giving away $66 in value for just 6 letters. Get your Go Vivis in the chat. Watch It Brother was asking, aren't Jacks versus Ace King roughly 50-50? Yeah, if you don't know the dead cards, it's roughly 50-50, but it's the pair. When the pair blocks the straight, so Jacks or Queens in that case, they are almost always about like 56-44, 57-43, somewhere in that range. So when I give him the pair, I'm definitely taking the worst of it. It's the kind of person I am, though.
So interesting situation here. The Queens are all in. So that probably makes it less interesting because it's a short stack, but we're going to see a race.
Yeah.
Do you want to pick this?
I'll take the... I'll take the...
You can have the pair. Why don't you take the pair?
Nope, I'm taking the Ace King.
You're taking the Ace King again?
No, I'm taking the Queens are going to win this time. I'm taking the Queens.
I'll take the Ace King. Watch this. This is going to be a Uno Reverso.
I apologize, Gunouch. I'm taking the Queens for €1. Come on.
I'm very confident.
If I lose this...
Then what?
I'm gonna be upset. Nothing's gonna happen at all. I'm just gonna lose. Queens, come on, Queens.
I hope you win one for
it's
morale.
It's 57-43.
I hope you win one for morale.
I'm drawing dead.
But I don't want that. I want your morale to be...
No matter what I chose.
Oh, that's a sad life view, world view.
It's okay. If I run bad in this €1, I think I'm okay. Oh, look at this. My Queens are ahead.
Yeah. 2 on the turn. 4 on the river.
Oh, I'm going to lose that way. That's the worst.
Yeah, no, that's why.
Get your Go Vivis in the chat. Oh, no.
You're so winning this, David. I believe in you.
Ace King is so cold on this deck, on this table.
Wait, what's this?
Ace from space? Barry Greenstein?
Oh,
no.
Boring.
You had the 4.
You won one.
I won one. There you go. It's pretty uncanny, by the way. So if Ace King
is,
Ace
bad.
King versus Jacks, Ace King versus Jacks, Ace King versus Queens. It is roughly 50-50, and yet...
Three coin flips in a row.
Yeah.
8-1.
Gunouch with the double up to 40,000. Feenstra back down to 55,600.
Get your Go Vivis in chat. $33 tickets. Satellites to a big event. Up for grabs here. 2 winners coming. I think we've run out of momentum on the Go Vivis, so we should run it quite soon.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get a winner. Let's get winners. Winners.
Well, yeah, Leo Guy, because like Ace King is becoming a fold pre type of hand in this tournament. Yeah, I mean seriously, Ace King, maybe limp. Just let it go. It's garbage. Here we go. Let's do it. Okay. Congratulations, Mugyo10. You have won the giveaway. Mugyo10. You have won one of the giveaways. And, drum roll. The drum just died. What was that?
That was the drum dying. I don't know. When's the other winner come up?
I'm waiting.
Tomorrow.
Day
3.
2 tickets, Lime. No, just one.
Well, Mokyo, you've won.
Magio, 10. Congratulations.
Divisha has aces again.
Oh, hello. Fabregas.
Fabregas wins.
Yes, congratulations, Fabregas. Congratulations, Magio 10. As always, make sure your whispers are set to public so Lime Ricky can get a hold of you, get your deets, and get you your ticket. Good luck in that satellite. Hopefully you'll turn that into a main event seat. That main event's going to be absolutely on fire.
Lit.
Lit, the kids say. Yeah, no. I mean, in a tournament that big, if you get in the main event, you've got a chance to win some real money. So congratulations to you both. Divish raising the 3,000. Palinci calling. Got a 5. It's hard to flop a pair. Blind on blind. I'm not folding a 5 to 1 bet. That's for sure. Congratulations to our 2 winners. If you have not won a ticket, don't worry. We have a lot more to give away. Nick is panicking. We've given away 5 of our 15. We still have 10 more giveaways.
Oh, my God.
There's plenty of time.
There's just so much work.
Division betting 2,200. Palinci. A very friendly table. Hello, Dower Donnie. Hello to all you beautiful people. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thursday night stream.
Palinci making the call. 11-6 in the pot. Not a particularly good turn card for Divisha. Not because you're worried your opponent hit 2 pair, just because if they did call the flop with a 5 or a 3 or something like that, it's just a lot harder to get value.
Yeah, you could consider checking if you're of the opinion that. So this goes back to pre-flop. If they're defending blind versus blind with a really wide range, you can consider that you're going to get 2 streets of value much more easily than 3.
Yeah.
So, and also sometimes they'll bluff and so on. But obviously betting can't be wrong. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
you've got a big hand. You can't be wrong to bet.
The fact that you have an overpair and you don't block your opponent from having any of these pairs, I like betting just because blind on blind, sometimes people get stubborn with a 5, and if they have a jack even, they're not going to fold to 2 bets. Now, you might not get a third street of value out of it, but I don't want to let my opponent realize their equity for free. And look at this. They end up getting the call. Palinci now down to just 2 red chips. I don't care that the spade got there. If I'm Divisha, I'm just all in. I mean, you've got a half pot size bet left. Your opponent only has 10,000. Pot is nearly 20.
So Divish is just trying to work out, does he call with his 1 pair hands here? And the particular 1 pair he had, the answer was no.
Yeah, I mean, I would not have put him, when he called the turn bet, I would have thought he had a lot of jacks. And if he has a jack, the pot's really big at that point. I mean, the pot's 44,000. It's only 10 to call. He's getting 4 to 1. I'm going to make him pay. I like the bet.
Yeah, the other thing going on there in favour of the bet is that the ranges are super wide, right? So small blind, folded small blind raises. And then they can continue with, like, they can bet their range on the flop. And then the king is such a good bluffing card. And then the 10 of spades is a good bluffing card. So you can get paid off by weak hands there. So we like betting.
We're going to be streaming 9 levels today. when the players go on break next, they'll be going on a dinner break. We'll be taking that as well. So think about what you might want to eat. I'll order it now. I'll have it delivered to your house, everybody. DoorDash, okay?
I
Uber
don't
Eats.
care what it is, as long as it's one big main course item. Not lots
No
of
tapas.
Not lots of smaller things.
Oh,
that was
okay.
a joke. Tapas. How do you pronounce it?
Tapas.
Tapas, you say.
Tapas.
No, you say. What do you say?
I'd say tapas.
Okay.
I might have said it strangely once. Palinci all in. Canojos. Canojos. Thinking about it with fours, and they do make the call. So, pot about 22,000 chips, and it is Palinci who's at risk. Palinci, possibly 2 cards away from being out of this tournament, unless they rebuy. Picked up a little bit more equity. Any ace, any queen?
There's always a sweat. Always.
Yeah, the outs are on top of your screen. The shaded out ones are the ones that we know are dead. Neither an ace nor a queen, and Mr. Palinci, exit stage left.
As David says, can re-enter.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, if they can also make a decision, do I want to re-enter today, or do I want to just, go get some dinner, lick my wounds, and come back tomorrow? There's day 1C action tomorrow, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. It builds and builds until the final table, which you will see live here on Sunday. Every day, 4 days, David, and every day ludicrous amounts of tickets.
And the free roll. By the way, the free roll beginning in just 14 minutes, everybody.
Oh, we got to the free roll.
Well, we are almost there. Getting the password for that, 888BCN1B, and we'll be here long enough to see who wins it. The buy-in, by the way, for this tournament is a very appetizing 888 euros. I maintain, and I've been saying this for a while, that I just think it's the perfect price point. It's not quite big enough where you get the uber crazy pros to kind of fly in from everywhere, but it's big enough to get a huge, just to get a huge prize pool.
No one has a spade. Well, I mean, both players have 4 spades, but no one has another one.
Yeah, and this is the kind of spot, I mean, if you've got ace-queen even, you're thinking, do you want to bet at it and turn your hand into a bluff and get kind of a small pair to fold? Feenstra has taken that route, betting 2,700, and wins it. I always ask you this, and I'll ask the chat as well. When you watch this, everybody, does it make you want to play? Does it wet your palate?
Yeah.
Make you?
Yeah, really. It does. Would love to be out there playing.
I do. I genuinely. I was saying it right before we started the stream today.
Why don't you play
I
cash?
want to play.
Why don't you play cash?
Because I want to know. Because I want to play the tournament. I really want to play this.
The tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I brought some euros. I will play cash this week. But I want to play.
But
I want to buy in for 888 euros and play.
When we last looked at this, Vivian Sliba was top of this.
Yeah.
And now she's bottom of this.
Well, she made a couple mistakes, and No Limit is a tough game. If you make some mistakes, you put your chips in bad, they might not come back.
Why are you trying to roll me up? She made no mistakes. She is perfect. Are they giving out 888 hoodies this tournament, or are these re-wearing from a previous event?
I did not see a box filled with them, and I know they were in Madrid.
We should check because we're stealing some if they have them.
You have one.
Yeah, but
I have one.
Yeah.
You want more?
I need a spare.
You need a spare one. Okay, fair enough.
And then after that, I need to give them away.
They are comfy sweatshirts.
They're very, very nice.
I mean, I would love to sort out a way where we can actually give them to our viewers.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I'll ask people I'll ask people who are watching, and I see that we've got a number of people in there who would love one. I know Leo Gygax says I would love to have one of those.
But why they can't? What do you do this with your kids? Do you go, who here would like an ice cream, and then go, yeah, you can't actually get one?
No, maybe we can. Maybe we can make this happen.
How?
I mean, how hard could it be? So we get a winner, we get their details, we mail them a sweatshirt. This doesn't seem like it's difficult. It's 2025.
Well, all I know is we've brought this up before. It didn't go anywhere, and now you're getting everyone to want one.
Yeah, well, okay. Leo Gygax, the only company I am missing merch. There you go. See, Fug says, "Why is first place in the free roll $86? Shouldn't it be $88?"
I'll put in the $2.
Well,
I've just won it off David Tuckman.
You're only up one now.
I know. I'm only up one.
Oh, could the chips go in here?
You finally decided it might be a good idea to take the
favorite?
Take the favorite in a race.
I will not take Jacks ever. I'm telling you right now.
Everyone likes hoodies. The hoodies are so cool and, so elusive. So what are we doing here? We've got a raise from +1 and a 3-bet from +2, and King Queen off on the button is thinking about it. I don't really know why. What are we doing? He's 4-bet.
Yeah, like I said, when the chips go in here,
I'll
take King Queen.
You predicting action is like the absolute hex.
As a general rule of commentary, it's funny. I try to rarely predict, unless it's obvious.
Not when you're with
and
me, don't you? Do it all the time.
Yeah, well, we've got 7 hours to fill.
Anyway,
and I know it riles you up.
Anyway, what are you doing with Jacks here is more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as easy as it might seem. Obviously you can see the hand and you guys get it in, but you've got your opponent covered. It's a question of, are you comfortable putting 64,000 in?
This 4-bet is extremely strong. I'm just reminding you that it's a +1 open and a +2 3-bet.
Yeah.
And a 4-bet behind. So we haven't seen Ruslan play. This is either genius or madness, basically, because it's either.
Yeah.
I know this looks super strong, and I've got a couple of high cards in my hand.
Yeah, and people would describe Stu Unger that way. That he's 60% madness and 40% genius, or maybe it's the vice versa, depending on what day it is. And I think that kind of describes poker.
But what do you do with Jacks?
I get
Obviously,
it in.
you can't see the cards. You just get it in.
Yeah, it's 50 bigs. 48 bigs, whatever it is. I'd probably just get it in.
Well, getting in is better than folding.
So what am I going to call and then? Am I calling and then folding on king high boards, ace high boards? Am I folding on?
It would really help to know something about the player. Yeah, I mean, obviously we can see the whole cards, but Jacks of. I think folding is 3rd place there, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a spot I probably would love to get, Aaron or Jakura's thought process on that one, because it's just
it's simple though, because if you're folding, you're saying his range is aces to queens,
right? And
so folding is literally saying his range is aces, kings, and queens for a 4-bet.
And be ace king suited, right? And if you're not doing very well if you think your opponent's got aces, kings, queens, an ace-king suited, you're not doing very well against that particular range. But then we're dismissing the fact that he's ever got any bluffs in there.
Well, why have you said ace-king suited? Like,
well, ace-king suited, there's only 4 combinations for ace-king suited as opposed to...
But why would he not... Why would he 4-bet ace-king suited and not 4-bet ace-king offsuit? That would be weird.
Some players do that.
Who?
No, some players
Name one. You've made them up.
Me?
You've made them up.
No.
You don't.
I do, because if sometimes...
You don't 4-bet ace-king suited, but you do... offsuit, but you do 4-bet.
Well, there might be a situation where... there might be a situation where if you were to 4-bet unsuited cards as opposed to suited ones, you're just 4-betting too often.
Right. I don't think I buy that, but okay. Nobody in chat told me what they do with jacks there. Not one of you.
I said I jam.
You said what you do.
And I think I'm saying that. I think the blinds are 600, 1200, right? So he had 64,000, right? So you look at it and go, it's basically 50 big blinds.
I mean, the question is, do I know anything about this player?
Well,
right. Because if I know nothing about this player, it's way harder. If I know something, like to give him a range, because that's obviously the question is what is his 4-bet range, and that is very player dependent in live tournaments.
I mean, the fact that he did that with King Queen offsuit is just like.
Well, it's unusual.
And by the way,
in a live tournament, that is unusual.
The reason I would use the suited or non-suited thing is kind of that situation. Like, the fact that he did it with King Queen off. I mean, there's 16 combinations of King Queen, right? Sure. Only 4 suited. So maybe it's a situation where you go, okay, well, I'm going to turn the 4 suited ones into a bluff and bluff in this spot. But if I did it all the time with the unsuited ones, I'm just bluffing too much. The fact that he did that with King Queen, you're going, wow. Again, as you pointed out, 2 early position, like an early position opening and an early position 3-bet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hyper aggressive. He's now 3-betting Queen 5, so this Ruslan is going to be someone that we're going to have fun watching, I think.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, you can see here. I think if Viv knows anything about this particular player, she's going to move all in here.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Nice, Viv.
She has wagered all of her betting biscuits.
Vivian continues to make no mistakes, basically. Can she actually win a pot, please?
I'm not even sure she'll see a flop. I mean, Ganache is in a tough spot. Ganache's got to worry about Ruslan behind. I mean, I don't know if he's at all thinking about this, but the fact that Viv's 4-bet here has reopened the betting, so Ruslan can, if Ganache called, Ruslan can then move all in theory.
Oh,
we can see that he wouldn't. But
yeah, right. Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're Ganache, you're like, okay, yeah, we don't even see a flop, I don't think. Although, Ruslan's getting too good a price. Look at him. Yeah, I can see. Oops.
Hilarious. This absolutely destroys his pre-flop image.
Absolutely. The player with
the jacks from earlier are throwing themselves out the window.
If he folds, everybody knows. Wait, what could you possibly fold getting 2.5 to 1? Right? And once he shows the Queen 5, the player with the jacks is going to be like, what?
If the ace queen doesn't hold, I'm going to stop watching this poker tournament.
You're not going to do that.
I am.
You're not.
I am.
It's worth 3 hours into a 4-day stream.
I'm saying if the ace queen doesn't hold here, I'm going to stop watching. If Vivi takes a 3rd bad beat in an hour and a half, I'm not doing this anymore. It's like watching animal cruelty.
Great.
It's awful.
So if Viv loses, I'm going to be doing solo commentary, apparently.
For 3.5
awesome.
days. For 3.5 days.
I guess we'll root for the ace queen then.
Exactly. I finally got you to root for Vivi, who you're supposed to like. Put a 5 up there, Dealer. I dare you.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God.
We've got a sweat.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
A 9 chops it. Nobody's got a heart. A 9 chops it.
How is there always a sweat?
There is.
How does he have 22% with this piece of shit hand? Yeah, let's go, Vivi.
Well, I mean, a 9, he actually technically, the 22% does factor in the draw. So a 9, a 4, a 5, all win it for him.
Awful.
Even though the 9 would have been in shop. Instead, the ace on the river, Viv does win. Nice play by her. And I really, right now, I'd love to climb inside the gentleman's hand who had jacks.
I know.
And what they're thinking.
I know. Yeah, 100%. I folded. Why did I fold?
Right.
This guy's a loon.
The funny thing is that the king queen actually had 2 overs, and it was a fair fight. But he's probably going. He had like king deuce probably.
So what is really interesting to watch now, which is always very interesting, is how does Razlan play? Because there's 2 types of players in this situation. One, they just only have 1 gear. That I don't care. I have to show queen 5. I'm here to put pressure on people, right? And he just keeps playing the same way. The other is that. You know, his image is busted and he tightens up. So let's see.
I mean, I know he had the king queen versus Vivi, but I really quite like that gentleman, Font.
Mm-hmm.
He's very animated. He's very fun. Speaking of jacks, Viv's got him. Look at Viv. See, you worry about her. She's right back up to starting stack almost.
She's the last person I'm worried about in poker. I'm not worried about her. I just don't want to get bad beated all the time.
Oh my gosh! It's jacks versus jacks. So this is a situation.
Same dude, right?
Yeah, this is the situation where you would not even do a flop, just chop it up, right?
If the money goes in pre-flop, the money should be taken back and we should move on, yes.
No, nobody can lose in this situation.
Nobody should be able to lose pre-flop with the same hand on a 5 flush or whatever, 1 card flush.
This is kind of gross, too, because it's like button, big blind. Like, neither player is going to give the other one credit for a big hand.
Yeah, the money's gone in.
And they both have it.
So this is a situation in which only me in poker believes this should be a chop. You chop up the dead money and you move on to the next hand. You should not run.
Nobody should lose in this.
No.
I can see that.
You should not be able to go out of a no-limit holder tournament on a flush here.
Well, let's see if it's possible. 1 diamond. Oh, gosh. Okay, now. They're going to chop it up. By the way, I'm sure somebody has said this before, but does anybody have does Viv have the best smile in all of poker?
It's up there, right?
Absolutely. And that's not the one I'm talking about. It's the big smile that she can't hold in.
That you make her not do by not reading.
No, right there. Look at that. Nobody has a better smile in all of poker.
Apart from Davide Kitai. When he looks at his Hender mob, he goes, I am the only person over 10 million with no $1 million score.
I think he must be.
It's a great shout by you. And the chat has not proved you wrong.
No, I'm assuming there's a lot of research. They've got to look it up.
I think our Thursday chat's a bit lazier than our Monday chat. Our
Seriously?
Monday chat would have done it by now.
It can't even be that hard. I mean, how many poker players, and this is probably really easy, I'll throw this out at people, how many poker players have 8 figures in tournament earnings in their career?
Well, that could be a lot of things.
That could be.
But it isn't.
Shepard says, someone throw a bucket of cold water over Tuck. Not literally. I've done that ice challenge thing. That was terrible. Wasn't fun. My kid did that to me the other day, actually. It was like 90 degrees in L.A. We washed the dogs, and I sprayed them with water. And then get me back, they went inside and got a bucket of icy cold water and poured it on my back.
The dog's got a bucket of water?
No, the
They are
kids.
so evolved.
My dogs are really evolved.
Wow. You got some talented pets, dude.
Yeah, very, very.
And apparently your pig writes sonnets. Is that also true?
She's a singer.
She's a singer, that's
yeah,
it.
She doesn't write them. She just sings them.
Dex says, I have the best smile in my household. I live alone. This is both good and bad. If Aaron 3-bets her again here, she's going to tilt 4-bet shove.
She might.
Yeah, she might.
I don't think it's tilt.
No, like not really tilt, actually, but just like, screw you, 4-bet shove.
Yeah.
She's already thinking about it. Look at her.
Well, I talked to Brian Rast about
Look at her. She's already thinking about it. She wants to fight.
Yeah.
I know Vivi.
I talked to Brian Rast about this, and he said, this cutoff button spot,
yeah.
You want to protect your spot. You protect your ability to open. It's not an ego thing, but
no, that's what I said before. Like you
yeah.
need, especially if you're going to have a long day at a table, you need to be able to open and not get attacked every time you open.
I think kind of like drawing a line in the sand, so to speak, works.
Maybe she kind of did that because he saw that she defended with King Jack, and then made it very difficult for him post flop.
Yeah.
And maybe he's a little bit subjectively influenced to just flat here.
No.
It's a very three-bettable hand.
It is. But he's not. He's certainly aware of the fact that Vivian is a very good poker player. He's not going to fold ace-6 here. Viv checks. Both players with ace high might think they have showdown value. Check, check. Board pairs. You can see here, this is likely to be chopped.
Yeah.
If it gets there.
If I was a betting man, I'd bet on check, check again.
Now, Viv opened. She's going to check again. I love how the fact that it's a hand between these two has us kind of like really analyzing it. And it's a nothing hand.
Yeah.
It's like an absolutely nothing hand that we would ignore if it was any of the two players.
4. Boo. It's a chop pot, but not if somebody folds, obviously.
Yeah, check, check. Chop it up. Super fun.
The free roll has started, I think, David Tuckman. If you're not already in the free roll, you should be in the free roll.
I'll get in now. What's the password?
The password is 888BCN1B.
Okay, here.
Very easy to remember.
I just typed it in. Did you guys hear that?
Good luck, David Tuckman. Good luck to free rollers. There's $500 in there. It's fun.
Yep.
And we will shout you out on stream if you do well.
I'll put a bounty on my head. If you knock me out in the 888 free roll, I will throw in an extra $1,000. All you've got to do is knock me out.
Wow.
Yeah. Good luck to all you.
Lord Grim, you have client issues. Oh, there are problems with 888. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. That's quite bad, considering that's where we are requiring you to play.
Yeah. We do apologize for that. Obviously, Nick and I have nothing to do with that.
Nothing to do with it. No ability to fix it. We just feel bad.
Right. I mean, if I had the ability to fix that, I feel like that would make me a lot more valuable to the company. Unfortunately, I do not.
It would make you a lot more valuable, that's fine. Aaron opens. And Corneos calls on the button. Three ways to the flop.
Yeah, and I think, Caneo is a spot with pocket sevens. You can certainly flat that. I think when the open is from the cutoff, you could also opt to 3-bet that hand.
I do not love 3-betting those pocket pairs, personally.
No?
No.
Even like a late position open?
No. Not for me.
Just blanket no. Okay.
Well, no, commonly no.
I'm going to bet this. Canojos is going to fold the sevens. Canoj, though, going nowhere.
So it'll be interesting to see. This will be an interesting hand to see how Aaron plays without a hand but with position against someone who's pretty capped.
Well, he's picked up, probably the best card in the deck for him, as he's picked up a double gutter, a 3 or a 7.
Double gutter.
Yeah, I love double gutters.
Double belly buster, Doyle called it, which is weird. Double belly buster.
Yeah, he can put pressure on clubs.
Yep. Put pressure on clubs, an 8.
An 8. If you knew exactly what your opponent had here, you probably would not bother betting, but we don't play poker. We don't know. It is a game of incomplete information.
It is, David.
There's the call. Baroni looking for a 3 or a 7. Oh my gosh, how does he do it?
That's why he's Aaron Baroni,
That's
and you're not.
That's gross. I mean, you look at the flop. It's Jack 8 deuce. You've got 6-5 of diamonds. Jack 8 deuce with 2 clubs and a spade. You're like, okay, well, you're drawing dead, right? The hand's over. You can't win. Bink, bink.
You can.
And it's not even a club, so now he can get paid. I mean, that is. I mean, all the draws missed. I don't know how Ganoch gets away from this, or should he? Really?
Some top please don't bet tells there from Ganoch if you're into reading tells.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've got Queen Jack. When Baroni bets again.
Yeah, but the tells were good. You can go back in the vlog and see the tells if you like.
When Baroni bets again, I don't think he bets for value with a worse hand than Queen Jack. I don't think he's betting again with Jack 10. So now it's just, and all the chips go in. You can beat the draws, and you can't beat anything of value. I mean, I think, and Baroni is good enough that he is doing this with.
You can beat worse jacks.
I don't. That's what I was saying. I don't think Baroni's betting worse jack for value.
Why?
What's he getting called by? An 8? A really stubborn 8?
Absolutely. All the draws missed.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I disagree if you think that.
I
mean, if you think he's betting a worse jack, then you have to call. You hate it, but you have to call. I would think that Baroni is betting King Jack Ace Jack.
I think this is a bad fold. If he folds.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Are you being serious? You think this is a? You think this?
I think this is really close.
I don't.
I don't think Baroni is. I disagree with your assessment. I don't think he's value betting a worse jack here. I think he's checking back a worse jack.
Oh yeah. Well, we just disagree then. All the draws missed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, Baroni did raise. I mean, how many worse jacks does he have? Jack 10, Jack 9.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
He's got to make the call.
Good call. It is. That's a good call.
Ganoch makes a great call, and he and his 888 hoodie are out the door.
I think it's a routine call, but
yeah. Look at Baroni. Baroni's like, it's almost like dirty. Like, oh, here it is, 6-5.
Yeah, but why would he be doing that if the guy should have folded? Slam dunk call. Like, he's got top pair. He's under-repped. He's capped. Like, you're just going to get blown away by good players if you're folding that.
I suppose.
I mean, that's like one of the stronger opinions I've got, I think, on a hand. You can't fold top pair there against a player like Aaron.
Any top pair.
That in that spot. Like, he's got so many draws there. And worse jacks. All kinds of stuff. Well, we know he's got all kinds of stuff because he's got he's got 6-5, so he's definitely got like all of the club draws, all of the straight draws on the flop, the gutters.
Do you think he bluffs the river with 6-5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think he bluffs the river 6-5.
All in.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Because 6-5 is double gutter. That would have possibly continued.
Because he thinks it's a really hard call for the guy if he's got Queen Jack. That's why he bluffs the river. Yeah. In my opinion, though, we should ask. We should ask.
It's well. Listen, that's why
we should ask. I just don't think folding top pair on when the guy can have lots of bluffs on the river and he's a really aggressive player. I just think that you're so exploitable in a bad way there.
It's funny because it's one of the reasons I love poker, because you and I have both made a lot of money playing poker over the years, right? We've been playing it for a long time. We've commentated on it for a long time. And, clearly there's many ways to win in this game and find success in the felt. And you and I disagree on this, and that's okay. My thought process.
There are no opinions in chat. Why are there no opinions in chat? Is that a call or a fold chat?
People are. Yeah. I mean, my thought processing, and again, I could easily be wrong here. My thought process is that I don't believe Aaron is value betting a hand worse than Ace Jack. I mean, I'm sorry, worse than Queen Jack. Now, still doesn't mean it's. I still think it could be a call. I'm not saying that, but because I think Baroni does bluff a lot there. I think he bluffs his 9-10s. I think he bluffs his clubs. I think he bluffs 6-5. The double gutter that misses. In that case, he got there obviously, but I don't know if he's value betting a worse hand, a worse jack. Now, if you think he's value betting a worse hand, then it's you have to call Queen Jack, because then there's just too many hands you're suddenly beating. Now you're beating all of his bluffs and some of his value hands. I'm not sure if he's bet. I don't know if he's bet Jack 10 for value there, but I just don't know.
Okay.
Saliba and Ruslan.
I think it's
wait.
pretty,
Saliba and Ruslan have the same.
why,
Saliba's just going to keep having the same hand as everybody else.
Why would he check back? Jack 10 there. What's he like? He.
I think when he bets the turn,
guy is so capped. Like.
Right, but I think when he bets the turn, and he sized up a little bit on the turn. I think when he bets the turn, he really puts his opponent on a lot of jacks. And Jack 10 just doesn't beat much. I like I said, I mean, I could be totally wrong. I also we did watch Aaron check back King 10.
9s, 10s, Ace 8, like 7s.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I maintain I could be wrong here.
Well, it's not about right and wrong, David.
But I think I don't.
Opinion.
Yeah, I don't think Aaron. I said the only person I can ask. We can ask Aaron.
But
I don't think he bets that.
But I think he has enough bluffs.
Yeah, well, that, again, I'm not gonna maintain whether it's a good call or a bad call in that part. You could think that Aaron is never value betting a worse jack, and still you'd have to call because there's enough bluffs in Aaron's range.
Well, I think there's so many bluffs on the flop with that board, Jack 8 with a suit, and he's getting 2-1 on his money. So I don't know.
But I will maintain that if you think Aaron is actually betting worse jacks for value, well, then you can't ever fold. You just because now suddenly you beat Jack 10, you beat Jack 9. This is kind of funny. These two, Viv has like just chopped like 3 hands in a row now. Jacks versus jacks, 8s versus 8s, and this spot. And I think for this price, I can't imagine she folds. I mean, she can't beat a 5, but based on the sizing, it doesn't look like
every
a 5.
time you say can't imagine. Like, they always do the opposite.
I'm not predicting, but she's getting 5-1.
No, when you said I can't imagine she's going to do anything but check on this board, she led.
I know.
Suited Club says, Nick, you have live experience. Don't you leave any room for reads? I literally just gave you some tells. There you go. There you go. There you go.
That's
again.
That's a bad fold.
Again.
That's a bad fold. She's getting 5-1.
Again. David Tuckman.
I don't like that call. I don't like that fold at all.
I can't imagine. And then she'll do it.
Because she's a really good player, and that's a bad fold.
I don't know if it's a bad fold because I wasn't paying attention because we were discussing the previous hand.
She's getting 5-1.
Suited Clubs, I just gave you some information on tells like 3 hands ago. So yes, absolutely live reads. The thing is, we're on a broadcast, so we don't have. It's very hard to make live reads. We did have a really obvious one about 10 minutes ago, which you can go back and watch. It's not, and also it's not GTO. You should be playing exploitative poker, which is range based. You should be doing range analysis rather than GTO. But yeah, obviously, that's the fun thing about poker. It is not a science. It's a combination of a lot of different things when you make a decision. And that's why we can have disagreements about hands and all of that good stuff.
Well, blinds up to 800, 1600. After Viv's mishap.
I should also point out I know very little about GTO.
I know. I was gonna say how much time have you actually even spent like studying using solvers?
No, I don't. It's not my. I do think the thing about GTO. So I have some awareness of the differences that they've made in people's play. However, I don't think you can get a little bit pregnant with GTO. I think it's actually probably quite dangerous if you just study it a little bit. I think you've got to actually, go all in.
Yeah, there's a saying, a little bit of information can be dangerous, and I think in that case you're spot on. It goes back to what I was saying earlier, where a lot of recreational players will see a professional, seasoned, well-studied professional do something and think, okay, well they do it, I'm gonna use this in my game. Problem is they don't realize that the professional. And I always go back to Dominic Nietzsche. Dominic Nietzsche has a very unusual style. He has a limping strategy in like when he's 40 big blinds deep, 30, and in spots that most people don't. And I've seen players kind of be like, okay, well, if Dominic is great, I'll emulate that. Well, good luck.
Yeah, totally.
Dominic has spent like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours coming up with a strategy that is unique. And if you try to copy it, you will most likely fail miserably.
The thing about GTO, game theory optimal, right? So its intention is to give you its intention is to play poker in a way that is non-exploitable and totally balanced at all times. So you're trying to make optimal decisions. Well, if you study a little bit, you can't make optimal decisions, can you? Because you need you need the ability to play as close to that as possible. That doesn't mean to say that it's redundant, right? Because obviously it has value. But I think I'm very confident that for most players, and certainly people listening to this broadcast, it's a much more efficient use of your time to get good at range analysis. So what is their range? What is my perceived range? And what is my best course of action from here? And not worry about balance, because it's just so hard to get to a point where playing in a balanced way is going to happen. And you're also, against most opponents, leaving money on the table if you try and play in a balanced way. So if you say, for example, you always bet a similar amount on the flop, that's probably a mistake in most of the games that you're playing in. You should actually be varying your bet size a lot. I know that is not all that GTO would have you do, but I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain textures and stuff where you can be like, well, this bet size doesn't really make sense on this particular texture. But then you go into it and it goes back to range analysis. So what kind of hand does my opponent have, right? You're way ahead, way behind. There are certain things like that. But I use the analogy for athletes. And, obviously people who know me know I coach ice hockey and my kids play and I played. But you can use it for any sport. Imagine something that's kind of a trick play, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe in football it's the bicycle kick. I don't know. Is that... I'm trying to think of something that's like...
Just stick with a trick play.
A trick play. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
But anyway, there are trick plays in ice hockey that are kind of cool, and they look great, right? Yeah. And they make really good Instagram videos. And, in today's day and age, you see a bunch of like 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds spending an inordinate amount of time on these trick plays. And I laugh at it because I'm just like, I know they're fun and I know it's cool, but if you spent this much time on just learning how to skate,
right,
you'd be a far better hockey player.
Yeah.
Like it's like you have 100 hours of study time and you're taking 88 hours to work on something. It's like, no, just work on this instead, But
I play five-a-side football against this guy who's got this really good... Do you know what a step over is?
Yeah.
So he's got a really good step over. The problem is he can only go one way with it, so he always goes to his right. So it's really good. It's really good. So the first couple of times you play him, he's quick and it works. But then after you've played for him a little while, you can see it's coming. You just take a step to your left immediately, and it never works.
He can't go anywhere.
He can't go anywhere. So, yeah.
Good to see the players at the table having a good time here on day 1B. But I just always, we live in a world where you don't have endless amounts of time to work on your craft, whether that be poker or anything. So you've got to figure out, okay, where am I best...
Yeah, exactly. Certainly most people are not professionals. They can't.
Right. So, I think in today's day and age with poker especially, there's so much to study. There's so much stuff. There's so much work you can do. And I think learning how to study is probably as important, if not more important, than actually studying.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And not least because it's a hard game to analyze because... you only have the one hand. So let's say, for example, just take a random example from this session. The guy folded jacks to a 4-bet, and if he watches the broadcast, he was wrong. So it's so easy to watch that and go, I was wrong. Because
I'll never fold jacks again.
Right. But that's the problem with poker, isn't it? And it doesn't work like that. So it is hard.
Right. Next time he does it, the guy's got queens. He's like, what is going on here?
Exactly.
This is terrible.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, for the vast majority of people, range analysis is where you want to spend your time. Can you put your opponent on a range? How should you act against that range is really what you'll get the most bang for buck from.
I'm intrigued to see how Aaron plays this. This is an early position open. He's in the big blind, so he closes the action with a very strong hand. He's clearly going to play the hand. Does he always 3-bet here? Does he just call sometimes?
I would think he calls more than he 3-bets.
And he does make the call. Yeah, I would agree because it's an early position open. You don't mind keeping in the bluffs. He's going to check this. He has a spade in his hand. Tavisher has actually picked up a wheel draw plus a pair of threes.
Yeah, and Aaron has a spade. Yeah, that's helpful.
Check, check. Oh, hello.
That's unhelpful. But Aaron will know that there's a ton of ace-X combos. So he knows that's obviously not helpful.
Yeah, I think if you're a Tavisher, you want to bet this because you do get value when your opponent has a random spade in their hand. You're also going to want to rep this when you don't have it. Like, let's just say you had a random queen-jack here. You're going to want to rep this because you have the aces. And he checks it back and just lets Aaron get there. I don't really understand the check on the turn. I mean, you've got a straight. And Aaron's like, okay, cool.
Oh, why did he check the turn?
I don't get it. I don't know. I mean, it's genuinely really hard for me to come up with a spot where I'd want to check that. Because I'm going to want to bet that when I'm under the gun +1. I'm going to want to bet that when I have, like, king, queen, queen, jack. I'm going to want to rep the ace. Why would I not bet it here? Instead of winning this pot, possibly on the turn, now you're in a spot where, and he's going to just fold it. And he folds straight, just giving Aaron the flush.
Well, he was correct.
Yeah. There's also the phenomenon of just, when you're playing against somebody who's really, really good at poker, sometimes that, I do feel like sometimes that kind of intimidates players, and they end up not reacting well, not making great decisions. They end up playing maybe a little bit weaker than they should have. Like, oh, well, I don't want to bet here because this guy's so good and he might check raise.
Well, it can go one of two ways, basically. Sometimes they play weaker and sometimes they play like they try and prove a point. But I totally agree that when people play players with a reputation or that they know it definitely makes them worse, generally speaking. That's true, I think. Where are we up to with the tickets, David, the giveaways? How are we doing? Where are we up to?
We've given away 5. Would you like to do another one? I can ask you a question.
You want to do a big boy? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. What does Nick think? For a $109 ticket, chat. Wake up. Chat. Wake up. $109 ticket. Big boy.
Poor guy's trying to, somebody's just trying to get a little cat nap in, and you're poking him.
No naps. This is huge. We're going to play What Does Nick Think? David's going to ask me a question. I'm going to do my best to answer it. You're going to guess what I answer. What I answer. They're all awake now. They weren't. What I answer, not what's on Google. What do I think? One guess per player. If you guess more than once, you've screwed up. Closest wins.
Well, I'm going to ask you the question we had before. It's a very simple one. In the poker universe, okay, how many players have, according to Head and Mob, have 8 figures in earnings or more?
For people that don't know, this is live tournaments.
Live tournaments, right. You go to Hendon Mob, they go total earnings on the top, right? We saw that Davide Gattai was at 11 million. How many people in the poker universe have 10 million or more, which is 8 figures?
So just to give chat some information, I really feel like I don't know.
Even though I prepared you for this question for like an hour.
I didn't think about it. 10 million or more. It's
10 million or more.
It's still a lot of money, isn't it? 10 million. Even with all the inflation and everything, 10 million is still a lot of money.
It's a lot. It's a lot of people. I'm sorry, it's a lot of money.
My Hendon Mob is sort of 10,000, so 10 million is definitely a lot.
Yeah, I think mine's 150,000.
Well done. I think mine's 20-something thousand.
I mean, considering I rarely play poker tournaments.
Yeah, I'd take 150. So what? 10 million or more. All the high rollers have happened, haven't they? And as we all know, winnings is not profit.
Winnings is not profit. And there has been a movement, by the way, by some they say, well, for a more accurate portrayal, who cares if somebody has 1.6 million in Hendon Mob earnings if they've spent 2 million to get in the tournaments? We want to see how much they've made. And for obvious reasons, that has been pushed aside. That's a terrible idea. That does not help grow the game. But how many people, according to Hendon Mob, have earned 8 figures or more? Get your answers in.
My
folks.
answer is in.
Nick's answer is in.
My
Is your answer in? Once Lime Ricky closes the contest is closed. She rules the chat with an iron fist. You can answer on YouTube or on Twitch, but you can only answer once. The only way to get disqualified from this, it's very simple, is to answer twice. Don't do that. Leo Gygax chose violence.
How many of those 8-figure players have gone broke? How many of those 8-figure players were broke when they won the money? That's the question.
Queens just coming for everybody here. Lots of queens.
Oh, what's the name of the guy? Really charismatic older Scandinavian guy who did the really famous what about the rest? Quote. Theo Hansen? No, something. Oh my God, why has his name gone out of my head? Thor Hansen? Is that right?
The Norwegian?
Yeah.
Jay Font grabbed his chips and then decided to check. Viv checked back the turn and the river?
No, just the river.
I thought Chip shot. Okay.
I think.
I thought she'd bet flop and then check turn and river. Viv up to 55,000. She's back over starting stack. Remember, she was down to 8,000 chips.
Well done, Viv. I think it was Thor Hansen. Somebody, they won a big they won a 7-figure prize, and the interviewer said, "What are you going to do with the money?" And he said, "Pay back my debtors." And the interviewer said, "And what are you going to do with the rest?" And he said, "They'll have to wait."
That's funny.
It's really good.
Unfortunately true.
Yeah, totally true. Yeah. Yeah, you never really know how well or how badly somebody's doing in this game. We're just doing one ticket for this, right?
Just one.
Just one Lime.
Just one. We've got a lot. We still.
I know.
Dinner break and then 3 more levels to fill.
I know, and you know.
And I will say, the last 3 levels, you and I might be a little tired. We might need those tickets to kind of fall us through.
So in about 15 minutes time, something like that, it's dinner break, David.
Yeah.
It's going to be an hour.
An hour-long dinner break. I was wondering how long dinner break was.
You're going to want to stick with us, though. We've got so many giveaways.
I mean, you don't have to stick with us during the hour. Go get dinner. Walk your dog.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, do what you like for an hour.
I mean, we'll put
do what
on.
you like for an hour.
We'll leave it on, and we'll have, there'll be some cool, like maybe they'll put an 8-8 ride up there, or Aaron will give a strategy.
Leave it on. It helps the algorithm.
Right. Leave it on. Go for a walk, though, and then come back.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And I think we're going to keep Aaron and Vivi and Ruslan in shot now, who's really fun to watch, and Font, who's really fun. It's been a really fun table.
Yeah, no, this is, for day one, you're not going to get much better than this. This is great. So a raise from Font with 8s. And he's going to get a lot of company. 3 players come along for the ride. And it's a pretty sexy flop. So Baroni's bottom set. Font's got the overpair, and Ruslan's got a pair and a gut shot. The only one who's missed this is Feenstra. I mean, Ruslan's really got an interesting hand as well, and Baroni, who's in last position with the deuces, is flopped a set.
Cracktonen, thank you. I'm so bad at names. I could see his face as well. Theo Jorgensen, you're absolutely right. I think. Are you right?
That is somebody different than I thought you were saying, but either way.
Yeah, I thought Thor Hansen said it.
Whoever said it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Anyway.
And I'm sure
it's either Thor Hansen or Theo Jorgensen.
They both might have said it.
Cracked, you're confusing me massively now.
Aaron bets 4,500 into a pot of about 16,000. Sorry, into a pot of about 12,000. Ruslan called. Or Ruslan's thinking about calling.
No, he's thinking about more.
He just calls. What does Font do with 8s? Oh, my. We saw how aggressive he played the king-queen.
Contest is closed. Good luck. We'll give you the lucky winner in a second.
Wow.
Folds the 8s.
So the king-queen, he just barrels in against Viv.
That was heads up, though.
And then overpair, he's like, nope, I'm done with it.
They had 2 in front who put money in the pot, and then another one behind. So I guess, you know.
Turns a king. I really thought there was a chance that Font was going to check raise that, and Baroni was going to love it. Baroni doesn't know it, but he wants a 4 on the river.
Oh, yeah.
Pot is 25,400. 2 spades out there, 2 hearts out there. Baroni does not block either of those flush draws.
Well, he couldn't really block it, could he? Because he's got 2s. It's like
No, but he could have
could have a 2.
Could have the 2. He could have a. I mean, in theory, he could have.
It wouldn't be the world's best blockers, is what I'm saying.
No, right.
You'd have thought Russell would be done with this, but
Yeah, the
who
fact.
knows?
Yeah, I mean, Baroni's the first bet from Baroni. I mean, he was last to act. There are a lot of hands that he could theoretically have had there. The fact that he's barreled this again, though, Russell can still beat spades. The fact that king came off also can be a card that Baroni could theoretically have used.
And the problem with 5-4 is like you just. If you call here, what are you doing on the river?
Right.
Like if you don't improve on the river, you're just folding because if he's bluffing again, and if you're beat, you're beat.
Right. Are you calling the turn to call the river on any non-spade?
Well, you're calling the turn because you hope he gives up, which he does sometimes. But I don't know. I think you've got to get out of the way there.
Free roll has begun, everybody, and registration is about to close. So get in there now. Yeah.
Hurry.
It's, again, the password, very simple. We'll get that up for you in the chat. BCN 888.
I've got a really important question, David Tuckman.
Do you? It's 888 BCN 1B, 888 BCN 1B. The registration is closing in like a couple of minutes, so get in there now. And when we come back from the break, we'll do a free roll call and see who's still in. You guys will probably be close to the money at that point.
My question is,
yes,
where are we going for dinner?
Nobody cares about that.
They do.
They care more about hockey than they care about where we're going to eat.
No, they care where we're going to eat, and they'll want to know after break. Trust me, I've done this before.
Are we awarding a ticket yet?
We're just tabulating.
Tabulating.
So, what was the question you asked me?
I asked you.
Because I think we've got a winner.
Okay, well, I've asked you a very simple question. Said how many people in the poker world have earned lifetime earnings, according to Head and Mob, more than 10 million or more?
This is
in
live
tournaments.
Live tournaments.
Live tournaments only.
I mean, it's quite a few. It's a lot more now than it was just a few years ago because of the high roller tournaments, which have gone crazy over the last 5, 6, 7 years, I suppose, or at least the last few years. I have no calculation to make this decision. It's just vibes. I felt like 100 was too few and 200 was too many.
Yep, that's right.
So,
I like the way you're thinking about it.
And so the answer is 165 people.
And that is the exact right answer. Once again, Nick Wealthall nails it. Nick Wealthall knows what Nick Wealthall thinks.
Thank you.
165 people, according to Nick Wealthall, have 10 million or more in Hendon Mob earnings. Davide Gatai being one of those. If you answered near 165, you might have just won. The Crazy Scotsman says, sweet, what a guess, Nick.
Thank you.
Look at that, the positivity coming out of the
chat. Do you remember
chat.
that one time you didn't know what you thought? That was hilarious.
That was one time I did mess this. I've only not gotten this right once. Jay Font, by the way, look at this nice little bluff here. Misses the flush, gonna go for it, trying to get Feenstrom to fold. Bets half pot on the river, so Feen is getting 3-1. And is really kind of intrigued about this one, but is going to let it go. Nice bluff by Font. I love it.
Yeah, Font's a fun player.
Like I said, if you guessed around the 165, you might have won. If your name is Paolo Andre 1000, you said 172. You, my friend, are the closest, and you just won a $109 ticket.
Whoop,
you are
whoop.
playing in the opening event of the XL Spring Series. That'll be on Sunday, the 18th. Paolo. Congratulations. Well done.
Does anyone know the real answer?
Well, we've given them that.
Sorry, the Hendon Mob answer.
I'm saying, well, we've given them that task.
Yeah, no, they haven't figured it out.
If it's only 165, we should be able to find out if Davide Gatai is the only one.
Do you think 165 is high or low? Would you take the over or the under?
I take the under.
The under.
I would say it's closer to like 112. I don't think it's that many, which is why my question of how many players, I don't think it's that hard to figure out. I think the research should be easy.
It's 156. Oh, wow. Is it really, Leo? What a
No.
guess. What a guess by me.
Is it true? Is that actually true? I want to know if that's actually. Did somebody go there and count?
Yeah,
Leo's on Hendon Mob right now.
Leo's done the hard work.
Wow, that's
good guess by me.
That's amazing guess by you.
And you know I didn't cheat because you're with
No.
me.
Leo's giving me credit for it. Amazing guess, David.
Dave,
no, that was
David,
Nick.
David gets no credit. I played.
That was all Nick. So if it's only 156, it should the homework shouldn't be that hard. Of those 156, how many of them do not have a 7-figure score?
Well, now you're asking them to go through 150.
That's not that. Yeah, but okay. Like the top 70 are really easy. No, yeah, they have it's because it says your top score right in the top. Like if you looked up any of those players, when you go to Hendon Mob, it will tell you not only your total earnings, but it will tell you your top score, your highest score. So once you see that and it's over 7 figures, okay, cross them off the list.
Jamaica Newt, you made a common mistake in not understanding the game. However, now that you've played the game, you will understand it next time because we're playing for more $109 tickets. What does the person guessing think, not what is the other answer on the internet?
I think Jamaica probably gave you credit for knowing.
No one would do that. No one would listen to this broadcast.
I mean, that's the only time
that listen to this broadcast and think I know things.
Right, the only time that Google will help, or your internet will help, the interweb will help, is if you actually assume we know the actual answer.
Well, there was one you asked me a couple of weeks ago, which was what was the record S&P jump?
Yeah, and you
happened to know it.
Yeah, you just knew,
or something close. So yeah, there is the chance that the person knows the thing, which is why the fun ones are the ones that you can't possibly know, because then you're trying to guess what people guess.
By the way, registration for the free roll closed. If you're in, awesome. Good luck to you. If you did not get in or you already got knocked out, well, don't worry. There'll be another free roll tomorrow. We're going to have one each and every day. We had 1,705 runners. 320 of those will get paid. 320 will get paid. Good luck to those who are still in. Thank you for that information. Noob Frost Mage, you're on top of it. Three bet here from Devisha with Queens. Oh, wow. Jay Font with Jacks.
Hello.
Cooler. Next up, Cooler City. Getting off.
Another Jacks 3-bet in front spot.
Jacks have done very well at this table. But they have not. What? Is Jay Font the same player who moved all in with King Queen?
Jay Font is just making decisions on vibes, which is really cool because you don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got King Queen. He's got overs, a gut shot, and a flush draw. It doesn't even have the nut flush draw, by the way, right? And goes all in. But then he folds an overpair correctly, and then folds jacks correctly.
This is why this game is impossible. How are you
What?
supposed to know what people are doing? It's impossible. They don't know what they're going to do.
This is crazy. Jamaica says, wish me luck in this $11 daily gems, guys. Well, don't tell me what to do, Jamaica, but good luck.
NetJam says, AI says, likely 0 to 1 players on the Hendon Mob qualify for your criteria.
Likely. Well, we know one.
So we know one, so it might just be one.
That's what I'm curious.
Can anyone find another one?
By the way, if it's just the Davide Gatai, it's a great trivia question.
Great trivia question.
I will throw that at Lon McCarran and Norman Chad and see if they know.
It's a great trivia question. Oh, there's another one.
Is it James Colopy? He has over 10 million.
Says James Colopy.
Wow.
So also AI is full of it. AI is wrong. Artificial intelligence, not very intelligent.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done, the future. You suck.
A trivia question, by the way, can still have 2 answers. It's okay. Yep, James Cottle will pay $11.6 million in total live earnings. Best live cast, just $973,000 just. So maybe there's 2. Still, though, I feel like that's a fun little question for anybody.
Yeah, it is.
Good job, Cracked Tonnen. Well done. Thank you for the information. By the way, if you have queens, if you watch this back later, and you see that you had queens there, and that your opponent folded jacks, you're really like, wait, where's my pot?
Be sad.
Like, wait a second. You're supposed to win a huge pot there.
You would be sad.
Is Aaron going to do something a little disrespectful here? It looks like it. He's attacking that button because he knows you don't have anything.
He's calling. David.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's going to call anyway.
Just chill. He's just called.
He's attacking.
Chill.
He's in attack mode.
It's an aggressive call.
He's a dog.
It's an aggressive call.
He's got a pair. Feenstra has a pair as well. Feenstra's got the better pair.
Yeah, nice spot for Feenstra because this is a board that, like a pre-flop raiser, would continuation bet all the time because it's so nothing.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And he actually has top pair on the button, so it's a nice spot for him.
Well, Aaron has figured out how to kind of get himself loose a few times when he's been behind the 8-ball. King 10 earlier against King Jack. He had the 6-5 where he made runner straight. Can he figure this one out? Less likely. Feenstra now with 2 pair. Leo Gagek is naming players that don't even exist. Who's Brock Wilson?
He's got 10 million in live winnings, and his biggest cash is $626. He is a volume. What a grinder! Holy cow!
Can you imagine that?
What a grinder! Brock Wilson. Have not heard of this person. Have you?
No, that's what I'm wondering.
Must be American. You're absolutely right. Three players we found. Brock Wilson.
That is uncanny.
You don't know him, and he's American, and he's won over 10 million. Wow.
He's.
I'm just saying. Small bet from Feenstra and Aaron calls.
Aaron drawing dead to a 5. Oh dear.
Ooh.
That's a.
What is that card called? Come on, quickly.
That is the Fugazi.
That is the Fugazi card.
What is a Fugazi?
The Fugazi card, a card that makes it look like you've won the hand, but you've actually just got into a situation where you lose more money.
Well, reverse implied odds. Baroni gets there and is just going to cost him more.
When like all of the other streams are using the Fugazi card. Oh wow, in it goes.
Yeah, well,
of course. I'm just trying to be excited.
Okay. I mean, Baroni's not making 2 pair and then never folding. I mean, I give Aaron a lot of credit. He doesn't waste time. He's like, I'm never folding this. I'm always calling.
Sucks for Aaron to be a victim of the Fugazi. When all the other streams are using Fugazi card, I hope they remember it was us that made it a thing. Because it's such a good thing. Because it is a thing in Hold'em.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the perfect example of it. Baroni
like he's
got
never
there.
putting any more money in the pot on the river, unless
he catches a 5.
Unless he catches a 5 or a 3.
That's it.
And the 5 would not be the Fugazi card, but whichever one gave him trips.
And it looks like the players are going on a dinner break, and as Nick mentioned, it'll be a 1-hour break. So leave the stream on. We'll be back. We've got more giveaways. We've only given away 6 of our 15 tickets. So when we come back, it will be a flurry of giveaways. It'll be a McFlurry giveaway. Because we have 2 hours left after that. And over that 2-hour period, we're going to have 9 giveaways, which is Nick Rothal's scariest thing. Anyway, back in 2 hours. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy walking your dog. We'll see you then.
never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little
never
deuce
easy.
in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first
What's happening here?
all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace king against ace king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco's suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way! Oh my word!
Let's just give Jack a
What
thumbs up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face! What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Doherty's saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow. Okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there. Yeah.
The dealer must have thought they must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6-8 or ace for Jack. 6-8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yeah.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. With the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy.
Is that risk again? Is he going to get the bad news?
Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to, but can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing to hit? I actually can't recall one where he's been in front, but take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it one too many? David sitting looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
It's a jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Margent. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course!
He's got aces.
Of course he has! Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7 times it's turned round, I've got aces! I've got aces, boys!
Do you know what?
And?
Of course, he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen. Full on ring.
4
and that's it. We've
spades
got a
on the
champion.
turn.
We've got a champ. And it just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this! Hey, that's what it means. That's what it means. Maugen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh! Whoa! Oh!
With the King Queen, bad timing, and this is going to be really interesting for Dale here, because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4, and there you go. Dale shoves the Ace Queen here for what is 70 effective, but once we're this under rep with Ace Queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. 3-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
when I wake up
with the King Queen opens to 700. What is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet middle in, gaps, middle in connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got short overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger over pairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now,
and then we get to see a 2.
We're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Whoa! Oh, ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today.
Wow.
Sarah turns the nut straight.
All in and a snap call to see the 9-5 of the bad news.
Bogdan rivers the bow. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? because now, as Eastie, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
He's going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well. Like,
yeah.
And then just going to be a jam from Roderick. There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got ace, king, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call.
Used
the
to expect to
classic.
see aces here, I think, but...
Same thing, aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Eastie, so might as well be aces or kings we're up against. Look, he's already
yeah,
like
he's
beaten.
He's already lost, yeah.
He's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop, though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Eastie. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k, 3 stacks for Eastie.
Wow, 96k already, okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
The Swan raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. David Camera, pocket jacks. King 9-6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the 2 aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fist pump.
Queen Jack of Spades on the bottom for James. Love to see jam here, Tower. Would really love to see jam. Zexwan's got about 20. Mel's got? Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. Man in race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for the flop? How does this not go in?
2 against the flop flush with the redraw to the straight flush here. And there's a continue for 2k for James. X1 with the fake club check. Have I got a club? You got 2, sir.
What a flop.
I'm going to raise straight off the bat.
Oh. Now I think we're going to be the bear ace of clubs, the bear king of clubs.
It's just a call from James, like it. Glad he didn't just rifle this in here, just recognising our opponent repping straights and flushes.
Ace of spades, no difference.
Oh, now. Imagine a check here now, Tower, from Zexwan, because you think about James' calling range on the flop, like he's going to continue his King X, right? So we're not going to get to jam for 120% pot, so I guess maybe there's some checking going on here. Just the times James has a king, he's going to be firing it. 9,500 he goes for, trying to get it over 2 streets. And now James with the Queen Jack suited, awful turn card, even some bluffs getting there now. The perhaps
King
X.
The call, and he's like, cool, any Queen of Hearts about, he's thinking, oh, the Queen of Diamonds. Oh, how has he pulled that out?
Oh, he loves it as well. He sits up in his chair. As X1 less than half pot back and wants the value from the King X, so I guess he just jams, but he's going to have some bad news. James going to be beating him into the pot here. There's the jam, and there James says call straight away.
Shows him the flush, and before he's even showed him the flush, he's flooding the house. Oh.
What a river card.
We still need a 9. Vivi looks down as she's got the boots. The aces. The best two cards in the deck. Together.
Oh my word! Wow. This isn't fair. Getting closer and closer to the money, and you find the Cowboys and you are crushed by the boots here. And this always has to get in. 21 effective. Can't really see a world where this doesn't get in pre. Assume Vivi just always jams here. But I haven't really got the room to click. Like click to 37 is essentially saying that we're committed against the effective stack size, so I guess we just play jam.
Indigo, straight call. Over go the aces, over go the kings. 7, 8, 4, 4. Told him. 9 on the river on the turn. We need a king, or we will be losing the belt. And it's a 2. So Vivi up to 326,000.
And we got some out of table action, guys.
Here we go. Let's have a quick look at this with Steve Barnes in the hand.
Yeah, so big old pot here, guys. The board reads A7 210 with 3 clubs out there, and Paul McCauley is all in for his last 180k, and Steve Barnes is in the tank.
Tough spot. Tough spot, Steve. 360,000 starting day 2.
There's Paul McCauley working with here. So it looks like Steve's in the big blind, so he's obviously defended. Paul's the opener, so going to have some of this ace king, ace queen type stuff. Maybe like a king queen with a club as a bluff tower.
Barnes has just said he's got ace 4.
Ace 4.
That's what he's just told him.
Tough spot with ace 4. Can't let it go.
Yeah, it shows him. And it shows him jacks.
Wow.
Oh, Paul McCauley.
Jacks no clubs. Turns it into a bluff and gets the ace X to fold. Paul McCauley with the move. Nod of approval from his table mate as well.
Oh my god. What do? We fold, don't we? Jay?
I'm thinking.
Jay is here, guys. He just doesn't know what to do.
I am thinking.
Are we going to use the time bank here? Yeah, we are.
What a ridiculous.
What on earth do we do here? We just mark, don't we? God, this is like...
Well, now 2 off the money. It's actually grim. It's actually filthy here for Josh. I may still send here.
Oh my goodness me, don't send.
I may send here, I'll be honest with you, Nick.
I mean, to be fair, he's not one to shy away from a spot. He is all in. Oh God, good luck, my son. Do not wake up with something, guys. I'm sorry, I can't watch these cards get peeled. Vivi, snap fold, thank you.
Looking good.
Ace 3 off, that's fine. Just need, oh, he's grabbed chips. No! Oh no! I can't believe it.
So sick. It's actually so sick. I think jam is the only option we have.
Oh, he's gutted and I'm gutted.
Like we definitely jam 10, so like not. It's grim. How's he get this spot? Any 9s, please, dealer?
We don't have hearts covered either. Oh my God, that is the most Matt Davenport thing I've ever seen in my life. Josh, we need a 9, man. It has to be a 9 or Josh Manley's 52nd. The river, it's a deuce.
Oh, good run from Josh. And Maljen, the man that had aces 7 times on the final table in the high roller. Oh, would you look at that? Aces against queens.
I mean, this guy must be like the best he's ever run in his life.
He had aces 7 times on the final table of the high roller, and he won with aces heads up.
No, anytime there's a winner pick with aces in it, you know what's happening.
So, is he fading? Oh, okay. Jack or spades?
I mean, he can't hang on again. They could have got this done half an hour ago, these two. But there was a river.
Oh my word. Could you imagine? Could you just imagine it?
Timer. Queen. 7 of spades. That is it. And that's the bubble bursting. And he's not happy about it. Twice hit bad. It's the same player. Not really that like. Steve Barnes in the money, which means Eastie's in the money.
Right with the Jack 8 in the cut-off. 18 bigs.
Fold, final table bubble.
Oh, all of it with Jack 8.
Jack 8 all in for 18? Wow. How often do we see it though, Tower? Back end of the day, it's always like the last session. People just get tired and like you just see these crazy moves. It's probably going to be working because we just got to get through the big blind now, but what a mad moment.
Wow.
Jack 8 suited for 18 bigs, rifled in from the cut-off. I'm not sure what Martin's dwelling up for here, but... Oh no.
Oh, ace king for Harry.
Ace king suited for Harry. And Brian, once he gets snapped, is going to be happy with what he sees. We've got 2 live cards. That's still 38% here for a huge pot.
Ace king for Harry. Brian. Well, we need a 9.
And he got shots about.
We need a 9. We still need a 9.
So is it going to be done for the day, or will we continue? Brian needs a 9.
It is not, and Brian has been eliminated, and that is it.
Yeah.
The FT.
Brian Saylor.
Here at 888 Ride, we go above and beyond. Today, we're headed to Los Angeles to pick up poker superstar Maria Ho. She is the first 3-time guest in 888 Ride. She is an absolute superstar, Hall of Famer, WPT. She's done it all. Let's go get her. You were, by the way, you were the first 3-time guest in 888 Ride.
Yeah, I just found that out earlier, and I'm like, that's pretty cool, because I still remember, like, I very vividly remember doing it with you, and it was so much fun.
I mean, we've done Canes.
Yeah.
Chicken. You did karaoke.
Yeah.
And you, like, were all in, which is, by the way, just so awesome. Like, I ask other people, I'm like, hey, we do, like, karaoke, and they're like, no, they're too embarrassed. And you just jumped right into Baby Got Back.
Yeah. Again, you know, that's me. Just saying yes.
Saying yes.
Being open.
Apparently you were the all-time winningest woman in World Series poker history until Liv stole this from you. And I know you and Liv are bitter enemies, right?
I'm super happy for her. But it just gives me like a good benchmark to go for now, you know?
Right. And I know you're in the Hall of Fame, Women's Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Poker Hall of Fame?
So you have to be 40 to be eligible, I believe. I'm not actually quite sure.
It is, yes,
so
40.
I just, you know, I'm 41. And are you asking like my thoughts on
your
do I
thoughts
want to
on
be,
is this
or...
something that's important to you? Is this something from a legacy standpoint? You've done so much, you've achieved so much from not only on the felt but off the felt. You're such a huge part of what poker is, and I'm wondering. To me, it almost feels like a disservice to even say, oh, you're in the Women's Hall of Fame. It's like, why aren't you in just the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, I would be very honored to be in the regular Hall of Fame, of course, but I also look at it as, you know, I understand that there's a huge backlog of like very deserving people. And so, you know, I never want to say my accomplishments are better or more worthy than someone else's. I think, you know, all of the people that are in the conversation are all incredibly worthy to be inducted. And so, yeah, of course, I hope one day I will have my turn, but it's not something that I think I'm necessarily
You're so nice.
gunning for.
Look at you're like just so politically correct and nice. No, I mean, and I don't say it as a, hey, it's not you over somebody. And that's actually, it's one of the reasons I have a problem with the Hall of Fame, because it has become a this person over that
Is
person
more deserving,
thing.
right.
As opposed to just, no, is this person deserving on their own merit? This is not a comparison game now.
Right. But that's what happens when you're only, inducting one a year. And especially, in the last 15, 20 years, there's been a plethora of new poker talent that cropped up after, the moneymaker effect, right? So what do you do about that?
I mean, you think of the crop of players that are going to be eligible this year and next year.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to wonder, at what point does the Hall of Fame decide one entry is not enough a year?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting debate that I feel like, there's arguments for both sides, but, to me, I think that it's nice to have something that kind of, to etch your name alongside some of, poker's greats. But I also feel like if that never happened for me, it doesn't diminish what I've done either, so.
I agree. Okay. So you look back at your poker career, and, we're talking, you've been playing for a while, obviously. I mean,
I appreciate you not just like calling out how long I've been playing. So
I've been commentating. I have been commentating on you for a ridiculous amount of time.
Yep.
Whether with you or on, or when you're on the felt.
True.
So when you look back at your career now, and obviously it's not over. It's just, it's just a body of work that's continuing. But when you look back and you see all the World Series of Poker cashes, over 80, you look at the plethora of times where you were the last woman standing. I think your best finish was 37th in the main event. And you look back at that, you look at the WPT title. Is there a moment in your poker career that you're most proud of, whether it be on the felt or off the felt?
I think the thing that I'm most proud of is honestly that I have, in a game where I think it's a revolving door, sometimes I feel like I'm proud of staying the test of time. So it's not really like one thing. It's just the fact that I'm still here after all this time doing it, and I feel like I'm still improving and getting better with each year. I haven't allowed myself to get complacent. So, my barometer is really just like measuring myself up against, how good I was the year before, instead of looking at it as like a scoreboard of how much money I've won, or, what my best, finish and my biggest title is. But, if I did have to pick one thing, I would say it was being inducted into the Women in Poker Hall of Fame, just because, again, I think having that, having your peers validate the things that you've done in the industry that you've spent my whole adult's life, right? I've never really had a career outside of poker. And so it really validates the time that I've put into this. So I would say that that would be maybe my one thing. But I think overall it really is just, staying the test of time.
Are you better today than you were 10 years ago?
Oh, absolutely. And it's almost embarrassing when I think of, 10 years ago, I had already been playing professionally for, 6 or 7 years. And when I look back at how I was 10 years ago, I'm like, I feel like I was terrible compared to, how much better I feel like I am now. And even though the competition has gotten a lot tougher and exponentially tougher, I would say, I still feel like I have tried to stay ahead of the curve, right? And I think, again, it's because I don't like to be complacent. I'm never the type of person to, say like, well, I know what I know and that seems to be good enough, because I'm always kind of wanting to level up and make sure that I'm working hard and feeling like I deserve to kind of be in the position that I am. And so, I have a good work ethic. I feel like a very strong work ethic. And so I feel like I've tried really hard to stay with the times and work on my game.
Was there an epiphany over the last several years that kind of upped your game? Was there a moment where you were like, I don't know much? I'll give you an example. So many years ago, I was covering a tournament in Italy, and I was doing commentary with Jason Mercier. And I remember doing commentary, and we had no hole cards at the time, so it's a while ago. And Jason, somebody made a bet or raise, whatever it was. And Jason goes, I don't like that bet. And I was like, what do you mean you don't like that? You don't know what he has. How do you know if you don't like that bet? And then he went through an entire explanation of, well, if he has this, I don't like it. If he does this, I don't like it. And he went through this entire explanation no matter what hand he has, based on the range of hands he has and the range of hands his opponents has, why this player should not be making this play at this particular moment. And that was the moment in my eyes I went, I need to get to work. I know nothing about this game. And whether I'm commentating or playing, I need to do some work.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably similar to you, I've had a few moments where I've heard other people talk about poker, whether it's just in a casual discussion of a hand history or, you know, maybe on a live stream, where I'm like, wow, the way that they are speaking about poker, it's, you know, almost feels like a foreign language to someone who feels like they already know so much.
You're probably listening to my commentary, aren't you?
No, it's always you. It always goes back to you.
Thank you. I mean, as long as we realize that this is all about me.
It is all about you.
And don't worry, I have plenty more questions that are centered about me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of that. I think it's also a little bit of just being at the table and playing against people where you just watch how they maneuver in a hand and you can just see that they have unlocked something that you haven't unlocked yourself. And so, you know, just being able to play against so many great players has really made me have that realization of, you know, I need to step up my game if these are the people that I'm competing against on a regular basis. And I've definitely been inspired by people like Seidel and Negreanu, who, you know, despite having accomplished so much already in their career, they have still been able to reinvent themselves in the game and still been able to compete at the highest levels and in the highest stakes against the best in the world and still be able to hold their own. Whereas a lot of their counterparts, people who played and grew up in the same era of poker as they did, you know, they've really fallen off.
You're talking about Phil Hellmuth?
I mean, you know, Hellmuth, white magic is not really something you can teach, right? So, you know, he's got his own brand of what he's working with.
However you want to define it, it seems to work. I mean, there's just dropping like, hey, scoreboard.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
Do you ever miss kind of the innocent old days where you grinded a limit hold'em?
I think I miss the old days in general, just because I feel like the love for poker was so much more pure when it wasn't about the money, right? When I used to play limit hold'em, that was like very early on, before I turned pro, you know, and I also played limit hold'em when I was a professional for the first few years before I found tournaments. And there was just this feeling where there was nothing I would rather do in the whole wide world than go play poker. You know, if there was a free moment in my day, the first thing I would go do is play poker. And I could stay at the card room for 12, 14, 18, 24-hour sessions just to grind back like $100 loss.
Did you just love the gamble?
I love the game so much. And it's not that I don't love the game still, but I love it in a different way, right? It's just, again, when you weren't doing it for the money, or when you weren't doing it for your own ego, right? To like try to top the last thing you did, or whatever the reason might be, that, you know, sometimes that competition that fuels us and that we thrive off of, but it sometimes takes away from the enjoyment, right? Because now I'm also so much harder on myself when I don't do well. Whereas before, if I had a losing session, I still could say I had a lot of fun doing it. I can't really say the same now, right?
Right. I one of my favorite things was when I first came up in commentary, I would commentate on you playing limit hold'em against the likes of like Crazy Mike and these characters that just seem bigger than life to me, but it was palpable and obvious to anybody who saw that how much you loved the game. Like, you loved it.
Yeah.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, it definitely was the first real competitive outlet I've ever found, because growing up culturally with my background, my Tiger mom and my Chinese, very strict, education-focused upbringing, there was no room for extracurricular activities. It was always about schoolwork. It was always about prioritizing our education. So I never got to participate in sports growing up or other things like that, where I feel like at a young age you start learning that level of, how to unleash kind of your competitive side. But I always had it in me. I just didn't have an outlet for it. And when I found poker, that was the first time that it really tapped into that part of me that I wasn't able to explore when I was younger.
Okay, I want to get back to poker, obviously, but I do want to turn our attention to Tiger Mom. And growing up, you moved to Arcadia, right, when you were 4?
Yeah, I moved to the States when I was 4.5, and then we moved to kind of the LA area when I was maybe 7. We went to New York first, to Syracuse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You were in Syracuse? Mm-hmm. Okay, wow, okay, that's like my old stomping grounds.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty cool, okay. But do you remember much of Syracuse? Not really?
Not really, I was so young.
Yeah.
Just that it was cold.
And story checks out, it's still cold.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. So you moved to Arcadia, and what was growing up with a Tiger Mom like in Arcadia?
I mean, it was a lot of just kind of imposing what she wanted for us, right? Like there wasn't a lot of freedom, there wasn't a lot of flexibility. It wasn't like we really got to choose what we wanted to do. It was like everything in our life was planned out for us, not just in the moment, but until we were like 40, right? It's like, this is what you're gonna do. Then you're gonna go to this college. Then you're gonna major in this. And then you're gonna grow up to be a doctor or a lawyer, right? It was very regimented, but it all comes from a good place of the fact that obviously we are an immigrant family, and my parents, uprooted their whole lives to try to give me and my sister a better life here in America. So of course they would want to see all of those sacrifices come to fruition for their daughters, because they feel like they were trying to set us up for success, and success looked a very specific way to them, right?
Right, what success looks like. So right now, obviously, you're older, and you can look back at this and reflect, and I guess understand that your mother's desires and wishes and demands of you and your sister were well intentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But growing up with that, how difficult was that?
I mean, it was incredibly difficult, which is why I grew up as a bit of a rebel, right? Because it was me trying to fight back against all of, that.
By the way, I had so many Asian friends growing up that they all smoked. They were all like smokers and this, and they would basically come out and be like, and you found out it was basically because they were trying to be rebels against their parents.
Right. It's like you want to fight back against all of that structure. And also, I think a lot of why I wanted to be a rebel too was because my sister really conformed to all of the things, and so it just made me want to go to the extreme end of the spectrum and say, okay, well, if you have somehow gotten my sister to kind of comply to everything that you are expecting of us, then it gives me less of a reason to want to do it. She's already fulfilled a lot of their expectations. And also because I think deep down inside, it was probably just my way of, I didn't think I could live up to their expectations. So it was easier to be a rebel. It was easier to say I didn't care and I'm not gonna get straight A's, not because I can't, but because I don't want to, when maybe it was me feeling like I couldn't fulfill it, right?
Right, so it's almost just sabotage yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
Just
a little
to
bit
avoid
of
actually failing.
For sure.
That's interesting. When you started to kind of dive into poker and gambling and decided that maybe this was a career for you, how much backlash was there from your mom?
I mean, there was definitely a good amount of backlash because, again, I think your parents only want the best for you, and their idea of what's best for you might be very different from what your idea of what's best for you is, because especially when you're young, like my idea of what's best for me is kind of like letting me do whatever I want to do, right? but they can see like a bigger picture. And although, you know, she definitely didn't agree with my choices, and I think it felt like a disappointment to her because, again, they feel like they invested so much into our future and they gave up so much for our future that I think she couldn't really fathom that this is what I saw myself doing with my life. But again, because I did have that rebel attitude, it didn't deter me. I think some people, you know, once they get a certain level of backlash or they don't have a certain level of support from their loved ones, they might be like, all right, I'll change course, right? Because it feels really hard to continue on a path when you're not getting any support. But I think that actually fueled me to keep going and to kind of succeed, to prove them wrong. So in some ways I have them to thank, because I feel like there were times when I did think like, wow, playing poker for a living is hard. I don't know if I want to keep going. But just because I didn't want to have to go back to my parents and tell them they were right, I forced myself to play through the times when there were self-doubt or the times when I was going on a downswing and I mentally didn't want to keep going, right?
You put a tweet out there about uncomfortable conversations. I want to ask you something that might be uncomfortable. And anybody who knows you how much you absolutely love your sister. Yeah. I mean, your adoration for your sister is, it's, first of all, it's, I'm jealous of it. I literally reach out to my own sister and I'm like, can you love me as much as Maria loves her sister, please? But was there a moment growing up where you resented your sister and hated her for being perfect and conforming, and then you were the bad? Like
1,000%. Like I took it so personally where I would feel like she would almost, I was like, she's doing this to try to make me look bad, you know, instead of me feeling like, oh, she's just doing this because she's an overachiever or because she really cares about what my parents think or whatever. You know, I almost thought that she was like doing it to spite me. That's how resentful and upset with her I was. But our relationship has done a complete 180. Like, first of all, you know, we weren't very close growing up, not just because our personalities were so different, but because of our age gap. Like, she's 4 years older than me, so, you know, it's just kind of right at that age where we never went to school together. You know, she was always moving on to, like, you know, high school when I would go into middle school and this, that, and the other.
It's funny, by the way, because 4 years for boys is like 4 months, but 4 years for girls is like 20 years.
Right. And so, you know, we just weren't that close growing up for like the reasons that I've stated. But I think especially when I got older, I just realized how much I looked up to her, just because my sister is so incredibly self-motivated and she's so good at so many different things. And so like this idea of like maybe almost like jealousy turned into just like adoration, right? And so I kind of think, you know, you just get older and you realize that, you know, it's just us two. So it's just so nice to have a sibling, and you just appreciate that relationship so much more when you're older. And I just trust her with anything. And I also, again, I just really admire her, and I feel like the work that she's doing is also so important that all I want to do is support her.
Was there a moment, I want to go back to your parents for a second, was there a moment where your parents were proud of you?
You know, it's funny because I think, and this is probably not just, you know, my parents. I think other people can relate that they might have parents that do something similar. I think some parents are way more hesitant to tell you that they're proud of you, but they'll tell their friends, or they'll talk about you in, you know, in a very positive way and paint you in a very positive light to other people, but they almost don't want to say that to you because they're afraid that it might make you, you know, work less hard or be less ambitious or whatever it is. So it's like there are definitely moments in my life where my parents have like said the words, "I'm proud of you." It's not really ever related to like career stuff. It's really just like the person that I've grown
Right.
to become, or it'll be, you know, like the way I handle
Was
a
there some-
situation
again-
or a crisis, you know?
Right. Was there something, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, growing up as the non-conforming, rebellious child,
Mhm.
and the way you and your parents might have, you know, butted heads growing up, was there a moment that you kind of remember where you connected and you just realized that, okay, they approve of my life. They are okay with the choices I've made.
I think approval is a really big word. I don't know if my parents necessarily will ever approve, but I think they've reached a level of acceptance. And I
Okay.
think they are happy for me in the sense that they feel like I'm doing what I want to do, and I've created a life for myself where, you know, where I have certain liberties that they didn't have and they weren't fortunate enough to have, which is, you know, they kind of had to do what they needed to do to get us here and to get us to this point. But what's beautiful is because they did that and gave up so much, my sister and I are able to pursue things that we really love now, right? Whereas maybe they didn't have those freedoms.
Right, yeah. You had the freedom to make
choose.
decisions they would never make.
Right.
Which is pretty amazing, and obviously the sacrifice they made.
Yeah.
did that.
And so I think they're
Are you
happy
close with them
about
today?
that. Yes, I'm very close with my parents. I mean, to me, family is everything. And so, you know, even though my parents aren't necessarily the type of people that I consider myself like a very open person, and I think I'm so open because my parents are not the same way. You know, they're not as communicative and they're not as in touch with their emotions. But
Well, I mean, you're one of the most public people out there, period. I mean, I've never heard you say no to anything. It's like, hey, let's do this. Yes. I asked you to do some CNBC stock show with me. Sure. You know, it was like, you're always the
I'm
yes.
kind of like down for whatever, you know?
That's what I mean. You're always, so, you know, if you're comparing your parents or anybody to you, anybody's closed off compared to you.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it kind of has resulted in an interesting dynamic in my relationship with them, where I think I don't have the same expectations. I don't have this expectation that everything is always going to be reciprocated. You know, how much I open up to them or how much I communicate with them, I don't necessarily think they're going to give that right back to me. But I have come to a place where I'm just happy to have the time with them, and like I love them so much that, you know, you just kind of start letting go of kind of the expectations you might have on your parents to maybe be a certain way with you, and you just kind of accept them for who they are.
But yeah, I mean, I remember growing up, my parents just always embarrassed me. And then I finally realized, I was like, okay, I can't take responsibility for everything they do.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, that's who they are, and that's them, and it's not me. And I guess, you know.
And they're not necessarily like a direct reflection of you either, you know? And it's like,
Yeah.
it's just like allowing people to be their own person.
So what's next? I mean, you've done so much, you know, whether it's Deal or No Deal, Amazing Race, broadcaster, you MC, you know, charity events, and shows. You've won a Global Poker Award, the Hall of Fame, you've won a WPT title. What is next? Like, you look at the last, you know, decade and a half, you know, in the first 40 years of your life, and you know, you kind of look at it and go, what does the next 40 years look like? What does the next 10 years look like for Maria?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bit of like an existential crisis sometimes of just like thinking, okay, what is next, and you know, where do I go from here? And I feel like I've
So is there a midlife?
But I think
my wife donates her time at a wolf sanctuary, so she works with wolves once a week. Wow. That's her midlife crisis.
Wow.
So
I love that. I could totally see her doing
you could
that.
do, yeah, no, see, that's her, 100%.
Makes total sense.
Maybe. So what's a midlife crisis for you?
I mean, you know, I think it's just about kind of, interestingly enough, you know, you mentioned how I just, you know, I'm a yes person and how I kind of am willing to take anything on, and I'm just very open-minded and this, that, and the other. And I think I still am all those things, but I think these last couple of years specifically, I've just wanted to kind of focus a little more inward. And I think like before, a lot of my accomplishments and achievements and accolades, that was driven by this idea of, probably wanting to like leave behind a legacy, or, to do something where my parents will feel proud of me. And I feel like I've realized I've never had a chance to stop and just kind of enjoy it, right? Because I was always chasing the next thing, and a little bit of it is ego driven too, because a part of you is always like, okay, I have to do more. I have to do more, because like if I don't do more, then no one's gonna care about what I did last year. People are only gonna care about what you're doing today. And I feel like I've never really stopped and just taken a breath and just allowed myself to enjoy what I have done already. And so these last couple of years, I've really like turned inward, and it's really about like more self-improvement, but also like looking at what my next 40 years of my life is going to look like, right? And, I definitely don't think that the next 40 years of my life is going to consist of the insane amount of traveling and the insane amount of, work that I've done in the last 20 years. And so if that's the case, then it's kind of like, what is going to make me happy in the long run? And so just kind of reshifting priorities, and spending a lot of time with my family. I'm just also realizing, my parents are definitely at the age where I don't know how many more good years I'm going to have left with them.
Right.
And so, when you're faced with that reality too, it's like, is it that important to go and travel across the world for that next big tournament, for the next big score? Would I care more about spending my time that way, or spending my time with the people that I love and the people that, really like fill my day to day and my heart a lot more than, just what poker can give me?
From a poker perspective, what, obviously we all know you from, on screen, we know your voice from broadcasting. How much of that do you love? How much of that will you continue doing, you think? Or are you going to be saying no to some of that as well?
No, I think I'll definitely still be doing that. I think, maybe just scale back a little bit in terms of, how often I do it. But, let me just make sure that I'm setting the record straight. I still love poker tremendously and will still play poker until...
Just don't call her anymore and don't bother her, because she doesn't want to do it anymore, okay? Maria needs some her time, okay? It's her time now, okay? It's not your time, it's her time.
No, I'll still enjoy knocking you out of the WSOP main event.
You know what? Really? By the way, is that your greatest accomplishment? Your greatest poker accomplishment?
Be. You're right. I'm surprised that wasn't the first thing that came to mind.
Knocking me out day 4
yeah.
of the main event?
Yeah.
Ouch.
So I'm still going to be playing poker, and I still love the broadcasting piece. I still love, doing commentary. I love doing things in front of the camera. Like, I kind of still want to do it all, but I just want to have a better work-life balance, basically, right? Which is something that I did not have, which was by my own design, right? So I think I'm just kind of looking for more of a work-life balance, but poker will still be such a big part of my life. And, and there are still so many other things I want to accomplish outside of poker as well. Like, I have, other passions. I have like this deep desire to be an entrepreneur. So like, I want to think about, ways in which I can either infuse some of my poker background into a business.
What kind of business?
Also, that's the thing, is like, I don't know what that business is. I just know that I want to create and start and build something from the ground up. I want to have that feeling of satisfaction of planting the seed and watering it and seeing it grow.
Right. Metaphorically, we don't want to build a garden, but
no,
right.
I don't have a green thumb.
No, okay. Fair enough. That's I like that. Something that's really cool. I'm a big TED Talk fan. I just think they're amazing, and I know late in 2024 you got the opportunity to do one. Talk about that for a second.
Yeah. So it was actually really cool because, again, of course I'm gonna find a way to pump up my sister a little bit more because that's just how much I love and adore her. But it's funny because she actually did a TED Talk a couple of months before I did mine. She was asked to do one, and then maybe like, I don't know, 3 weeks later after she was asked.
It all comes back to parent approval. So your sister got to do
So
one, and
I
you were like,
had to.
I have to do it now, otherwise mom's gonna love you more.
basically.
Right.
So that's why, see, my sister just sets the bar, and I just have to try to, match it.
It's a high bar.
It is a very high bar. So, and then I got asked to apply to be a speaker as well for a different venue. And so I was like, okay, not really thinking much of it. Like, again, I love being challenged. And so all of these things that I've said yes to in the past, like, they scare me, but I still say yes because I want to prove to myself that I can do it. So obviously there are certain stipulations, like, okay, it has to be between 15 and 20 minutes long. You have to have it memorized. And I was definitely very worried and nervous at just how daunting this could be. But I just went into it, guns blazing. I was like, you know what? What's the worst thing that can happen? Oh, I know. I could just forget my whole speech in front of everybody. But I just wanted to take on the challenge. And I actually just recently got the news that, so my TED Talk was on like decision making and how to think like a poker player and how to make decisions, with incomplete information and being under the gun with, a lot of pressure and not a lot of time to make it. And so I just got the news that my TEDx talk is going to be one of the editor's picks, which means it's going to be like featured on the front page of the TED site.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, like I was in there worried about just, whether or not I could deliver and memorize a 17-minute speech, and now, they liked it enough where they want to feature it.
That's
so
amazing.
That feels good.
I asked Maria to help out my wife's school and also my kids' school because we had a casino night, and to raise money, Maria was nice enough to donate your time and talk to one of the students.
Yeah.
And there was a man who bid on it, and then you actually spoke to his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the kind of person you are. I mean, honestly, I have so much respect and love for you and what you've done. But I guess my question for you is advice for everybody out there. When facing fear and you're terrified of doing something, whether it's talking in public or whether it's, starting a business, how do you approach that? Because you just admitted, I mean, you are afraid, but how do you face that fear and just go, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway?
I think it's about just having the mindset that failure is not a bad thing, right? I think society and probably our parents teach us that failing is almost something that you never want to have to experience. But I feel like poker has really allowed me to not be afraid of failure, because every day I'll play a tournament and make a mistake, and I will immediately, realize and see the repercussions of the mistake I made. And then I have to go back in there, and maybe sometimes it doesn't take me out of the tournament, right? I don't lose my entire stack. And then I have to sit there with whatever is left of my decimated stack because of a failed bluff or a failed line that I took. And I have to be able to pull myself back together and try to spin it back up and try to continue to play a good enough game to kind of allow me to continue in the tournament. And I think it's really set me up for this mindset that, like, every time I've failed, I've learned something from it, and it's made me that much better and that much more prepared for the next time. And so it's just, failure has made me a very resilient person, and I've learned that over and over again because I've failed so many times in poker. And so I think it's just to shift your mindset about the way that you look at failure and realize that it's not something to be afraid of. It's something that is going to be able to teach you a lot, not only about whatever it is that you're doing, but about yourself as well. And so now I think I just don't have that fear, and without that fear, it doesn't hold me back. And it also just gives me these opportunities when I think I might fail and I don't, to just prove myself wrong, right?
I'm gonna clip that and show it to my boys. I hope you don't mind. That's beautiful, and I think it's great. I always say to them, like, I hate people that say don't be afraid, because you can't control that. Like, that's just like it's like, don't be jealous, don't be afraid. It's like, no, but I'm always like, be afraid and do it anyway.
Yeah.
But I think it's such a great advice to just go, what's the worst that'll happen? You'll fail.
Yeah.
And if you're not fair to failure, then who cares?
Right.
I love that. Okay, my last question, I'm going to drop you off. And I want to thank you for all of your time. You're amazing. I will ask you this final question. It's a really, really important one, okay?
All right.
Because you have, you've been a broadcaster for such a long time, and you've obviously...
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. It is 888 Live Barcelona post-dinner. We've got the same table for you. David Zuckman, Nick Wilthall here, courtesy of 888 Poker, everybody. We've been to Madrid. We'll be in London in September, but for this week, it is Barcelona. Vivian Saliba at our feature table once again. And to her left, Aaron Baroni. We still have a ton of giveaways for everybody. Good news.
Lots of giveaways.
Oh, too many.
Too many. Well, I'm worried. I've got to get through them. I feel the weight of administrative burden.
I know you're worried. There's no reason to worry.
So when Vivi flats on the button here, she's got a lot of hands that connect with this flop. From Finstra's point of view, it's not a great board for him to try and continue.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the nuts. Keep in mind, he's the only one who has ace king. He's the only one who has sets of queens, sets of jacks, sets of tens.
Yeah, but he can see his cards.
Yes. Unfortunately.
The really important news from Barcelona, David, is that Barcelona club football are winning their football game.
Yeah, no.
Which means in about an hour's time, this city is going to be ablaze with celebrations. And I'm going to go out and join them.
Yeah, I hope it's not a blaze.
Blaze with the excitement.
That's okay. I've had too much blazing in 2025. No more blaze, please. Nice delayed c-bet here from Feenstra. I actually kind of like this delayed c-bet.
I was slightly surprised Vivi didn't just bluff the flop. Just because the threes have no future, like they're never getting to showdown. And the bet on the flop doesn't have to succeed very often.
I think the fact that he actually checked might have just made her feel like he's got showdown value, like he's got like some sort of weird, like ace-jack type hands.
Why would you ever check ace-jack there? Like that, there's so many bad turn cards.
Are there?
What?
You got a gut shot. No, I mean, how many
There's like a flush draw and like all kinds of crap.
He's got ace-jack with like...
So much crap on I mean, I just think we played poker very differently.
We might. I play it profitably and it's all good.
What's your point?
Who just folded 6-9? What's going on in this game?
Yeah, you should never fold 6-9.
I think Viv just folded 9-6.
No, everyone knows. Everyone knows that's a raise.
Right?
From all positions at all times.
Yeah. Baroni on the button.
just run it by me one more time, David. How many giveaways have we got left?
9.
Oof.
3 $109.
3 $109.
6 keyword ones. In fact, I'm going to take it upon myself to do a keyword one now. I think we should do a keyword.
Okay.
And we're going to give away 2 tickets here to make you happy. 2 $33 tickets. Now, these are satellite tickets.
We're back
to
from
get
dinner
into the main event.
With a bang.
Yeah.
Rewarding the people that stuck with us.
Right, exactly. If you realized, we said we're going to be back in an hour. If you came back in an hour and you're right, you're with us, we're going to reward you. And you've got a much better chance. I mean, our viewership has halved.
Oh.
So, really exciting.
Is that bad for our futures?
No, but it's great for their futures, more importantly, because 2 of these people watching are going to be in there. Yeah. And Lime, is the keyword ready? Well, first off, chatters, do you guys want to win $33 tickets? They're satellite tickets to get into the main event. Are these something you want or no? Because if you don't, we can hold off. 22 horses here, not going anywhere. Sleepy the Old is still here. Player Quillas, yes. Lime Ricky, you are not eligible. I think people are so excited they've fallen. I Gregorius, we. Crazy Scotsman, amen. Fair enough. Okay, let's do it then.
Let's do it.
Lime, is the ticket, is the keyword ready?
You're not so good at this bit, are you?
No, this is why you do it.
Yeah.
Lime, is the keyword ready? The keyword is ready. Mr. Tuckman, I like that.
Mr. Tushman.
I like that. I like that. Let's do it. It is going to be, because you're all here, and it's post-dinner. It's post-dinner win. No spaces.
How is that a
Post-dinner
word?
win.
What is happening?
Post-dinner win. Win after post-dinner.
Post-dinner win.
Yeah, see? There it is. Very easy.
I'll be honest with you. My post-dinner win is a nap. I'm going to be really honest. A little sleep, maybe with a brandy. A brandy and a sleep.
Am I doing the next 2 hours by myself?
No, I'll be here with a brandy having a sleep. You won't be alone.
Get your post-dinner wins in. This is a great opportunity for you to win right now. We're giving away 2 $33 tickets. Be like Barcelona. Win the championship tonight. Close it out.
That's right.
That's kind of cool. And they only need to draw, right? And they're
Yeah.
up 1-0, so
Yeah.
it's
pretty much done.
right?
Which is Vivian Saliba's got kings, David.
It's a good hand.
Kings for our queen. See what I did there?
Oh God.
What? What's your point?
I just listen. I love Viv too, but I don't love Viv so much that I dislike the rest of our ambassadors and stream team members.
Oh, I don't dislike them. Who do I dislike? What are you saying?
You said you hate Aaron Brony.
No, I hate that he luckboxed her in a massive pot. I
but
don't hate the person.
You were actively cheering for her.
Yeah. Aaron understands.
3-bet here from Viv. Feenstra.
Disclaimer, I have no idea if Aaron understands. I don't think he's going to continue, but let's find out.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong 3-bet. I mean,
And
she's
Ace just sucks. I mean,
It's a bad hand.
what do you want to happen now?
Oh, he's already folded. Look at him.
Mentally folded.
Yeah. I mean, it's under the gun open and under the gun +1 3-bet on not a huge stack.
Oh, this is a very good safe face tank, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm thinking really hard about my 8 or whatever.
Right, or Ace-Jack.
Ace-Jack.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, my God.
That is...
Why would he think she was weak?
Well, I've got to imagine a lot of players do this where you think, like, it's the old Chris Moorman effect. You think these amazing poker players are always up to things. And the fact of the matter is, under the gun +1, she's just almost, I just don't think she has bluffs in this spot.
Hold, please.
Ace-8 of diamonds versus kings. Viv, 2-1 favorite. She is at risk. Big pot, 99,000 in there.
Clean flop.
Oh, she's got a pair of 8s.
Pretty clean.
An 8 or an ace for Feenstra. Clean, neither player with a club in their hand. The outs are at the top of your screen. You can see them, 4 of them. Any ace, any 8 will do. The river, the 5 of hearts.
Let's go. Let's go, Vivi.
And the queen with the kings holds, and a full double up. And despite a couple of bad beats earlier, Viv is back up to 100,000 chips. Yeah, and a bit of an ambitious play from Feenstra. It's just, as you pointed out, why would she choose to commit?
When she doesn't have a deep stack.
Right, in that spot. There's no other dead money in the pot. It's not like there's a lot of dead money in the pot. It was a raise and then just right to you.
Yeah.
Much different story if there's a raise, 3 callers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just not a spot that she's going to be bluffing very often.
And then not only she has to have hands that she will 3-bet fold. So what hands are they?
I mean, those
because she's not super deep. So
those would be the bluffs.
Yeah.
And
So but like real bluffs, like not.
Oh, like ace-5 suited.
Yeah.
And I don't even. I think I don't know if she bluffs in that particular. I don't want to say she never does because she's a really good poker player, and you'd like to think that you're somewhat balanced. But the fact of the matter is, in this spot, in this game, in this buy-in, in this main event,
I don't think you should ever be bluffing there. Really, you've got like I think she's got. Oh wait, do we move level after dinner?
Yeah.
So she's only got 25 bigs.
Right, but in theory, though, you can't. Are you telling me that in that spot,
under the gun plus an under the gun raise,
right?
and
Okay.
she's. Does a good player have bluffs there?
Well, that's the thing. If she has no bluffs, then you're saying that she's always raise calling off. Always? That's hard to say.
I would think it's hard to find because when he shoves, she gets pot odds. It's hard to find very many hands that she raise folds.
I tend to agree with you. But and if she's
we're doing a thing, David. We're doing a thing.
We're doing a thing.
Vivi's doubled. Everyone's happy. 2 people are going to be even happier.
Yep. Viv has had her post-dinner win. Are you? Somebody's going to get it. Post-dinner win. Here we go.
Congratulations to you.
Tower 009. Tower Power.
Tower of Power has a $33 ticket. Nice.
And Farting Potato Lord has won the giveaway.
And won the screen name competition.
Yes, Tower 009 and Farting Potato Lord, you have won the $33 ticket giveaway. Congratulations to you both. You will be playing in a satellite to get yourself in to the XL Spring Series main event. That one is going to be lit. Fonts in the small blind with 3s. Feenstra with 9-4. I think sometimes just like the better players, the more successful pros, they either get folds they shouldn't get, or they get action they shouldn't get because people assume they're always up to something being crazy.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, oh wow, look at that sexy little turn card. The fact of the matter is that more often than not, they just don't make mistakes and they capitalize on yours. I always call it the Chris Moorman effect.
Right.
Chris Moorman might be one of the more boring poker players there are because I love Chris. But
I've hung out with him.
He's super cool dude to hang out with. He drinks beer, he has fun. I'm talking about boring poker player. He just doesn't. We always expect him to be doing something crazy, and the fact of the matter is, no, he just has a good hand, and you just made a mistake and he capitalized on it. Doesn't mean he doesn't bluff. He does, but he's not a magician. And I think a lot of times we assume these great players are magicians.
Yeah.
Feenstra considering calling with 9 high?
Not anymore.
I would have liked it better if he didn't show and he just said, yeah, I had a pair of 3s.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, wow, you value bet super thin. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's
trying
how
to
good
get
I am.
Right, you're trying to get value from an ace?
That's how good I am.
Congratulations to the winners. If you have not won, don't fret. We still have a ton of tickets left, much to the chagrin of my...
No, I'm glad we've got lots to give away. I just, just think we're in trouble.
Lime, what's she's on top of this, I know. Lime, I know we have 3 $109 tickets to give away.
What's the scoreboard?
And I believe we probably have 4 $33 tickets left to give away.
Is that all?
Hey, just 7.
We're not doing so bad then.
We have 2 hours.
Just relax then, David. Stop panicking about it. God.
Yeah, see? I mean, we routinely give away 10 tickets, at least 5 tickets, in like an hour and 20-minute show every Monday.
You're absolutely right.
Mr. Duffy, may I recommend going to the Reddit? Reddit is great for support at 888poker. Rosalan, who we know is certainly capable of getting out of line, is not getting out of line here.
Yeah, really aggressive, fun player to watch, but he's had his wings clipped and his chip stacks meant he hasn't been able to do very much. But I'd definitely be in favour of him getting chips again because he was really fun. He was making moves.
Where's the button?
Ooh. Vic 1272 broke their leg, but they're good now. They've had operation. Oh, good to hear. Glad you're doing better. Take care of yourself, Vicky. Or Vic. Broken ankle doesn't sound like fun at all. Have you ever broken a bone?
Yes.
What bone?
Wrist.
As a kid or as an adult?
As a kid. It's the only time I've ever played in goal in a football match. And I did it because there was no goalie and they needed a volunteer. And I lasted about 15 minutes and I broke my wrist.
It took you 15 minutes to break your wrist.
It's unbelievable. It's a true story. I can't remember how old I was, but I literally just did it because somebody had to step up.
You never got back on the horse and tried it again?
What, playing in goal?
Yeah.
It's such an awful, it's like the worst. I don't know what it's like in ice hockey, but in football, you've got to be mentally really weird to play in goal.
I mean, I played goal a little bit growing up because we played soccer a lot growing up.
Story checks out.
What
I said.
Yeah, I liked it.
Right.
Goalie in ice hockey is insane.
It's an incredibly important position in ice hockey. It's not as important in soccer. It's important.
But imagine signing up to have little 6-ounce rubber things shot at you at 99 miles an hour.
Sucks.
Like you want to stop it.
Leo says I'm tall, so I play goalie too. It sucks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lime Ricky broke her arm when she was a kid too. Wow. Otherwise, she probably would have gone pro.
Aaron making a call here with a gut shot.
Yeah.
King of diamonds.
King high also. Just he's
King
good.
high. On your best days, they have Queen Jack here.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, though, the King of Diamonds
King of
certainly
Diamonds is a thing.
Yeah, it gives him an opportunity to bluff it on a later street. I mean, the thing with Aaron, and I think, again, I'll go back to what I was saying earlier. I think this is recreationals make mistakes. They watch Aaron make this play, and they go, oh, well, I'm going to call with King High. I'm going to make it. But Aaron is calling with King High because he's got a plan on certain turn cards.
Oh, he's leading here.
Right. He's not just going to I hope to get the showdown or I hope to get there.
Why is he leading here, David?
This board heavily favors the player in the big blind. Even if your opponent had an ace, they don't love this board. And the times they don't have an ace, the hand is over.
There you go. Aaron taking down a pot that most poker players would not have won.
And the way he won, I just
Right.
want to make sure people point out that when he called the flop bet, let's take a look at the outer tables. You know him, you love him. He's got some chips too, doesn't he? He's got chirping chips. When he called the flop, there's a plan there. How am I going to win this pot? Right? Maybe I win it on a diamond. Maybe I win it on a 3, obviously. I win it. Maybe if a 6 comes off, I can use that in rep, right? There are cards that are going to favor my range. Go back to, what should you be spending your time studying? That. I don't think he bluffs the turn on it, like if the ace pairs. I think if anything, he may be done with the hand. And I don't know with Aaron or not, because he's definitely more of a technical player, but he plays a lot of live now. He plays online and live. He's one of the few pros that is successful at both. But, going to what you and I excel at, I will say that he I wonder if he had a live tell there at all. I mean, we know Aaron obviously has had a lot of success online. And I do think that
incredible.
I think live poker and online poker are different animals. It's still the same game, but I do think it's a different animal. I wonder how many players are really good at both. And Aaron Baroni's certainly one of those.
3 ways to this one.
It's not the flop you're looking for at deuces.
No. No. There aren't many. There aren't many good ones.
No, this is one that's okay. Like right now, she's already thinking about something completely different. I mean, if somehow I get it's like one of those, oh, somehow they let me get the showdown, and they both have like ace-7, sure, I'll win. But otherwise, no. I'm surprised Canojas does not bet here.
Yeah, sort of pot control-y, you know.
I get
like check call because
I certainly
someone
get
else
the
takes
flop.
a shot at it or whatever.
I mean, I completely understand the flop check, but when the king pairs.
Yeah, but you're listening to me, or am I just saying words into the void?
You are. I just don't. Like, why isn't anybody betting their hand? I don't understand.
Well, nobody has anything.
Canojas has got a straight.
I know, but he can't bet it, can he?
Why?
Well, because look at the board.
What? Straight's still a very good hand here.
What's he getting called by, David?
I don't know. Nobody put any chips in the pot. Who knows? Bet small enough. The pot was 16,000 chips. Maybe bet 2,000. Maybe you get called by an ace. Who knows? I don't know. I like to bet when I think I have the best hand, and I'll let my opponent make the mistake of calling me with something they shouldn't call me with.
Yeah, but I feel like... Never mind.
I'll put it this way. I'm not that afraid that I'm going to then like open up the door and my opponent's going to now bluff me.
Yeah, but he's also trying to decide, does he make the most by betting or check calling? Because, like, probably nobody has anything, so, because they check around twice. And a lot of times people will stab at boards like that.
Oh, poor Sleepy the Old. He's broken his right wrist twice. Did you say this already?
No. I said something about what you just said.
Yeah. I think everything you said makes a ton of sense.
Okay.
I don't dispute it.
It would be nice to hear it once in a while.
I need to acknowledge it and go, yes, Nick.
Well, I made a very strong point that was slightly different to the point you made, and the correct response was, good point. Let's look at the chat.
Sleepy the Old, did that all happen in one accident? Well, clearly not one, but right wrist twice, left wrist once, 6 ribs, a nose, 3 times. Stop fighting. You're not very good at it, Sleepy. Leg once, collarbone, pelvis in 2 places.
That's a lot of breaks.
Were these all separate accidents or one really awful one? Player Quo says, Sleepy, you have to stop falling asleep when you're driving. Sleepy the Old says, full contact karate and motorcycles.
Do not do full contact karate against a motorcycle. I think that's what you've learned. The motorcycle is just too hard, too firm. It's breaking your bones, dude.
Yeah.
You've got to stop.
That's a good point. See? A good point.
Thanks.
Let's go to the chat. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. We're going to be here for 4 straight days. Free rolls for you. In fact, hey, everybody, let's do a free roll call. How are we doing? How many players are left in the free roll? Are we in the money? And out of all of you wonderful people, who's still in?
Who is still in the free roll? When did we start? We started at 9 our time, so we should be in the money. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it might even be almost over.
Free roll call or update.
Happy Ray is out.
Oh.
Happy Ray, not so happy. Crazy Scotsman's in a free roll, but not the special one. That's great about 888 poker. There's always free rolls.
By the way, if Sleepy the Old did full contact karate and broke bones, he's kind of a badass. That's not messing around. Like full contact karate is like not messing around.
I am going to come out and I mean, if you're breaking bones while you're training,
yeah,
doesn't sound good.
Well, it's serious.
That's what I mean.
22 horse cash. Sleepy's out. High to play. Higher to play Aquila and Parabellum. I don't feel like we've been given amazing free roll information.
I mean, everybody might be out.
Yeah.
If it started 2 hours and 14 minutes ago, there's a distinct chance that.
Well, 22 horse cashed and is now out, so you might be right.
And cash for 65 cents, which is
beefy.
Yeah.
Chunky.
Leo Guy lasted one hand. Well done. Well, maybe can somebody check out the 888 client and let us know? Give a shout out to the winner, if they're still in there. What's up, Darwin Classic? Blinds down 1,000, 2,000. So.
Yeah, this is a serious jump, really, because if you're around the starting stack, you've now got 25 bigs.
Right.
So.
And I would imagine the average stack right now is somewhere in the 60s. So I think the average stack's probably somewhere around 35 big blinds, 33 big blinds. So should see some action here. And
yeah, definitely.
Palinci is pained.
You can just fold 6-3 offsuit. I know that it's defend the big blind and everything, but 6-3 offsuit is just so bad. You can just fold. Or 3-bet to 20,000. That's the other option.
Yeah, one thing I'm surprised about. I've noticed.
Are you not reacting to the 3-bet to 20,000 with 6-3 offsuit?
No, I mean, yes, it's.
I like it. That's absolutely wild.
Yeah, I like it better than calling.
Do you? I don't.
I think so. I don't know.
That's wild.
I mean, being aggressive is always fun.
Yes.
Are there no?
I mean, he might get ace queen to fold because it's such a massive bet. I don't know what you're supposed to do here with ace queen off. It's an absolutely huge bet.
Yeah, it's an enormous bet. Oh, there's no shot clock.
No, shot clock comes later in the tournament, doesn't it?
Okay, day 2.
But with this, say he does fold ace queen off. Wow. What provoked that? Plenty just literally went, "You're not raising my big blind."
Yeah.
How dare you?
I think Plenty.
How dare you?
I think he was just like, I'm the chip
eat
leader.
This.
I've got chips. You're opening in a late position. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a problem though. Like if you're raised folding ace queen. I mean, I get it, but it's.
Yeah, but he's just sitting there going, 20,000.
I mean, it's not as big a raise as you think. I mean, the open was to 5, right?
Yeah.
So 3-bet would be, like a normal 3-bet would be, what, 18? A little over 3x because you're out of position?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose it's not that big, but it's still.
It just feels massive, yeah.
Big. It's big in relation to stacks as well.
Yeah, players just aren't that deep. I mean, if you're a Cano host, you've got to just figure out and go, okay, am I comfortable getting 40 ace queen in for 40 big blinds? Because your opponent's probably fairly polarized out of the big blind. Like they either have it or they don't. They're not doing that with I don't think with queen jack suited.
Yeah, yeah. Although I reserve judgment, given that he's done it with 6-3 off. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I get your point.
Is Ruslan going to get crazy out of the big blind too? No, just calls. Well, we got a bit of an action there. Ruslan's got a pair.
Yeah, and I don't even know about defending. I mean, 5-3 offsuit, out of position to Aaron Baroni, I just fold.
I think the last part of what you said makes the most sense. I mean, defending out of the big blind makes a lot of sense because you're just inherently getting a great price. You know, you are getting about 4-1 plus implied odds.
Yeah,
so
but
you just don't need to win the hand.
You still don't defend your worst hands, though.
No, you
don't defend 5-3 offsuit. You don't defend really.
Especially when you start getting shorter. Keep in mind, like when you're down to like 30, 35 big blinds, it just becomes much more difficult to navigate. And I will caution this. Do I really need to play 5-3 offsuit out of position against a player of Aaron Baroni's caliber? And that's the last thing you mentioned. And I think it's like I'm just going to get outplayed here a lot. And that's no slight against Ruslan. He might be a great player, but if I'm playing this hand out of position against somebody, I promise you, I don't think much of them as a player. Ruslan, by the way, does have a heart. It's a baby heart, but it'll do. Aaron, I don't think like that turn card.
Well, when Ruslan calls the flop, he's supposed to have more than he has, right? Because he's like not supposed to defend some of his threes, and there's a lot of connectivity here. But obviously, Aaron doesn't want to give him a free draw at exactly what he has, which is a crappy flush draw or, you know, a random 9 or jack or whatever he's going to charge him.
Yeah, and I think it's just really smart from Aaron. A lot of players play scared, and when the board gets scarier and wetter and more draw heavy, a lot of recreational players kind of shut down. And I think Aaron realizes, no, when the board is wetter and scarier, that means my opponent actually has more outs now, and they have more of a reason to actually call me light. You know, what's their opponent doing there if they have a jack in their hand or if they have a big heart? They're going to call again. And Aaron ends up getting value. So it's a really nice spot. Okay, now I was going to raise here, mid-position with King-9 suited. The Vishir, I think you can just shove this. Going back to what you said earlier, like, does Viv have any bluffs in that spot on that stack depth? Probably not. And then this here, I just don't think you have any bluffs. You don't really have any. What are you going to do? Make it 15 and then... Are you making it 15 with any bluffs? No. This is a really small 3-bet, by the way.
Yeah, so you might do this with. So there are definitely good players that do this with semi-bluff type hands.
Right. And it does induce. I mean, listen, you know.
Right, exactly.
We saw what happened with the ace-8 of diamonds
and
the kings. Sometimes that little bet, they go, ah. Yeah, Crack Tournament says you size so small so you can bluff. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thanks so much for finding us here. This is just day 1B. We'll be here for day 1C, day 2, and day 3 when we crown a champion. Giveaways each day, free rolls for you each day. We still have a lot of giveaways today. In fact, we have 3 more $109 tickets. Those are to the opening event of the XL Spring Series. And we have 4, that's right, 4 $33 satellites. And those satellites are to get into the XL Spring Series main event. Got a spirited featured table for you.
Yeah, it's been really fun feature table. This second table, the first table was pretty fun too. But this one's been really good, and we're getting now into the good part of the tournament, aren't we? Where players have enough chips to make moves, but also most of them are going to be in jeopardy as well.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Canojos gets 3-bet again here. At some point, is he going to kind of stand his ground? He has raised folded ace queen, raised folded king 9 suited, and now he's got pocket 8s. Podve, by the way, we've had on our stream before as well. And player in the, I was going to say white t-shirt, but that doesn't really help anybody. Player right there with his hand on his head. Pondering what to do with 5s. And he calls. Palinci calls. Font. Now, this is kind of a juicy 3-bet spot. I mean, you've got a raise and 2 calls. You have everybody covered. You're not worried about Palinci at all. And he folded king-queen. My gosh. Feenstra. Going to go all in. Unfortunately for Feenstra, he just doesn't have any fold equity. Canojos can move all in over the top if he wanted to, and he does. I like the play. I like the idea of isolating him. Oh, Podve is all in too. Palinci gets out of the way. What a dream scenario for Canojos.
Amazing. Amazing spot. Wow.
I mean, you've got 8s here, and you're like, oh, do I have to fade? How many overcards do I have to fade?
Right. Probably 4. No, none.
Queen Jack suited fold, and the King Queen folded. We could get in a double elimination here.
Let's see. Set mining for the win or something.
Oh, what a great situation. So Canojos folds the ace-queen. Then folds king 9. And then he gets himself into an extreme scenario, but there's the 4.
Oh, yeah.
Now, good news for Canojos is Feenstra
is the smaller stack.
Right, and so only about half of that pot is for Feenstra. The other half, right now, Canojos could still win. Oh, man. Half the deck here. We got straight draws galore.
Imagine coming third with 8s. That'd be depressing.
If he hits his set, he will come in second still, but 3 is a 6. So Podve has been eliminated.
Yeah.
Feenstra is going to win a huge pot.
Thoughts and prayers with the dealer.
Yeah, essentially triple up.
Thoughts and prayers with the dealer. Got to do some chip stuff.
Yeah. Canojos actually does win a little bit there, despite losing the main pot.
Podve is out, but he's played with us before. We've seen him in 888 live events before.
Yeah, and he's a regular here, and I imagine, I would guess that we will see him again, possibly even tomorrow.
Congratulations to Barcelona Club Football. They've won the league. We're going to do this stream, then we're going to go out in town and party.
You're not going to party, are you?
No. But the viewers don't know that.
I'm calling you on your bluff. I would love to see you actually like, okay, I would love to go to where they are partying and just watch it. And then maybe I'll have one beer.
Yeah.
That would be fun. I mean, I would assume Europeans are more civil than Americans. Like when Americans win or lose the finals or something, they riot. It's not going to happen here, right?
Riot?
Yeah.
Well, when they win.
They'll riot if they win or lose sometimes. It's crazy.
Rioting if you win seems like an odd move. Right? Seems like an odd move.
Fug says, are we too old for partying? I'm 58. No. You're never too old.
You're always allowed a party.
Yeah.
It's a human right. You've got to fight for your right. to party. That's what I heard.
As I get older, I certainly believe this, but I've always believed this. I genuinely think age is such a weird thing because unless you know when you're going to die, age is such a strange thing. You know, like my grandfather was 99 when he died. So I look at it and go, okay, well, at 60, he was still a relatively young man.
Ruslan's got his hand on a few chips and immediately 3 bets.
Yep.
I would love to see this player with a big stack because he is borderline crazy.
Creative. How's that?
Yeah.
Sleepy the oldest 70 and likes to party. I like it, Sleepy.
Let's go, Sleepy.
I believe it.
¿Me puedes llamar un camarero o cómo?
10 minuts amb el descompte i tot.
22 left in the free roll. Noob, are you saying wow because you're in? Or are you just excited that there's 22 left? I can't tell. Have we got anyone in the 22?
Right.
That would be cool.
Wow, free roll's coming to its conclusion.
Well, maybe he fits
Yeah,
that.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Well, I'm hoping he's in it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, he's out. Vivi and Ruslan to the flop.
Not a bad. I mean, hey, there aren't going to be many good flops for deuces or fours, but this is not a terrible flop for fours.
Of all the flops.
Yeah, I mean,
there aren't many good ones. This is pretty good.
It's not terrible.
You got an undercard.
You've got an undercard, and there's some.
Ah.
There are some cards in the turn that give you a draw, right? A 6, a deuce, an ace, 7, all cards that give you some added equity. We can see that Viv has now picked up a straight draw, but Ruslan has hit his ace.
The thing is, yes, it's a bluff card on the turn, but it's also a big part of his check-back range on the flop.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's like he's going to rep the ace.
Sometimes as well, he checks a 10 because the board is so dry.
All right.
So what else does he check and then bet? I guess things like King, Queen, and King, Jack, he might check the flop and then bet this turn.
Yeah, certainly possible. Well, King, Queen, and King, Jack both got there too now.
Both got there.
What can she beat now?
Nothing. Not really.
Because of the hands that he's checking back.
Right, because his dead bluffs bet the flop.
Like if he had 8-9, he's probably betting it, right?
Right. I don't think she's going to hear it if he bets.
I'd like to see a bet here, though. Viv has already checked. You can see in the bottom left corner the check mark next to Ruslan's name. That indicates they've won the hand if it goes to showdown. And Ruslan does not bet.
He does win, though.
People love checking back.
On the river.
They love it. I mean, if I'm playing in a tournament like this and you notice that your opponents are always checking back the river, it makes it a lot easier for you to call turns because you have to realize that you're just not going to face too much. Like, a lot of times I'm scared to call turn because I'm like, oh, what am I going to do on the river? Well, they're going to check it back. I don't have to worry about it. The times they bet, I'm actually like, oh, well, you got the nuts or nothing then.
I think the other thing is that, like, people think about, I guess they think about two things. They think, what if I get check raised? And then the other thing they think is, what if I'm value owning myself? Right? What if they've got a better hand and they call? So, in terms of what if you get check raised, like, what is my favorite book? I can't remember his name.
Fitzgerald?
Thank you. Yeah, in an exploitative live poker, Fitzgerald writes that, like, I think it's less than 2% of rivers are check raised online, or like of all rivers. And so live it's even less because people are less aggressive. So getting check raised in the river almost never happens. And then in terms of value owning yourself, well, first of all, you've got to trust your judgment a bit. Second of all, people don't check hands that beat a hand that you'll very bet very often, because not never, but most players want to get paid when they have a hand. So usually you will have heard from, like in that situation, you're going to have heard from 2-pair earlier. And then you've got context. There actually aren't many 2-pairs that beat him, and sets aren't slow playing like that very often. So it is the river is the ultimate spot that people see monsters under the bed and just don't bet. And as we've said many, many times, if you think about how many big blinds a value bet is on the river, you're leaving a lot of money on the table if you miss those value bets, if they might have been called.
Everything you're saying is just like spot on, and I'd love to argue with you. 3-bet here from Vivian with the 8-6, and there's. I wrote an article for.
Let's go, Vivi.
I wrote an article. I don't think she's going to get any action, which is good. Unless Ruslan 4-bets. If Ruslan might 4-bet this.
Oh yeah, he might.
Problem is, Viv has put so much in. If Ruslan 4-bets, he's committed. He can't 4-bet and then fold, and that's the problem.
So it takes one to know one, because he's so aggressive pre-flop. He knows this is a good spot to be aggressive on the button.
Oh, absolutely.
With so much dead money.
And he's got the ultimate. He's got the hand that everybody loves to be aggressive with. Ace-5 suited.
Yeah.
And if he does it, it'll work. Obviously, he's certainly considering it. The issue is, again, if he 4-bets, he can't fold.
Let's go, Vivi.
And that's tough. And he lets it go. Font's not going to be involved, I don't think. Unless Font folds to everybody except Viv. He loves playing against Viv. No, he's going to let it go. No, everything you say there is great. I wrote an article many, many years ago for Inside Poker, which is a UK poker magazine. And I wrote a strategy article. And I actually got a really nice... Daniel Negreanu reached out to me and wanted to tell me what he thought I did a great job with it. It was on value betting. And everything you say is so good, but also people don't realize that when you do not value bet on the river, it makes it much harder for you to bluff.
Yeah.
It's when you don't value bet, then when you're betting against me, I now know you either have a huge hand, like an enormous hand, or nothing at all. And then I can play back the hand, and I can kind of go through it and go, well, does 2-pair make sense here? Does a flush make sense here? Does a set make sense here? And if that doesn't make sense, and I don't think you'll bet your 1-pair hands, well, then I'm like, okay, well, I think we've got to bluff then.
Yeah.
So the players that value bet thinly on the river, I would tell people to work on the most in their game, which would be more than solvers and all the GTO. And I'm not saying that's not worth it. That's obviously valuable stuff. But as you said earlier, constructing range analysis, what hands you're supposed to have, what hands your opponent has.
Mm-hmm.
Perceptions, understanding how you are perceived by each and every opponent, figuring that out. Not just what you think you're perceived, how are they actually viewing you, and making the adjustments. And then the last thing would be figure out a way to value bet more. Find the value bets. Once you find more value bets, you'll also find more bluffs.
So I agree with that. And the tip I used to give is, not tip, the evidence I used to give is, I want you to think about the last 2 times you value owned yourself. So the last 2 times you value bet thinking you had the best hand, and it turned out you didn't. And if you can't remember them, you're not value betting enough.
Yeah. I've always said, yeah. I mean, listen, it's one of the reasons why I tell people, I go, don't show your bluffs. Like when you bluff somebody successfully, you don't need to show it. If you're bluffing at a rate you should be bluffing, you'll get caught. And when you get caught, they'll see it. So it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, if you're never value owning yourself, you're not value betting enough. 100%.
Again, I know I'm very boring on this topic, but I would recommend Alex Fitzgerald's book. If you're a poker player that's not a professional and you're listening to this, so poker is just something you're enthusiastic about, you want to play more, and you want some quick help to improve your game, Alex Fitzgerald's book on exploitative play in live poker which does generalize to online as well. His ideas there are just incredibly helpful. I can't predict what Ruslan's going to do. I thought he'd check this back for sure, but he hasn't. So Ruslan is a difficult player to play against because he's prepared to be aggressive, and he is also unpredictable.
Both players a little something here. Ruslan's ace high is good. Open-ended straight drawing now. Palinci with spades. I think it's cool that Ruslan even considered it with the ace-5, and I don't think he was Hollywooding. I think he legitimately was considering a play with the ace-5.
Yeah, he definitely was. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Just understanding that, hey, this is a good spot to 3-bet and try to and squeeze.
And I also, just to compliment you, I think that
Please do.
Well, I think that her stack depth was the reason why he didn't do anything. Yeah. But yeah, if they were deeper, I think for sure he plays back up. Partly because we know he's capable of it, which not all players are, and then because it was such an obvious squeeze spot for her.
So Palinci's going to bet 9,500. Ruslan.
So Ruslan bet this flop, and then Palinci's led into him, which is a bit weird because you would think so this is a bit. You would think he would have checked back the hands that actually he'll now fold, but this is one of the few times that Ruslan bet a hand that I thought he would check back, and actually Pleshny, however you say that, has got him to fold a better hand. So there we are. Andy, the book is Exploitative Play in Live Poker by Alex Fitzgerald. Lime will put a link in chat.
I suspected that you loved me when you sent me that book as a present. And then when I saw you got Percy Pigs, it was confirmed. I knew.
I love you, really.
I know.
In a work sense.
Right. I mean, as long as, hey, listen, we're work friends. That's all it is.
Work friends.
Lime wants a link to the book. This is not... Look it up. Look it up, Lime. This is easy. Google's your friend.
This is definitely a moderator function. We're very busy analysing the poker. Font has ace queen offsuit. See?
A link to the book. It's like when my wife asked me, what's the weather outside? Go outside. It's right there.
Wow, that's quite punchy.
Oh, it just drives me nuts, though. No, we'll literally be like we're standing next to the sliding glass door to outside, and she'll ask me what the weather is outside. We have an Alexa. She can ask Alexa, or she can just go outside. Either one of those.
You have Alexa? I don't know anyone that has one.
Really?
Do you use it?
Yeah.
What for?
Music mostly.
Do you?
Yeah. Like, play me this song. Actually, and order me like stuff.
Order me like stuff.
Yeah, like, you know.
Like Alex Fitzgerald's book.
I need a paper towel. Oh, yeah.
I need Alex Fitzgerald's book.
I need a book. I could do it very easily. This is an interesting spot. So raise from Font under the gun. Aaron Brony calls. Ruslan with an above-average hand here for sure. Ruslan doesn't need a big hand to 3-bet, and this is a pretty big one, King-Queen. The only thing is he does close the action. And while 3-betting is certainly an attractive play in this spot, you hate to 3-bet this and then get 4-bet. Like, you kind of do want to see a flop with this hand this strong. And he has decided to raise. He's decided his hand is just too strong. And look at that font, just ace-queen, not even really a thought. Just lets it go. And to your point, if Ruslan gets chips,
oh yeah,
watch out.
Oh yeah, Ruslan makes plays. I don't even have a view on how good he is or not yet because I've only seen him play a little bit, but we know he makes plays.
Yeah.
We saw him make what was a very aggressive 4-bet earlier on today and a couple of other plays when he had chips. Then he got short stack. Now he's back. So he's fun to watch.
Yeah, he's on, I want to say, somewhere around 40 big blinds or so. Look who's still in there. Easty. Easty looks clean and fresh. Looks like he got a haircut just for 888 Live Barcelona. I love it. The man looks good. Easty brought his girlfriend.
April.
Yes.
Shout out to April. Yeah, she came to Madrid. Oh, you weren't in Madrid.
I wasn't in Madrid. Aaron Browning going to stay aggressive. He just called a raise and folded the Jack-10 suited. Now he's picked up Jack-10 off.
Lime says, April seems lovely. Yes, the yin to Nick Eastwood's yang.
Yes.
See what I did there? It was a dig. But I'm just joining in so everyone digs out Easty.
No. I mean, it seems like a good mix. I mean, you've got a man whose brand is negativity with
a lovely, positive person.
Exactly.
To keep the universe in balance.
With the name April, I mean. 3-bet from Canoes. Baroni's, I mean, I got to tell you, as far as a day 1B table, this is not an easy one.
No, definitely isn't an easy table.
Right?
And definitely quite fun to watch.
And while Ruslan has been really aggressive, Canoes has not been, and Baroni has got to respect that and let it go. And
yeah, Jack-10 off's just not got a lot of future. Not a great future. Miss Steele, Claxon, everyone drink. What are we doing about these tickets?
Would you like to play a London Things? Give away a $109 ticket.
We better.
Okay.
We better.
Let's do it. I'm okay with that. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I've got a question.
Oh, okay. I had one too.
Oh. This is awkward.
Huh?
This is awkward.
I'm okay. I'm okay waiting.
How into your question are you?
I'm pretty into it.
This is pathetic. Go on then. Ask me a question. Wait a minute.
Lord.
Wait a minute.
Rules.
So we're playing for a $109 ticket.
One $109 ticket, everybody.
Are we going to do 3 more London Things in the next hour? We'll do 2 for the last one.
Yeah.
My
One,
question,
then
which
2.
is
There
brilliant.
you go. Perfect.
You only get one guess. You're trying to guess, just to be clear, because we've got a couple of new players last time. You're trying to guess what I will answer. If it's a question that could be Googled, that's irrelevant. I'm going to give the best answer I can, but I'm guessing. So you're trying to guess what I will answer. One guess per player. Nearest wins a $109 ticket. David Topman, what is the question?
Okay, well, we are on the precipice of...
Precipice. I love it there.
of Barcelona Football Club winning their league.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yes.
In the history of Barcelona Football Club,
how
many league titles and championship titles?
Champions League. You mean?
Championship League titles have they won combined?
Champions League. How many league and Champions League have Barcelona won
in their history?
So Champions League, I believe they're on 4.
No, you can't do that. That's.
I'm not allowed to say, am I?
Don't say it. That would be bad. You can think.
Oh yeah.
How many league championships and combined with their championship league?
Very good. How
You
many
think of that?
titles have they got? Jesus Christ.
I'll talk about the blinds moving up $1,200, $1,500, $2,500 or the $2,500 big blind ante. And you can look at this. Nobody is really that deep. Palinci, by the way, on 115,000, only 46 bigs. Ruslan has navigated his stack. He's dangerous on 97,000, but just 39 bigs. Viv on 36. Baroni on 35. We are at that kind of awkward stage where 4-betting is difficult without committing yourself. And we'll see how these players kind of battle through this. This is for one $109 ticket, everybody. Again, according to Nick Wellthal, how many league titles
Plus
and
Champions League.
Plus Championship League titles has Barcelona Football Club won in their history? If we had more people watching, I probably couldn't do this question, but I felt like the numbers are a little bit muted after dinner, so I could.
I don't know. I can tell chat that.
I mean, I'll put it this way, you're more educated than I am in this regard. So, people, that's part of the game. Do you know? Do you not know? Yes, Champions League titles. Crazy Scotsman is laughing at me. You guys know the point. You don't like it, don't play the game. Giving you a ticket, okay?
Exactly. A big ticket as well.
Yeah, $109 ticket. This gets you into the event number 1 of the XL Spring Series, which starts on Sunday, everybody. 7 high flop. Viv has got a gut shot.
Vivi's winning this pot. Every confidence.
She certainly should. I mean,
She certainly should.
Well, you talk about
She's
range.
out of position, though.
You talk about range analysis. This is a flop that highly favors her big blind range.
Yeah, that's true, but you can't get carried away with that concept because most of the time she connects with it, she's still got a weak hand, right? So she does like a lead, does Vivi?
Yeah, she loves that. Listen. I love unconventional play. I love when people do things that they force their opponents out of their comfort zone, and you don't see a lot of players lead. I've seen the check call lead. But just a lead on the flop is something that most players don't do in heads-up spots.
Well, the advantage of it, and it's definitely been an underused play in Hold'em over the years, the advantage of it is it takes away the check back from the pre-flop raiser, right? So if he does have a hand like Ace-Jack or something, he can't get a free draw at his card and a free piece of information to see what you'll do on the turn. So it's definitely a weapon that has been underused down the years.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen Viv do it. First time was with she had absolutely no equity. She had King Jack of Diamonds. And here we see her do it. Palinci, not a believer, is going to raise? Yeah. So this is the one thing. When she had King Jack of Diamonds, she leads. If she gets raised, it's an easy muck. I don't know if she wants to fold this one, though. Here she actually had some equity. And I wonder if playing this as a check raise would have been more effective.
Yeah, but she can also bet 3-bet.
Yeah.
Because she's now representing, if she bets 3, she's not going to bet 3-bet, she's going to call.
And Palinci's probably thinking, what did I do? I have queen high.
I know.
The problem with Palinci's raise is, and I'll ask you, what value hand is he raising with?
Overpairs.
Really? I mean, I would never. If my opponent led into me and I had queens here, I'm like, okay, cool.
No, I understand.
Might, though.
It's more common, yeah, but like these players are, some of these players are just like,
let me pile it in with my overpair. You know, if I have 9s here or 10s or jacks, I'm like, okay, I'll just call.
Well, fair play to him. He's continuing the aggression.
And this is likely going to win it.
It is going to win it. The only thing I would say, it is going to win the pot, I think. But the only thing I would say is I think that she would play her straights and her 2 pairs like this. As in she would lead with them. I think that Vivi is going to be really balanced when she leads, actually.
Yeah.
She plays a lot of GTO style stuff these days.
Yeah, she studies a lot.
I guarantee she's leading on these boards which don't hit the pre-flop raiser, and she's leading when she's got sort of some kind of equity like this, but she's also leading when she's nutted. We haven't seen her do it because we haven't seen her in that spot. But
I mean, she also the King Jack of Diamonds hand, she had absolutely nothing going on.
Yeah.
And what was that board? 6, 7, 8 with like 2 clubs and a spade, and she had king jack of diamonds.
Yeah. But she's thinking about how the board interacts with the pre-flop raises range.
Right. She is.
And again, there she's right. She just happened to lead into a player that was prepared to bluff raise her.
In fairness, in both her spots, she was right.
Yeah.
She just realized this flop is not a good flop for the 3-better or the raiser. So I'm going to attack it. If it's not a good flop for you, then it's a good flop for me, and I'm going to attack it. I wonder in this particular spot, since she actually had some equity there, if that would have been better as a check raise. Easy in hindsight for me to say that.
Yeah, I think it's just plain results.
No, yeah, but I think I'd rather lead when I have absolutely nothing going on. Because when I get raised there, I'm just like, okay, cool, I'm done with it.
Well, what if she just leads with everything that does not interact well with the pre-flop raiser's range? I think that's what she's doing. I think she's raising with everything that doesn't interact well with the pre-flop raiser's range and then just playing the hand from there.
Leading out with it?
Yeah, leading out with some equity, nutted hands, and bluffs. When the board, critically, does not hit the pre-flop raiser's range well, so like a 4, 5, 7 board.
Right, well, then she probably has to be prepared to play back at somebody when they make a move. Because
I think she is. Yeah, I think she is.
Yeah. I've got to take her to dinner because I'm going to have to talk to her about these hands. Because there's a couple of spots. Like that one there, I just don't. You're leading, and then you're kind of inducing a spaz. Because nobody understands. Like, it's like, what's this donk bet? This is nothing. What is this? I mean, she literally got queen jack off that had nothing going on with the board at all to raise.
Yeah.
And still couldn't figure out a way to, like, navigate through that. Like, she induced the bluff.
Yeah.
When she had equity and her opponent had none.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're reading a lot into one hand, though. I wouldn't be able to conclude whether it was a good or bad play from that one hand.
The difference between you and me, I mean, I can see one hand and I know everything.
I see.
Small sample sizes, be damned.
That's a very strong ability. Very useful.
One hand, that's all I need.
Very useful.
You played aces badly because you lost. That's it. Done.
Somebody's won a $109 ticket.
Who is it?
And as Noodaloo rightly says, what does Nick think? So I'm really scared because I've got a really hardcore Barcelona fan sitting next to me, Mark, our producer, and I don't know the answer, so I know I'm going to get it wrong.
You don't know the answer?
And I don't want him to be offended. I really like Barcelona. I don't like Madrid. They take a lot of players from us. They just took Trent from us. I don't like Madrid. I like Barcelona. I'll just say that before I get this wrong. So I don't know football history beyond the last 20 years, so I'm totally guessing because you're asking ever.
How long is it? Like how long they've been going?
It's going to be like 100 and something years.
Okay, wow.
But I don't think Barcelona used to be a powerhouse before in the old days. But I might be wrong. I know for a fact they've only won 4 European Cups. I know that for an absolute fact. Oh, that was my joke. You didn't react, Mark. It's actually 5. So, but I thought it was 4. And so I'm trying to guess how many league titles they've won. And I don't think they've definitely won fewer than Madrid. I think it's going to be in the high 20s or in the 30s in their history, but I don't know. Oh, Mark says I'm right. Oh, cool. Anyway, my guess is 33 in total. So 29 leagues and 4 European Cups, 33 is my guess.
Is that the actual answer?
It's 32. Oh, I am guessing.
You're on fire. So this is one of those rare nights where Google actually would help you.
Google would have helped you.
Yeah.
Because obviously I would have some idea, right? Anyway, it's 33. Who's won?
Who has won? Well, Cicello got it bang on. Unfortunately for the Hungry, they actually said 33 almost immediately after Cicello, but Cha was first. So Cicello, you, my friend, have won a $109 ticket. Congratulations.
Well done. I'm very pleased with my guess.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good question, wasn't it?
It was a good question. Very
on point.
I'm really excited by my question, which is coming later.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Will I have any idea? I feel like I've asked you questions, or at least
you'll be able
in the ballpark.
You'll be able to figure out something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like my favorite thing is when you ask me about like football questions, and I'm like, oh, come on. I just retaliate with space questions.
We'll never beat your space question to me, which I got wrong by a factor of 10,000 or whatever it was. Not by 10,000, by a factor of like 10,000.
Hand 108. Blinds are 1,200, 2,500 to 2,500. Big blind ante. as you saw from our last leaderboard. These players right in that 35 big blind range. So there's play, but not a ton anymore. And Feenstra in the cutoff. Going to raise. Viv with 8s. Does she just want to get it in? Does she want to raise? What's the play here? Does she just call? And thought about it. She does 3-bet the 17,000. This hand very quickly over. Feenstra knocking a Hollywood. Saliba takes it down. What's up, everybody? We are back tomorrow, by the way. More action. We're not done yet. Still have more giveaways. So nobody in our chat was still in the free roll, right?
We had no one still in the free roll, unfortunately. But we've got 3 more free rolls, and we will get a high finish from someone.
Very, very impressive chat. We've had winners for our free rolls. All sorts of fun stuff. Have you had a chance for the instant fun? Checking out the Instagram?
No, I thought I had to do that when I was being...
Right, we'll do it later.
Doesn't it? How long does it take Nick to have fun? So, Mark, what number league is this one for Barcelona? Is the 29th league or the 28th? 28th. You got 5 European Cups. Okay, so the 28th
so this
league.
will be 33.
This is the 20. Yeah.
Oh,
So a day earlier, I was.
Right, you said 33.
No, this is. Oh, this is 33 now.
Right, if they actually close it out, it will be 33.
So I got it right.
Well, they haven't. Have they won yet?
That might be the. Yeah, they've just won. So this might be the first. What does Nick think I've ever actually got right in the real world?
That's impressive.
Cool. You're going to get the next one right.
I like how you threw everybody off by saying you had no idea.
Well, I didn't. But I had a feel.
Clearly, you had an idea.
Yeah, but I had a feel for it because, like you said, you know
football.
They're winning a lot of titles, but unfortunately, less than Madrid.
I mean, if you had asked me, I couldn't even tell you how long
football
they played. Right, I'd be like, the only Spanish teams I know are them and Real Madrid, and I'm going, okay, well, they win every third year. Has it been going on for 90 years? Okay, I don't even know. Nonetheless, they're very impressive. I mean, I was more impressed by how many 8-figure winners there are in Hendon Mob. I mean, to be off by like less than 10 on that
was a good
insane.
guess. That was a good guess.
We do actually try to get these right.
Yeah, we do try. That's what makes it fun. Agrigoris says, Hala Madrid. No idea what that means. Does that mean visit Madrid? Lovely tapas. What does it mean?
Action folds around to Aaron. Aaron in the cutoff.
I do love Madrid, the city. I just don't like Real Madrid. I'm sorry.
I think that's okay. I love Madrid, the city. I think one of my favorite places. A few years ago, I brought my wife to Madrid for 888 Live. And we love the city so much, we were like thinking, this is a place we could retire to.
It's very nice.
Like, I loved it that much.
Agora says, I do love Liverpool. Yeah, I'm not surprised. We lose Champions League finals to you, and then you take our best players. Of course you love Liverpool. We're like a charity for you. It's very annoying.
No, you're just like a minor leagues for them.
Well, it's true and annoying.
You develop players, and then here you go.
It's very annoying.
But you make a lot of money, though. Don't they pay for them?
That's even worse. They didn't pay for this one. I took him through on a free transfer as a free agent. Yeah. Instead of re-signing for us, he went to Madrid. Everyone's very sad.
That seems unfair.
It seems unfair. It's just sports. That's sports. We do still have Mo, who is a god.
Yeah, international football to me is just, it's such a strange world. The fact that you can like sell and buy players and transfer money, and it's just so bizarre. To different leagues.
American sport is a much better system where they trade, but they take their contracts with them. That makes much more sense.
Right. Well, yeah, it's also the sports that are played in America at the highest level are all the best leagues in the world outside of MLS.
Mm-hmm.
The baseball league, the NBA, the football league, hockey, those are indisputably the best in those sports. And nobody cares about MLS because that's terrible. Got an open-ended straight draw plus backdoor spades for Canojos. Ruslan with the over and the gut shot. So a little bit of something for both players. Canojos is going to bet 4,000 into a pot of about 13. Ruslan makes the call. Pot now just over 21,000. Turn pairs the board. I don't know if I told you this during Magic Monday. We brought up the fact Dallas Mavericks were lucky enough to win the number 1 pick. Do you know that my hockey team, the New York Islanders, got lucky enough to win the number 1 pick as well? They were bad.
I did know that. I was going to congratulate you on it.
I was quite excited. Oh, look at this. Ruslan hits his king. Canojos has made the straight. Now, it is a third hard out there, and the board is paired. But this is a pretty clear bet. I don't think you can be deterred by the fact that the heart has come and the board is paired. You have too strong a hand to check this back.
I'm being told to congratulate Andre Pinter for winning the free roll. But what free roll?
Our free roll.
What, the actual free roll?
I guess so. Well, there were 21 left when we came back, so it'd be weird if you congratulated him to winning somebody else's free roll.
But wait, this is huge.
Canojos has won 10,200. Bet 10,200. Ruslan with top pair is going to pay him off. Nice little pot. 42,000 chip pot. Canojos now up to 96-1. Ruslan down to 75. What's huge?
That one of our chat
has won. Is Andre Pinto in our chat?
They must be. We've missed all of this. Far too busy.
No.
Talking about football.
Oh, Andre Pinto's in there.
Nice.
Andre Pinto, well done.
We thought we didn't have anyone left, and you only went and won it.
Yeah.
Andre, you're badass.
Andre, we would have made a much bigger deal of this.
Yeah, we're doing it now.
Yeah, when we let you know.
Woo! Andre.
Yeah.
Give me an A, give me an N. Dre Pinter. Andre Pinter.
If he can't do it, nobody can.
That's it. Free roll folk hero.
And next time we ask you if you're still in, let us know.
Yeah, there's no run up. I feel like I've just climaxed with no foreplay.
Oh. You had to go there.
What? I'm just saying. That's how it feels. No anticipation.
What else can we talk about today? Animal cruelty and out of this.
I never talked about the first one. What are you talking about?
Well, congratulate Mr. Pinto. That's fantastic. Good news there. Heads up here. Blind versus blind. Pair of tens for Ruslan. Easy bet and take it, I would imagine. Oh. So this is why you just bet. Ruslan bet the flop and got called.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Jack 8.
That's what I mean. Like, that's why you bet. You just, and then the whole like, well, what are you going to get called by? You let them figure that out.
Yeah, that is the other point. That is definitely the other point about value betting. Yeah.
Let them bet. Let them just figure out like what they want to call you with.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's calling him with Jack 8.
Yep. I do enjoy Font. He's very like ludicrously unpredictable.
Like he was calling the flop, hoping for runner straight.
What does crass mean?
Huh?
What does crass mean? I'm reading chat.
Oh, crass is rude.
Rude?
Rude.
I don't think anyone's been rude, have they?
I don't think so. I think Noodaloo is just trying to be funny.
Oh.
It's okay.
I don't feel like I've been rude.
No.
I mean, I can be. Look how short stacked this feature table has become.
Yeah.
As our blinds go up to 1,500, 3,000.
Well, we really haven't had any eliminations. And
you're right.
Normally you get, 1 or 2 players eliminated, then new chips come in here, and then people just start to grow. And the fact of the matter is every time somebody gets to 100,000, they end up losing a pot to somebody else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It has been that way.
1,500, 3,000. I want to say this is the last level of the night.
Ah.
We've got giveaways to do.
Well, I just asked Lime what we've got left because
we
need to get our skates on.
Let's go.
Oh, my God. We've got 4 $33 tickets. And $209 tickets. You're going to be pleased you're here, chat.
Yeah. Over the next 40 minutes, we have giveaways galore. Okay, so we're going to give away 2 $33 tickets. These $33 tickets are satellites to get into the main event of the XL Spring Series. Again, the final table of that will be live streamed on our Magic Monday show, which will be on Tuesday. I know it's weird. You figured it out. Tuesday, May 27th. So look at that. So in honor of Andre Pinta, is it ready, Lime?
In honor of Andre Pinta, what a champion.
Champion of the people.
Champion of the free folk.
Yes. Crazy Scotsman, we just went through this.
Oh.
Just spent 6 minutes talking about this.
You have to listen.
Are we ready? We're ready.
Class.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
It's Folk Hero. Folk Hero. It's 8 letters. There are no spaces. Go get it.
2 $33 tickets up for grabs in honor of Andre Pinta, who won the free roll. Folk Hero is your keyword, your key to ticket winnage.
Get your Folk Heroes in the chat. Lime's going to close this pretty quickly. Feenstra. Runner, flush. And up against players who have top pair and middle pair. And this pot's already 39,000 chips. What a dream for Feenstra. Font is betting. And, no, he's just holding his chips. Sorry. He just put them together and then checked.
He's pretending.
Yeah, very intimidating. By the way, when players play with their chips and then check, they almost always don't want you to bet. It's a very reliable live tell. Feenstra's got to bet 15,000 into 39. 9-10 got there. Backdoor Hearts got there. Ruslan, safe to say he can only beat a bluff. Font, I think Font in all likelihood really can only beat a bluff too, the way this hand plays out. Maybe Feenstra in the big blind is betting a smaller queen. But when the heart comes, and I just don't know. Get your Folk Heroes in. This contest only available to viewers on Twitch. You can join us at the link in Twitch, which probably doesn't help.
Probably doesn't help.
After this hand, we draw. But we love the fact, if you're watching on YouTube, that's amazing. But if you want to win these $33 tickets, you have to join us on Twitch. And now Font's got to decide. Ruslan got out of the way. Font hates it. 54,000. He's getting a pretty good price, but makes the correct fold. That's a big laydown and a good laydown for Font. Those chips are very valuable. And Feenstra, who was our short stack, is now up to 82,000. This is for 2, Crazy Scotsman. Will you stay with it? 2 $33 tickets. The Hungry's in there. Are you? Cheapster's in there. Are you? Cracktonin is saying, let's go, Feenstra. Let's go indeed. 888 Live, made to play. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, Lime.
Let's find winners.
I'm in a giving mood.
You all deserve it. Sort of. But only 2 of you will actually get it.
Oh, here we go. Congratulations, Dower Donny.
Oh, my goodness. Dower Donny and the person that congratulated them on their ticket in the first half hour today finally is right.
That was that Fep or?
I can't remember. Maybe it was Fenfop.
Fenfop?
Maybe
you said he was
it
on fire?
Fox.
Congratulating Dower Donny on their win 3 hours ago.
7 hours ago when we came on air, they congratulated them on their win. Very funny.
Was that 7 hours ago?
5:30 we came on air.
You know what? Time flies with you. It feels like I've been here for an hour.
I know. I hear that a lot.
Congratulations, Dower Donnie and Oleshk. Oleshku. Congratulations, Oleshku. You have won the giveaway. As always, make sure you pay attention to your whispers. Get in touch with Lime Ricky so Lime can get you your ticket. You have each won a $33 ticket to play in a satellite to play in our main event of the XL Spring Series. I really hope...
It was Fenfop that said it. Very funny.
I genuinely, really, the day that somebody turns one of these satellites into like a final table, you know, like that would just be so cool.
No?
No, I mean like winning like a main event.
Yeah.
You know, and winning like $80,000.
Well, the most we've had is 40,000.
Yeah, that was whatever.
It's quite a lot.
I want 80. No,
we
no,
literally have had
I
someone turn one of our tickets into a $40,000 win. We've had another. I think there's another 5-figure win. But yeah,
I forgot about that. The $40,000.
You can do great things with them.
Yes. So we'll do one more keyword, and then Nick will ask me a question. He has one.
We've still got a big boy. We've still got two, actually. $209 tickets left.
Yep. That was QVI, by the way, the chat legend.
It was.
QVI, I'm assuming QVI is retired now with that, right?
I assume.
Like, what would you do? $40,000. I might buy an island.
I'd buy a chateau in France and never work again. Obviously. Vivian Sleeper's got kings here, David Topman. That's a good hand.
It's such a dream scenario, too.
And she's got the right guy in the pot.
Well, it's such a dream scenario because, again, it's kind of a squeezy spot.
It looks squeezy, yeah.
She really wants to raise to an amount where it could look like a bluff.
The thing is, they are really not deep. That's the only problem. They're really not deep enough for Ruslan to make a play or something like this.
Right. I mean, is she putting 27 of her remaining 71 in there, the bluff? I mean, I'd imagine she must occasionally. But both players very quickly relinquished their hands.
Hey, what have we learned? That was a good bluffing spot.
Yeah. You're welcome, Dower Donnie. So 2 more $109 tickets to give away, 2 more $33 tickets to give away, and lots of love over the last 30 minutes of our show. Take a look at a leaderboard. Polinshi's still pacing the field, but just 41 big blinds. DeVischer with just 18 big blinds. Again, this is just late day 1B. We have a really entertaining table, but no chips here. Like, none.
No. There will be some big stacks out on
like
the
somebody
floor.
out there's got 370.
Yeah.
Fugs, it is currently 12:18 in the morning here. Very talkative table as well.
Yeah, people having a good time, as they often do at 888 Live.
Yeah. I mean, the 888 Live events are just, like I said, it's such a sweet spot. It's a great vibe. The €888 buy-in. Feenstra raising the cutoff. Salima thinking about doing something here at 10-8.
Yeah.
Attacking the cutoff.
Yeah.
She's attacked Feenstra a couple times.
Well,
More often than not, she has it.
Yeah, exactly. And he lost a ton of chips when he didn't believe her. She decides to fold.
Yeah.
Slightly surprising, but again, there's not tons of room for maneuverability here. Like Feenstra only has, actually this is more relevant, isn't it? Feenstra only has 22 big blinds.
Yeah, you can 3-bet small, I guess, but it is difficult. Feenstra
but then you can 3-bet small, but then if he shoves, you're in a really dumb spot, aren't you? All of a sudden.
Yeah, I think Feenstra's actually getting a little bit out of line. I mean, we saw him raise with Jack 8. We saw him raise here with Queen 6. he's just not on the stack depth that I want to be raising with these kind of hands.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. Not with these kind of hands. I just think
in the cutoff.
Yeah, it's not getting through that often. And then you're forced to kind of fire again, and before you know it, you only have 22 big blinds, and you've lost like 5 big blinds on your bet and then your C-bet.
That's a very pessimistic for you, David, that one. Cracked Toe, and you posted something that looked interesting about Feenstra, and it was when the contest was being awarded, and it went through really quickly, and I didn't see it. So if you could be bothered to repost it, that would be cool.
But I think it's clear Feenstra's a good player. I just think Queen 6 just... I mean, can't we wait for Queen 9 at least? A hand that has some sort of connectivity, you know?
I will agree. Queen 6 is not the strongest of hands.
Yeah, and Feenstra doesn't lose a lot, but it's just, again, now he's down to, 19 big blinds, and it just keeps happening. Anyway.
When are we going to give away the $109 tickets, David?
We'll do it at the end of the show.
What do you mean at the end of the show?
We can do it now. You can do it whenever you want to.
So Feenstra
You're the mayor.
went to the EPT Barcelona once. This is according to Crack Tonen. We have not independently verified this information. He swiped right on a local Spanish girl. Swiping right is a euphemism for... No, it's not. A local Spanish girl. Fell in love and never went back. And he's been living in Barcelona ever since. What a beautiful story.
That is a beautiful story. So I don't know if he won the EPT or not, but he won.
Well, he
clearly.
won in life.
Right.
If true.
That's fantastic. Yeah, swiping right, that's Tinder. That's a very cool story. I like that. Poker brings people together. Yeah, Feenstra is playing his stack like he has like 60 big blinds.
Well, he's going to not enjoy what happens next on this occasion.
Yeah.
Lime, David and I don't know anything about dating sites because we're married.
Right. No, I know Tinder. I know.
Wait, what?
I know Tinder swipe right. That's just
How
cultural.
do you know that?
How do you not know cultural stuff?
Is that a serious question? There's so much cultural stuff I don't know.
Really? You don't know Tinder swipe right?
Look at this. What does Davisha do?
You fold. It's actually quite easy fold.
He only has...
There's a raise, a 3-bet, and a 4-bet.
Yeah, but the 3 bets from a loosey-goosey player.
Yeah, but the 4 bets from... I mean, come on.
Look at the whole cards. He's got the best hand.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. I think 10s are just a fold here. You hate it, but he doesn't have... It's not like he has like 9 big blinds. He still has 16 big blinds.
I'm over here trying to build some drama over this
I
decision,
know.
and you're going, he just folds. Like, get some hype going, for Christ's sake, man. It's late at night.
He may call.
People are closing the browser tab.
He may
call. This is huge.
He may call.
Davisha, tournament life on the line.
That's good stuff.
Thank you.
That's good stuff. I mean, you hate it. You looked at it 10s.
These are the moments that make champions. Under pressure, diamonds are forged.
I mean, listen, one of the kings is dead. The ace is dead. 10s are a big... When they get heads up here, they're a big advantage. I think he may just call.
Well, you've built no drama
He may
over
call.
this very
He may
exciting
call.
spot.
Well, I let you do it.
He may call.
Why is your voice changing so weird?
Because I'm high. I'm going high.
That's your hype voice?
My hype voice.
Oh, God.
Davisha, thinking of his future in the tournament, thinking of his family. This is for all the marbles, he folds.
Look, you see, that guy's amused. I think he can hear you.
Exactly. He enjoyed the hype.
Yeah. Very exciting.
Why is this crazy Scotsman turned nasty?
I know.
Do you remember when he first was in chat and he was like nice and referential and all of that stuff, and now he's just angry?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Sleepy the old. Nick, you woke me up. Good morning.
Sorry about that.
Good morning. Good morning. So when they finish this level, we are going to call it a night. So probably only about 20 minutes left on our show, right? Somewhere in that range.
Oh, God. Quick, giveaways.
Relax.
I'm going to ask you a question.
No, not yet.
Why?
You can. I was going to do a keyword giveaway first.
Okay. Do that.
Then you can ask me a question.
Okay, do that. Do a keyword giveaway. I can support that. Everyone can support it. 2 $33 tickets.
Yes. These are satellite tickets to the main event. Not just any main event, the XL Spring Series main event. $1.5 million guaranteed in that Spring Series over the whole series. No, Crazy Scotsman, we like you. You've got an edge to yourself tonight. Got a little bit of an edge. It's okay. We appreciate that. I don't mind edge. Pair of aces for Viv. Nothing for Palinci. Viv just touched her chips.
It's enough. When you're Vivian Saliba,
Yeah,
bracelet winner, that's enough.
I would caution people. I've seen a lot of players do that, by the way. The second you touch your chips, they fold thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I notice that somebody does that, well, then you can bet that I'm going to touch my chips, even when I have no intention of betting, on the mere chance that maybe I get you to fold. Okay. Are you ready, Lime? It's very rare that I'm the quiet one and
Yes.
Nick is the hype one.
Yes.
And in honor of that,
Yes.
we're going to go with, it's 8 letters, everybody.
Yeah.
It's Nick Hype.
Nick Hype. The name
Hype.
The name of my limited company. Nick Hype.
Nick Hype. Get your Nick Hypes in the chat. It's just 8 letters, everybody. No space. Nick Hype. Yep. Lime Ricky's right there. Copy and paste. Get your Nick Hypes in the chat. It's not going to be open for a long time, so get them in there. We're giving away 2 at $33 satellite tickets. Go get it. Canojos is raised up again, this time with Ace King. Crazy Scotsman just called you Mick instead of Nick.
Call me what he likes. I don't mind.
10 high flop.
The software only understands if you say Nick Hype.
Ruslan defending with Queen 6 off. Ruslan, by the way, not deep at all anymore, and he hits the Queen. Look at that. Ruslan going to check here again. Canojos needs an ace, a king, or a jack. Going to check it one more time. River's a 4. Pretty easy value bet here from Ruslan. He's going to check again? No. Still his option. I mean, Canojos almost always has just a big ace or maybe a small little pair or something trying to get the showdown. It's a big bet. This is like nearly pot-size bet. But I like it as played. Ruslan just knows they have the best hand here all the time. Get your Nick Hypes in the chat. We're giving away 2 $33 tickets.
And this is where his image can potentially buy him a pot. Don't know what Cohenus is going to do, but he's not automatically folding.
No. I mean, what does Ruslan do when he has like 7 high here? And he's like, you know what?
Probably bets.
Right. Can I get my opponent to fold ace king or ace jack or something along those lines? The one thing I don't like doing is I don't like checking back ace king on the flop and then just paying off. Like, if you're going to play it in that manner, I think probably want to find a fold then.
Why are you saying that? Because your hand's a bit face up? And
a little bit, yeah. I mean,
the thing is that Ruslan's so aggressive that does he really Like, what bluffs does he have here that he's now? What has he have that he's now bluffing that he didn't bet before?
Oh, and look at that. He gets paid off. Oh, my.
I think that's an understandable call.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
an understandable call, and Ruslan's image really helps there. Because he absolutely would try and buy the pot.
Right. You love the pot size bet there from Ruslan. I mean, the pot size bet, you'd think he's more polarized than that, but I think he just realized I have top pair. I want to make it look bluffy. And by doing that, we're going to do it. Okay, keyword giveaways. We all ready. Let's do it. Nick Hype. We are going to give away two $33 tickets
Good
right
luck,
now.
hypesters.
Yep. Nick, I want to see some real hype on these winners, okay?
Okay. I can't even see who's
I
won.
want to bring it. Here we go.
Here we go! Congratulations, Chameleon41K! You are a $33 ticket winner! Winner number 2, come on down. It goes to...
I'm not sure I like hype, Nick.
It's Shay 19800 exclamation mark. Come on down. You are our second $33 ticket winner.
Congratulations, Leon 41K and Shay 19800 exclamation point. You have each won a $33 satellite to the main event. Good luck. I hope you do win that ticket to the main event and turn it into thousands of dollars. Well done. We have 2 more givewaves for you, folks.
Yeah,
They're
we've got
$109.
5 minutes left on stream.
They are the big boys.
We've got 5 minutes left on stream.
That's easy. So ask me a question.
So, no, I'm not doing that anymore. 2 $109 tickets, 2 closest unique answers win. Good luck. You're trying to guess what people like Hype Nick. Okay, maybe we'll bring back Hype Nick tomorrow if you're all good. David loves it. This is basically my life, is listening to Hype David all the time. My question is very simple. We've been looking at Aaron Baroni all day. It's probably fair to say Aaron Baroni is no stranger to the gymnasium. Fair?
Yeah. I mean, he tried to go to the gym here in Barcelona.
He's allowed to rest in push-up position.
Rest in push-up position.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's allowed to rest in plank position. How many push-ups can Aaron Baroni do before failure?
Okay. So he can do 20.
This is the classic Lon Thinks question.
He can do 30 push-ups, then rest there, and then do more.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
How many push-ups can that man, no stranger to the gymnasium, how many push-ups can he do before failure? Obviously, very strong arms, but there's a power-to-weight ratio involved as well with the push-up. Good luck. 2 winners of $109 tickets. We've ended strong on the stream.
My answer's in.
Very exciting.
So a raise here from Saliba under the gun. She will play the suited aces from early position. She's done that a couple of times. The raise, Font calls, Ruslan calls, Feenstra gonna call. We'll see it 4 ways. 25,000 in the pot already. Pick me. Oh wow, nice flop here for Saliba. Her flop not 1 but 2 aces. Feenstra's got a flush draw. Ruslan might think they have the best hand with 5s.
Vivi decides to check. You have keypad tones on your phone?
No.
It was making a noise then.
That's just my finger. It's like tappity tap tap tap. I have a very strong finger.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Vivi actually checked. Yeah,
She did,
as you pointed out.
I did
Ruslan is
pick
going
that
to bet. Feenstra, thinking about what to do. Looks like they're calling. And then what does Saliba do here? Are you playing this as a check raise? Are you just calling?
I feel like you're just calling.
She's just going to call. Jack on the turn. I mean, does she ever want to lead here? Because Ruslan's going to check back a lot. Every time Ruslan doesn't have an ace here, he's checking back.
It's always the same problem, isn't it, with trips in Hold'em? Not a set trips. How do you get paid? It is quite tricky to find lines that get you paid.
Yeah. Right, and when Ruslan bets and gets called in 2 spots, he's got to be at least really wary that somebody's got an ace.
Yeah.
Although Saliba might play queens the exact same way right now. Maybe she wouldn't do this if she had queens. But I think check calling that's flop with queens is certainly something she might do. Ruslan probably going to get his cue. He folds. Feenstra now the flush draw, going to fold as well. And I don't mind the bet. I mean, it's frustrating, obviously, because you want to get paid if you're Saliba, but at the same time, I think that was checking through, and you don't want to give your opponent a free
Yeah, you got to
free
try.
chance.
You got to try, mate. There's no, because you've got the deck so crippled most of the time, right? There just aren't amazing lines to get paid when you have. Obviously, it's great. You've probably got the winning hand, but getting someone to pay you off is quite tricky.
Contest is closed, everybody.
Wow.
Contest is closed. I want to see
2 big winners are coming.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at. Like the high numbers we got. Danielle said 300. Trying to think where else the highest ones we got here. I think 300 might be the highest one. Only 1 answer per person. Some of the low ones, we got a 22 in there. 22. You must think that Aaron's got very can't do a push-up at all then. Although I always go back to one of my favorite times I've ever played Law and Things. This is where I just started learning how to play it. We were at a casino in upstate New York, and we were playing Law and Things, and there was a waitress there, and there was a bunch of us. We used to bet on it. You'd bet on the Law and Things.
You've told this story, but
yeah. And she and they, somebody doesn't do push-ups, and they asked her, hey, how many push-ups can he do? We made her the brain, and nobody thought of the fact that this particular woman had no idea how hard a push-up was or how easy it was.
Right.
And her guess was like 400. Like consecutive.
Excellent.
with no breaks whatsoever.
We did one once in a fancy sushi restaurant at Caesar's Palace, which was asked the how many times has our waiter been asked for ketchup this week in a sushi restaurant?
Ah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah. And I don't remember the answer, but it was multiple. It wasn't 0 like it should have been. 3-bet from Palenci.
I'm actually surprised they even had it. Well, they probably don't have it, obviously.
Are you kidding? In America? Of course they had it. In Vegas?
Oh, in Vegas, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Palenci.
I know, getting frisky.
Yeah. Well, that's the cool thing about when your opponents and you get a little bit shorter, the risk goes way up every time you put more chips in there, but the reward is huge because if you can separate yourself a little bit, it's a great thing. Subscribe 888poker. Go onto our socials, whether it's Instagram. Instagram is InstaFun. X. Discord.
InstaFun.
Aaron's a strong guy.
He is, but push-ups, he's also a big guy. Push-ups are not super friendly to huge guys.
Well, you're just pushing up your own weight.
Mm-hmm. And then afterwards, we'll go and actually ask him.
I'm going to make him do it.
Then make him do it.
Like, who do you think can do more push-ups? My 11-year-old son, who weighs 84 pounds, or Aaron Baroni, who probably weighs 200.
Yeah, but your son's shoulders aren't developed yet, right? How they will be.
Parabellum says plus he's a new father, so he has zero energy. But he's picking up that baby all the time.
So Vivi is built back from. What did she have at the low? Like
8,000.
8,000.
An incredibly impressive performance. How many players do we know that just kind of like go on tilt, give it up, and just call it a night and talk about how unlucky they've got? And instead, she was smiling and laughing and having a good time. Obviously, disappointed. And then just turned 8 into 26 and 26 into 44. And now you look at her and she's got over 100,000. It's amazing. Nobody has anything. Whoever bets is going to win, right?
Yeah. Sneeze on the pot.
The question at this spot, it's like, yeah, exactly. I like Font's bet here. Who is the player who's most likely to have something here? And it is Font in the cutoff.
He can only beat that by 2 pips.
Eh?
But he can beat it.
He can beat it.
We've got $209 tickets to award.
We do. The contest is closed. You want to do it?
The world record is 3,378 push-ups.
Nah, that guy's insane.
That's stupid.
That's just ridiculous. I can't even believe that.
I asked you, how many push-ups can Aaron Baroni do before failure? He's allowed to rest, but in the push-up position. What's your answer, David Tupman?
I don't know if I factored in the resting position. I always say that. So I can do about 40 or so consecutive push-ups.
That's your benchmark.
Yeah, and I figured, okay, Aaron is stronger than me. He's younger than me. He's better looking than me.
I don't think that's a factor, but carry on.
And I figured he could do more than me.
Yeah.
But I know, I figured he is not a small man.
Yeah.
And he's packing it in.
Plus he's going to be anaerobically fit, not aerobically fit.
That's what I thought as well. So I went with, and this might be a little bit low, factoring if I don't factor in the stops. But hey, this is what I think.
Can I just check? Is it what you think?
It is what I think.
Okay, fine.
71.
You've got it absolutely right again.
Boom.
You didn't need to worry. That is the answer.
Yes.
That is what David Tuckman thinks Aaron Baroni could do push-ups wise.
Yeah. That's sweet.
This
Awesome.
hand might turn into something. We'll see. So the correct answer was 71. We've got winners. If you were near 71, it might be you. Factually, though, it is Marks 141. You said 72. You win a $109 ticket. Well done, Marks. And Sophronis 2609, who said 70. You win the last ticket of the night, another $109 ticket. We've given away 15 tickets today. Huge giveaways today on stream. Make sure you're here tomorrow, because I'll tell you what, David Tupman, we're going to do exactly the same thing again, because we are crazy like a fox.
15 more giveaways tomorrow. Another free roll tomorrow. Congratulations to Marks 141. Congratulations to Sophronis 2609. Unlucky Noodaloo. Noodaloo said 72 as well, but after Marks did. So congratulations to both of you. Make sure you pay attention to your whisper so Lime Ricky can get you your ticket. More giveaways tomorrow. I'm now intrigued. I want to go find out how many push-ups he can do.
We can ask him.
I wonder if he's offended when I say only 71.
It is a very weird... It totally depends on... it totally depends how he trains. If he just lifts really heavy... I don't know how he trains.
Well, it's also a matter of you do push-ups. I was...
yeah, totally it is.
There was a point, not even that long ago, where I was doing push-ups every morning.
Okay.
Tana Karn from Run Good had kind of set up a thing where you do 100 push-ups a day. So every morning I was doing these 100 push-ups. And I would say that, in the midst of that challenge, I could probably do, 60 or 70 straight. Because I was just getting used to them,
Yeah.
But if I tried them right this moment and I hadn't done it, like I said, probably 40, maybe 50, I don't know.
Also,
the first 20 are really easy, and then
also-
once you start getting tired, you get tired real quick.
Also, people cheat at push-ups.
They do, that's what I mean.
If you do an actual push-up where your chest goes to the floor, then it's way harder than what people do and tell themselves.
Exactly. Some people in the chat calling me out. Listen, I could lie and say I can do 90, but... Noodaloo, you did say 72. Unfortunately, Marks also said 72 and said it first. But Noodaloo, for 10 consolation, well done. Well done, you. What a stream. I will say, we've been streaming for, about 6 hours, and it hasn't felt like 6 hours.
No.
To me.
No, never does.
That's a lie. Sometimes it does.
Yeah. I'm trying to be positive.
I mean, sometimes an hour and a half feels like 6 hours.
Really?
Like last Magic Monday show? It was 2 hours.
What
And it
was
felt
wrong?
like it was 20 hours.
Or was it bad? I can't remember.
It wasn't our best.
Oh.
I mean, we were brilliant. But
Oh, right. Just the content.
yeah. Oh, no. Or, oh, yes. Oh my gosh!
Oh,
Look
he
at this.
shoves.
What he just shoved. I mean, it's not a. Keep in mind.
Merry Christmas, Aaron.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not really that bad a shove. It's button raise on.
No, it's pretty standard.
On 27 big blinds.
It's not totally standard, but it's probably the best play.
I mean, I'll put it this way.
It's probably the best play. He's small blind. Like
he's 3-betting calling off. He's not 3-bet folding. Either way.
His only other play is to 3-bet really small and try and induce, and then you're playing out position. Oh, always a sweat.
It's always a sweat, and frankly, even if he had seen the flop, the chips were going in. I mean, there's no avoiding here. What a dream scenario, 170,000, and Aaron a 93% chance of winning this one and doubling up right before we finish. King on the turn. This is really a cooler. I mean,
yeah,
button,
it's a cooler. Aaron
versus Canojos. This is a tough spot. 8 on the river, and Aaron Baroni with the full double up.
Amazing for Aaron. So gross for Cojones.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think 3-betting out of the small blind out of 27 big blind effective stack with ace-queen is against the button open is absolutely standard. But you're 3-betting to induce. You're not 3-betting to fold.
Yeah.
Like you're always happy to get it in there. I guess you're not thrilled, but you're just getting it in. You're not folding. 22 Horse says, yes, what a wonderful day of streaming. Loved every minute. Let's do it again tomorrow, guys. Same format, please, and thanks. Okay. Because you asked so nicely.
We can do that.
Yeah. We are winding down tonight. Players looking to bag. Did we come up with a better word for that? Anybody?
Not yet. I said you could say you've unlocked day 2, but I don't know.
Perry hits pointing out there. Ace queen, a standard shove there. Yeah, 27 big blinds, just gross.
It's so horrible when it's the worst thing in a live tournament where you move in and they instantly call you, or they move in behind. Like that stuff is just horrible. It's like
there's a raise. You 3-bet and you move all in, and the player in the big blind moves all in. You're like, uh-oh. What did I step into? Well, and that's too. I mean, you have ace-queen. You're thinking, okay, well, worst comes to worst, I walk into kings, and at least I've got 30% equity.
Yeah.
Well,
good night, sleepy. See you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating. Also, keep in mind, these guys have been going at it. Now, we've been going at it for 7 hours, right? We've been here for 7 hours?
Yeah.
Give it 7.5 hours? And these players played for three levels before we even got here. So imagine you're Canojos. You've been going for 10 hours, right? You built up a nice little stack. You've doubled up. You're thinking you're ready to, call home or tell your friends. I'm going into day 2 with double starting stack. And then that happens 3 minutes before the show ends.
Yeah. No Limit Hold'em is a tough game, man.
Oh, that's...
It can happen at any time. That's why it's exciting, but also why it's a very tough, frustrating game sometimes, because you can play great and just get cool, and then you go home. That's it.
So Ruslan raising under the gun. Palinci is called out of the big blind. And this is one of those spots a lot of players will check back this ace-king. I actually like betting it. I'm betting it for value, to be honest with you.
Yes,
ace-king is just the best hand here all the time. And I don't mind when my opponent's going to fold. Good, I win the pot. I'm very happy to do it. And with that exciting hand, our day is over.
Well, it was a very good day of poker. I hope you all enjoyed it. Let's do a very good day of poker tomorrow, David.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. We've got day 1C action tomorrow. We've got more giveaways for you. We've got another free roll for you. Nick Wealthall breaking the place down. I want to thank all of you for being here. We are back at it tomorrow. For everybody here at 888poker, here in Barcelona, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Good luck, everyone. It's been a pleasure playing with you. Overall, at the same table still, right? Huh? It's still the same table. Ah, yes. Oh, really?
Oh yeah.